What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to Blazers Uprise's coverage of 2022 free agency. There was a bombshell earlier today. Kevin Durant has requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets. We'll discuss that. It sounds like a lot of what has to do with free agency will play off of that, as some teams will wait to make any decisions until they know that they are not indeed getting one of the best players in the world in Kevin Durant. Anyway, we have about 55 minutes until free agency starts. We're going to talk about things. I'm going to end up leaving Eric by himself for a little bit. I got to go get energy drinks. I was up all night for a cool intro video that I'll play about, 5 minutes before free agency officially starts. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Anyway, what's going on, Eric? What are your feelings right now, man?
You skipped over the huge news that just broke concerning the Blazers, and that's Luka Garza has been signed to our summer league team. So that's probably going to be any other news we hear today, right?
Yeah, I was wondering why there was somebody saying Luka Garza in chat, and that was a very random name to see. So yeah, hopefully you guys like the graphics. Hopefully the graphics are looking good. Got top 10 targets kind of by position. Got top 10 guards, top 10 wings, top 10 forwards, top 10 bigs, then top 10 available over there on the left. Free agent signings will go in the ticker below us, and then we got the Twitter feeds for Woj and Shams below us as well.
So if Brunson does indeed sign with the Knicks for that contract that Shams is reporting, 4 years, $110 million, expect them to be investigated for tampering, because the whole point of moving it up a day was so that deals like that would not get announced prior to free agency, and we saw that a couple times last year with Lonzo Ball and Kyle Lowry expected to sign with the Bulls and Heat respectively. So I think that might be a situation where the league investigates why a deal got done prior to free agency, and then on top of that, the Knicks hired his dad as an assistant coach and all that kind of stuff. So kind of shady going on by the Knicks right now.
Yep, very, very shady. All that for Jalen Brunson. Slightly questionable, but, the Knicks are going to do, Knicks things, I guess. Except signing a free agent isn't really Knicks things, so I don't know what to call it. Anyway, shout out Caleb Pendergraph, $5 dono. He says, Durant Watch 2022, brought to you by Blazers Uprise begins. Also, thoughts on the O'Neal trade. Seems like an odd time to be trading a pick. And I saw Royce O'Neal got traded for a first-round pick. I don't know the other details, Eric. What was the lowdown with that trade?
So it would almost happen simultaneously. The Nets, or Shams, announces that KD requested a trade. Apparently, KD goes right to the owner, so above Sean Marks, and requested the trade to the owner. And then, like a minute later, Woj is reporting that Royce O'Neal got traded to Brooklyn into their trade exception for a first-round pick, which many are expecting it to be Philly's 2023 pick, which we've talked about the 2023 draft before. The 2023 Philadelphia pick would be crazy if that's what it was. I mean, Philadelphia's supposed to be good, but trading a first round pick when your best player requested a trade seems very odd.
Yeah, so I don't know. The timing on that obviously is pretty weird. They fit Royce O'Neal into a TP, I assume. I don't know if you said that. I still got to get my energy drinks. But, so good for Utah, I guess, getting the first back for him.
Yeah. Before we go any deeper than that, I do have some stuff that's been happening with the Blazers today.
Okay.
So I was told that they were very close to completing a trade for Matisse Thybulle. Obviously, it was dependent on, the 76ers needing to sign PJ Tucker and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it was thought that Harden was going to take a much less offer to make sure that they could add some pieces this summer to make the team better, which good for Harden if he's willing to do that. But I guess Philadelphia re-engaged talks with several teams, including Houston, for Eric Gordon. And this, as of this morning, I was told it was very likely that Thibault was coming to Portland. But this is all changed now because Morey wants KD if he's available, and KD wouldn't mind going to Philadelphia. So now, instead of all that happening, I don't know what's going to happen, because now Morey's going to wait, just like he did with Ben Simmons all year. You know, he's not going to make other moves until he figures out that the big fish he wants isn't possible. So I think it's going to be a case where a lot of these deals get held up, and I'm not sure if there'll be fallout from that. I mean, obviously, if the Philadelphia 76ers traded for Kevin Durant, we could basically still get Thibault, because he could be a part of that trade as a way for them to cut salary, or maybe the Nets don't want Thibault, I don't know, after getting Royce O'Neal today. But I think that trade now is going to be put on hold. So unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on with that. And I know that the Blazers will, of course, try for Kevin Durant. They'll definitely do that. I don't know how realistic that is. It's probably unrealistic that KD comes here. The Nets are said to be wanting something like all-star level player that can help them right now and a ton of assets.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not trying to lose, I guess. Now, some of that just might be posturing because, I mean, they're trying to keep their value up. But something weird happened with Kyrie opting in on, what was that, Monday? And then Durant requesting a trade after Kyrie opts in, when the whole thing was that he was going to request a trade if Kyrie left. So none of this makes sense, really. What Brooklyn is going to do, and then they trade a first-round pick for Royce O'Neal after that. So I can't imagine it'd be very easy for them to just pick up the pieces and be fine and keep a championship window open. So I think they might have to change course. Now, that could change if it's maybe like to a Boston and they get Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart or something like that in a package. So maybe that's how they keep relevant. But I still don't know if that makes them that good, you know? So, and they make a team they're competing with in the East much stronger. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they end up settling on in terms of a package. I know the Heat are interested, but as Bobby Marks pointed out earlier today, so there's a limit to how many designated 5-year players you can have on the roster. And if you can only have 2 of those guys, and only one of them could be traded for. And since they traded for Ben Simmons last summer, they can't trade KD for Bam Adebayo without also trading Ben Simmons either to the Heat or elsewhere. So they can't do it within the CBA with the Heat. And I know that the Heat are one of Kevin Durant's preferred destinations. But yeah, his number one choice, I guess, is the Phoenix Suns. And the Suns would have to give up a lot. And I don't know if the Sun or the Nets will be able to take Ayton, because that would hard cap them. Mm-hmm. And they're already at or above the hard cap line. So that's going to make it very difficult, especially considering the what's called base year compensation for trading out Ayton and sending him in to a new team. It's different, like the money's different for each team involved. So that's going to make it difficult for them to stay under that hard cap line and field a complete roster. So Ayton might not be able to be part of that. And this all leads me to a guy that, outside of like guys like Kevin Durant, obviously, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, people like that Dame would love to play with. If we just don't include stars, his number one priority or preference would be to get a Mikal Bridges. And so far, Phoenix has said he's untouchable, unattainable, all that kind of stuff every time we've talked to them or inquired about Mikal. And this trade would seemingly open up a possibility, even if the Blazers don't end up getting Kevin Durant. If he goes to the Suns for the first time, Mikal would either be going to another team where they don't have that bond and tie to that player to where they're saying he's untouchable. They would at least listen to offers for him. And if Mikal's like the best player they get back in the trade, they're not going to like win a championship with that roster. So they might as well go full rebuild and get assets. Or there could be a case where Phoenix doesn't have enough assets and has to use him to a third team to get more picks to include to give to Brooklyn, so they could offer like 6 firsts instead of 4 or whatever it is. So that could be a big fallout from if the KD to the Suns thing happens. I mean, it would suck because the Suns would be pretty dang good, albeit a little old. But that would be something that the Blazers would absolutely try to get involved with and jump on if Mikal Bridges somehow leaves Phoenix or is part of that trade.
Yep, absolutely. Would love Mikal Bridges in Portland. Let me think a couple member messages, and then I'll be back. Chris Branlin, 5-month member message, says, excited to be here. Let's go Blazers. Thank you, Chris. And then Oscar, 6th month member message, says, I want things to blow up and nice player for us. Yeah, KD would be awesome in Portland, man. We can discuss a potential package here in a little bit. We got 43 minutes until things tip off here in terms of free agency. It sounds like the Knicks jumped the gun, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of tampering investigation goes on in New York City. As far as the graphics go on the left, if you see red above the logo and the number, I know that might be hard to read. That means they're a restricted free agent. And I got to figure out this bottom right dono thing. I got to figure out how to get that updated. But anyway, Eric, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So, I don't know if they're working completely, but the graphics on the bottom should the 2 tweets from Woj and Shams, if you're not familiar with how this works, they should it just updated for Shams, so it looks like we're good. Says the Spurs are pulling their qualifying offer for Lonnie Walker, so you guys don't even need Twitter or to check other stuff. We got both of their feeds right here, and you guys can just follow along on the bottom, and we'll all react to them live on the air as they happen. It says that so Lonnie Walker is going to be an unrestricted free agent. That's not really a surprise. I mean, maybe they would have kept him after they got rid of DeJounte yesterday, but he just hasn't really panned out. Every season they've expected him to be kind of a breakout player, and just hasn't really worked. But his qualifying offer, I believe, was like $6 or $7 million, and they didn't want to risk him accepting that, so he just they pulled the qualifying offer for him. They also drafted a couple guards, so I think they're set there. They're going to try to go all in on the 2023 draft, which is absolutely loaded. So that's that. Hawks and Spurs trade being completed. The Spurs are expected to waive Gallinari, according to Woj. So he'll be a free agent as well. Don't know if he really makes sense for Portland, so probably won't talk about that too much. In terms of KD, so I absolutely agree. I would be a little sad if we gave up, Ant, Sharp, Nas, a bunch of firsts. I would be a little sad with that, for sure. But if you have a chance to pair Dame with one of the best players of this decade, I mean, you absolutely have to do it. So I think he'd do whatever it takes. Nurk being a free agent, he wouldn't be included in that trade. I don't think the Nets have any interest in him. So you'd have Dame, Grant, Nurk, and KD as your core to try and build around. Now, it's not the hugest window, but I mean, like pointed out in chat, Dame's going to be 32, KD's going to be 34. So they got to kind of, they got to kind of go for it if that's happening. And of course, Dame would love to play with KD as well. They could even resign or go after like a JaVale McGee and try to get as many Olympians from this past Olympics together on the team. But from what I've heard, it's going to be very unlikely that a small market team, unless you consider Phoenix a small market, gets in play for him because one, like I said, the Brooklyn Nets are trying to win now still, which doesn't make any sense, even though they gave up all their picks for Harden. So I get why they don't want to be bad at all, but yeah, I think they'll go after Kevin Durant. They'll find that their offer's probably not good enough, and then I think ultimately they'll try to pick up the pieces, like I said, if he's traded to the Suns, and try to get something off of that trade. But Culture Bucket says, is there any chance of Bradley Beal? He's expected to sign a 2-year, like $245 million contract with the Wizards as or 5-year deal with the Wizards. So he only opted out to sign a bigger contract. I don't think he's coming. In terms of what I give up for Kevin Durant, I mean, pretty much everything. I think it's tricky with Anthony. If we could keep Anthony and get KD and still have Dame, obviously, I think we win a championship. Because Anthony, he's great off the ball too. As good as he was becoming this year on ball, he was really good off the ball, catch and shoot. And the attention that Dame and Kevin Durant would see, if we still have Anthony Simons on our roster after that kind of a trade, it's over for the league, in my opinion, because that backcourt along with KD, there's no way you could stop that. So, yeah, I think it's possible we could keep Ant in that scenario because he'd have to agree to a sign and trade and go there. So he could play hardball and say that he's not going or whatever. Now, that might mean we don't have enough to trade for Kevin Durant, but he has to agree to want to sign with Brooklyn. We can't just sign and trade him without his permission. So, yeah, my thing is, the way the trade offer would break down, obviously we'd probably have to include Hart and Bledsoe just to try and get the filler up there. Probably have to include Nas. You probably have to include Sharp, and then you probably have to call Chicago, accept the deal we've already talk to them about, and that's to either lightly protect or, in this case, just fully unprotect our pick for next year that we owe them. And what that does is it frees up all our picks after 2023 to use as either pick swaps or first round pick trades. So in addition to basically Bledsoe, Hart, Sharp, Nas, whatever other, if they want Greg Brown, if they want Trent Watford, whatever, I mean, you got to do whatever you do, right? And then from there, you could offer pick swaps, first round pick swaps in 24, 26, and 28. And then you give up an unprotected first in 2025, 2027, and 2029. So that's if you include the Chicago pick on protecting that wouldn't be going to Brooklyn. So, but that's 3 pick swaps. Like I said, 24, 26, and 28, and then 3 unprotected first, 25, 27, and 29. That kind of makes up for the picks they owe to Houston from the Harden trade. And then you also get Sharp, who I don't know how the Nets feel about Sharp, but, many people around the NBA think he has superstar potential. So that's pretty much our best offer if Ant played hardball and didn't want to be part of the trade and wanted to stay here. So yeah, that's a pretty dang good offer if you're a rebuilding team. Now, if you're trying to win now, like Brooklyn's trying to claim, I don't think that's enough for them to do it. But so Bira says that's too much. We're going to suck for the next 15 years. I think, man, if you win a title, though, like, would you take it? It's kind of like if you're familiar with the Florida Marlins in Major League Baseball, they've won 2 World Series titles in the last 15, 20 years. And so but at each time they won a title, they just completely gutted their roster and sucked again for years. And if we kept Anthony Simons and got Nurk re-signed, and obviously Grant wouldn't be part of this deal, and then we got KD and Dame on top of that, that's unless injuries, of course, happen. How are you beating that team in the playoffs? I think you have to go for it, knowing that you went all in, and you can live with the consequences if that doesn't happen. Like I said, I'd be a little sad if we got rid of both Ant and Sharp, just because, I really like. It would mean much more. I mean, KD coming here and win a ring would still mean a lot, but obviously, if Dame wins a ring by himself, it's the greatest championship in league history. KD is like I said, one of the best players in the league. You absolutely do it for him. So, I wouldn't care. I'd still be a little sad that we didn't have those guys to root for, because, Ant's such a great guy. That he's like the perfect guy to root for. I love Ant, and I'm so excited to watch his growth this year. I think I've already stated this multiple times that he's going to be, in my mind, not necessarily a 30-point-a-game scorer, but he's going to be up there with guys like Bradley Beal and Zach LaVine when they're talked about. So I really have a tough time getting rid of him, but if you can get KD, man, it changes everything. And as much as I hate KD too, I can't stand that guy, especially, it comes out today, his teams he wants to go to, the runner-up Boston Celtics, the number 1 seeds in both conferences. Yeah, big surprise, KD. Yeah, you just want to go to all those teams. As unloyal of a guy he is like the exact opposite of Dame. But if Dame wants KD and KD wants to be here and all that stuff, he's locked up for 4 years. You have to do it. I think you just have to. You can't bank on young players developing, and you got to do it.
Yep, absolutely agree. I got some pizza. I got a couple Bang energy drinks. I think I'm ready to go.
Pineapple Zest. Do you think?
Go ahead.
Do you think Dame is contacting KD right now? Yeah, they've been talking all summer. So
yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dame kind of messed up maybe by putting that graphic up a week ago instead of today, but we
blame Chris for that, right?
Chris, it's all Chris's fault. But it's it's going to take a lot to get KD. I think you got to do it. No.
Yep. Here's the thing: is Phoenix is the has leading odds to get him. I just don't see a package that works for Brooklyn. I don't see them not being outbid on what they have to offer, man. That's been my read on this for a while. So it's going to be interesting We might have to do another free agency stream tomorrow, Eric, if this holds up everything. Yeah. Obviously, it's not going to hold up every single signing, and, the Knicks are jumping the gun here. But if it holds up a lot of signings, man, I mean, we might just be hanging out, talking speculation, talking about every single little drop of a rumor we get on this. And just hanging out with you guys, chat. It's a little different than the draft stream, man, because the draft stream's just like pick, and it's going to be a constant flow. Free agency, we have no idea if it's when things are going to pop off. There's times where we have to sit here and relax with you guys and, let chat entertain us. But we have the Twitter feeds. Hopefully they're working down below. I know sometimes they can be spotty. Yeah. Okay.
The Shams one did, at least. Okay. I don't know if Will just tweeted since an hour ago. But...
yeah, he hasn't. I'll just...
there goes Shams.
Yeah.
Announcing this. Yep.
So.
One thing, Kessler Edwards had his... they did not offer him a qualifying offer, so he is unrestricted free agent for some reason.
They didn't offer him the Why wouldn't they offer him the qualifying offer? I guess I will update that. That's just
the Nets are being
me.
dumb. I don't know what. I mean, outside of getting lucky and having KD and Kyrie choose them over the Knicks, I don't know what else is going to happen.
That wouldn't be a bad guy for Portland to maybe take a look at. Honestly.
Yeah. Yep. All right, and then so doing the math, let me just bring it up here. So the Blazers did get a little bit of good news yesterday with the cap expected to be a little higher than originally thought again. So it's supposed to be now 123.65 million, and that's up from 122 million from a few weeks ago, and then 121 million from a few months ago. And what that does is it raises the luxury tax line and the hard cap line a little bit as well. So doing the math, if the Blazers wanted to do a full mid-level exception, and so just estimating Anthony Simons and Yusuf Nurkic's contracts, that means they could give the full mid-level exception and still have roughly $6, maybe high $5 million to play with, depending on what Nurk and Simons' starting salaries are, to fill out the last 2 spots on their roster, or they could go with 14 and only sign one more player. And so you could either give that money to Joe Ingles and be hard capped, or you could flip that and not offer the full mid-level and do the tax mid-level and not be hard capped at all and just worry about that later. Now, if they trade for someone like Thibault still, that kind of messes everything up, and I would assume they wouldn't use the mid-level in that case then. Yeah, so it looks like they have just enough room. If everything breaks right, assuming there's no other additions between now and free agency, but they could use their tax mid-level exception and re-sign all 3 of Ingles, Simons, and Nurkic and stay just under that tax line.
Yep. What is your Kevin Durant prediction at this point, Eric?
I think he ends up in Boston.
That's my prediction, too. It just screams Boston to me. For Jaylen Brown, makes a ton of sense for the Nets as a young guy, but already an established all-star, considering the Nets don't really have their future first. Now, the Nets could try and suck in future years that they have a swap. Everybody looks at it as, oh, well, unprotected first and unprotected swaps to Houston. There's no incentive for Brooklyn to suck, but Houston is probably going to be pretty bad for another year or two. So I don't know the exact pick situation of Brooklyn, but they're just in a tough spot between a rock and a hard place here with this type of trade. So getting a young guy that could be an all-star, or has been an all-star, that can help you stay competitive right away would make some sense in a Jaylen Brown. You'd need to give up more if you're Boston. Who knows what that more is? But yeah, that's just my gut feeling right now, says Boston. But a dark horse, Bubba brings up in chat, and this is who I was thinking of. Like last night, I was thinking about this. The Toronto Raptors could be a dark horse.
Yeah. Yeah, they have some interesting packages, a lot of assets they could include. And we know that Ujiri is not afraid to take a chance. And one thing, I mean, Durant's locked up for 4 years, so you're not really risking as much as you were with Kawhi Leonard leaving after a year trade. But yeah, there's a lot of other teams. Yeah, I like Caleb Pendergraft's dark horse, the Pelicans, similar to the Jaylen Brown offer. The Pelicans have a crap load of draft capital, as we've talked about since the trade deadline, and they have a similar player in Brandon Ingram, who they could offer maybe even a Zion if it got really crazy. Yeah, so I don't think. I mean, Durant would not be happy if he's requesting a trade from Brooklyn. I doubt he would want to go to a team like the Pelicans. And maybe you could include the Blazers in that. So does a team trade for him knowing he's locked up for 4 years? And does Brooklyn get the best offer? Or do those teams shy away because they're afraid Durant wouldn't be happy?
Yep.
I don't know. It's tough. Because like if there's other teams that offer more, but KD doesn't want to be there, do they still go through with it? I don't know. And Portland's maybe a little different because we have Dame, so Dame could obviously maybe convince him to stay, and that's where Dame's value comes in more so than fixing a player with terrible attitude or something like that. I think Dame, once a player comes in and gets involved with the organization and plays with Dame, like KD did in the Olympics, I think they would be fine. But yeah, it's gonna be tough to make Durant happy unless he goes to one of his favorite teams. So I think that still brings in the Suns as a definite possibility. I'm not ruling them out like a lot of people are.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how they're the favorite. Is really where I'm at with them. I don't understand why they're the betting favorite. I mean, here's the thing, though, guys, and this is the mistake. Let me just
go ahead. Yeah.
Lesson for people. Just this is a general lesson, okay? Whoever is Vegas picks as the favorite or like the odds-on favorite to do something isn't necessarily who they think is what they think is going to happen. Vegas tries to get even splits on bets so that they're guaranteed to make money. So a lot of odds are based on what they think people will bet, not what they think will happen. So with Phoenix being the odds-on favorite right now, they're the odds-on favorite because that's who Vegas thinks people will bet the most. It's not necessarily because they think that KD will go to Phoenix. Now, there is obviously some predictive element in play, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people just look at it like, oh, the Phoenix Suns are favored to get him. Oh, wow. And it's not necessarily the case. It's just when you have Kevin Durant request a trade, and he lists Phoenix as one of his two main preferred destinations alongside Miami, they're going to get a lot of betting action towards Phoenix. So they're going to lower the odds on Phoenix. So that's just kind of how it works with Vegas. So I don't think Phoenix is the favorite right now. I don't think their package is good enough, especially with Brooklyn not really wanting DeAndre Ayton, and especially with Brooklyn probably not being able to even take DeAndre Ayton due to the hard cap that gets imposed with a sign-in trade. So this is interesting, Eric, because I think this is kind of a little bit of a wide open race.
So one thing though that I think Phoenix has if you're looking at it from Brooklyn's perspective, with Chris Paul being 37 and of course KD about to turn 34, if they get like unprotected picks in 2027 and 2029, those could offset them being bad for a while, because you would think that the Suns, while their window short term would be those picks wouldn't be valuable, but long term, it's much like we talked about with the Lakers once LeBron kind of ends his career, and possibly the Clippers when we should have gotten their 2028 first in that Norm Rocco trade. So like those picks could balance out and be like Houston's version of trading Chris Paul and picks for Westbrook, and then owing all these future picks and then being screwed when they have to trade Harden, but they recoup that now and might look even better now that the Nets fell apart. So that might be the template for them, is to try and figure out which team has the shortest window, because obviously short term, Kevin Durant's going to make whatever team he goes to contenders. But I would look at it from that point of view, as those future picks might be more valuable on a team that's older and has Chris Paul on it.
See, they'll still have a star kind of in his prime in Devin Booker, whereas I feel like there's some other teams that would maybe be even worse off. Like if Portland traded, Anthony Simons, Shaedon Sharpe, and then first round picks, and unprotected 2027, 2029, you got Damian Lillard, you got Kevin Durant. You don't have another star beyond that to potentially be a star level contributor in 2027 or 2029. Phoenix, you'd still have Devin Booker at least, whereas like Portland, they would honestly, assuming Dame isn't the same Dame at 37, 38 years old, Portland would be in a tough spot there. So I don't know how much that potentially works in Phoenix's favor, because I could see some other situations where, Brooklyn, if they really just want to go all in on getting some unprotected first down the line, I feel like there might be some even better situations to bet on for Brooklyn in terms of a team that just won't be there 6 years from now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. The problem with the Blazers is the Suns could give up 4 unprotected first. The Blazers could only theoretically give up 3 because of the Chicago thing.
But the Suns don't have.
A Sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a Sharp. They don't have a Simons.
Right.
So obviously Simons would have to want to go to Brooklyn in the sign-in trade, and there's a bunch of stuff that have to happen around that. But Phoenix doesn't have a Sharp or a Simons, and it's said that Brooklyn wants an all-star caliber player back in return. I mean, Anthony Simons looked pretty dang close and torched Brooklyn in Portland. You guys remember that twirling and one finish he had to end the first half when the Blazers played the Nets in Portland this year. So, I think Portland can put together a competitive offer. I'm not expecting it. Here's the thing with these things is I see a lot of fan bases get all excited, man, but when it comes to Portland fans, or at least when it comes to me, I've gotten my hopes up before for star level talent, and it's just never happened. So at this point, I'm never going to expect anything like this to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if we were sitting here with number 1 odds and KD wanted to go to Portland, I would not expect it to happen, man. Like I would love to be pleasantly surprised, but I'm not going to set myself up for disappointment with this.
Yeah, for sure. And Damani says Bleacher Report is saying the Suns are going to have to give up Devin Booker. I mean, that's part of negotiations. Of course, the Nets are going to play hardball with Kevin Durant. For any team that's interested in him, they're going to ask for, like, if we call them, they're going to ask for Dame first. Like, that's just how it's going to go. But they're not going to get Booker. They're not going to get Dame. They're not going to get a player of that caliber. And that's why both Tori and I agree that if they are trying to keep as much of a window open as possible so their picks aren't bad, Jaylen Brown makes the most sense of the realistic options to do that. Now, I feel differently. Like if I was a GM, I feel like if I got a player like Sharp and Ant, let's just say they got both of them in a deal. I mean, you got your backcourt of the future that might actually, like in a year or two, you might be better than a lot of these other teams that have stars right now. So, um, I think I think for me, they're going to have to either settle for a player less than Booker and other assets, or they're going to have to go with um, a rebuilding package. And they can say all they want about how they don't want to rebuild, but how are you not going to rebuild when your best player wants to leave and your other one is probably right behind him?
Yep, agreed. I'm gonna try and update this bottom right now.
So people are asking about 2029. So you can trade the next 7 drafts. So since the 2022 draft happens, 2029 drafts picks are now eligible to be traded. You just can't trade future picks in consecutive years. So that's why we can't trade a pick right now, because the protection of the Chicago pick lasts through 2028. But we, like I've mentioned several times, we do have a deal with Chicago to either lightly protect or unprotect that pick, depending on what we need to make that happen. If obviously a guy like KD became available, Chicago would, I mean, they would be guaranteed the pick that they would get most likely anyway, because we'd make the playoffs if we had Dame and KD, right? So there's no reason for them not to do it and have that slight chance that something happens with Dame and KD, and then we don't make the playoffs and that turns into a lottery pick or something. And then we would free up all our future picks. So that's the only thing we can do. But like you, I'm trying not to get excited about it, because I feel like Brooklyn's not going to be just taking the best like young asset and pick package. I think they're going to go for something different, and that's why I believe it'll be Boston.
Yep.
But it just also could, I mean, like in Kevin Durant's free agency, it could drag on for a while.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Near012 with the $5 dono. He says, "What's up, fellas? I'm excited for this free agency. Let's go Blazers."
What's up, Near012?
Good to see you, Near0. Appreciate the dono, man.
Just, you probably know this, but the dono thing isn't updated.
I'm trying to fix it right now, man. I don't know why. It's very confusing. So I might have to put something over the top of that, because I don't know why it won't update. JM1231 from his dono, like on a different stream, just gets a bunch of love on this stream. It's just gonna sit there permanently despite other people donating. I don't know. I'll do something else. Maybe I'll put our Twitter handles down there or something. But anyway, got about 12 and a half minutes until things tip off here. I will have an intro video that I'll just start playing around 4 minutes. It'll go 4 minutes long, but I spent all night putting it together. I'm pretty proud of it. I think you guys will enjoy it. It's better than last year's intro video. Shout out to you if you were here last year when free agency started and remember that intro video. You guys liked that, so I know you guys will like this. And we'll just, I don't know, man. It's a waiting game right now. And once free agency starts, obviously we'll get a bunch of news and we'll break down everything. But shout out Caleb Pendergraph, $2 dono. He says, while we wait on KD, thoughts on Miles Bridges? I don't know what to say about Miles Bridges, man. Obviously what he did was really, really wrong. Shouldn't really even need to be said. But in terms of just looking at his market, I don't know if he gets an offer, because that's I don't know, man. I don't know if he gets an offer. What do you think, Eric? I don't really know how to analyze this Miles Bridges situation. Do you have any thoughts on it? I think you're muted. I think you're muted. You muted yourself. There you go.
I mean,
it wasn't me. It was you.
All right. Yeah, my daughter came in. Yeah, you might want to move Miles Bridges down your rankings a little bit.
I didn't know where to. Yeah, I moved him down a little bit. I didn't know where to put him, man.
Dude cost himself probably $140 million. I don't know how you touch him with the felony domestic abuse charge hanging over him right now. I mean, got a question after posting a picture earlier that was questionable in the offseason. I mean, his agent should have locked him up in a room until he signed a contract, so he didn't do anything stupid. And unfortunately for everyone involved there, I think he's pretty much untouchable. I don't know if, I mean, Charlotte might still re-sign him, I guess, but I don't think they're going to do anything else.
You got Jaren Jackson Jr. is out 4 to 6 months due to a stress fracture. Shout out.
Well, 4 months would be
about right when the season starts.
Just a couple weeks into the season. 6 months would be. I mean, that guy's been hurt a lot though.
He can't catch a break. Shout out to Eugene David, $5 dono. He says, "Would Kelv God Blevins for KD be too much to give up?" I mean, Blevins is obviously untouchable.
And unfortunately, he only has early bird rights, not full bird rights. So even if Brooklyn was smart enough to want the Blev God, the contracts don't match. And like we talked about with Ayton, he gets hard cap. So, unfortunately, I think that dream is dead, even though it would make sense for both teams. I don't think Blevins is going to Brooklyn.
Yep. Shout out to Brian Tadovich, $5 dono. He says, "Hey fellas, I don't want to give up Sharp or Ant for anyone. How do you guys feel about Sharp and what he might become?" I dropped a Sharp video. We've talked a lot about Sharp, so won't get too much into depth, especially with limited time. But very high upside. Could be an all-star easily. Good situation for him and has a lot of talent. That's my takeaway.
Yep, seems like all involved are fully on board with Sharp, including Damian Lillard. Chris Haynes reported today that Dame actually likes Sharp a lot, which if you listen to us, you know that we already knew that. So he's going to have a podcast coming up talking about it. But apparently Dame was all in on Sharp and didn't want us to trade the pick once he fell in love with him. So.
Yep, shout out Double Z with a 20, I think that's like a Swedish, I don't know, currency expert. Eric, what is that currency?
I don't know.
He says midnight here in Sweden, so it's probably Swedish currency, but shout out to Double Z in Sweden.
Swedish krona.
Nice. Good Google search. That was quick. Shout out to Double Z with the Swedish krona, 20 Swedish krona. Dono, he says, midnight here in Sweden, gonna be a long night. Well, we got you covered, man. Thanks for the dono. Or, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, M. Alam, $5 dono says, "Tori and Eric, you do amazing work and are very realistic and knowledgeable with your analysis all the way from New York. Let's get KD and some championships." I'm absolutely down for that. It sounds like a good plan. Thank you, M. Alam, for the $5 dono. If I mess up any names, I'm on like 2 hours of sleep, all right? So bear with me. Thank you guys for the support.
I mean, after Kyrie opted in, if we're sitting here a few days later talking about how we traded for Kyrie, I could not imagine our day going any differently.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out Ramiz Marcuz, $2 dono, says, "KD is in Portland. Does that mean anything?" No, apparently KD is at a Mike James basketball camp, so I wouldn't read into it too much at all. I don't think where he is really matters where he's going.
Coincidence that he comes to Portland and then requests a trade, though?
I know. He's like, "Ooh, it's nice here. It's a nice day. I thought the weather sucked year-round. Maybe I could play here." I wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah, unlike the Jeremy Grant stuff where Jeremy Grant was literally staying at Damian Lillard's house and they were working out together knowing that they were going to be teammates, I don't think this means anything.
Yeah. Mateo says, "Thank God it's not raining today." Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. Good weather today. Anyway, yeah, we're about a minute and a half away from our intro. I hope you guys enjoy it. And then free agency will kick off. This timer is pretty dang accurate. I got it pretty spot on. So, yeah, I'm just excited to get things going, man. It's a lot of build up to this, and we'll see what happens.
Yep. And then from a Blazers perspective, so I've basically heard nothing about free agents other than now that Hartenstein is available. I think coming from Billups, from what Tyronn Lue is telling Billups about Hartenstein, I think that is someone we will try to get. Now, if we don't get the full mid-level exception, I think he's going to have too many suitors to where I don't know if he would come here for the tax mid-level exception. If we can get him for the tax mid-level exception, we took a massive dub today, and that's a great move. But the interest in Hartenstein as a free agent is coming from Billups, knowing that if he doesn't re-sign for the minimum with the Clippers, that Lou wanted him to go to a good place, and of course he put in a good word for him with Billups. So that's the only free agent that I've even heard from any of my channels that were even interested in. Everything else has been trade stuff. So the whole Matisse Thybulle thing, and there's several other players like him that we mentioned before, but those are the kind of players we're trying to get versus putting too much stock into free agency. And I think who we get in those trades will be dependent on if we have the full mid-level or not anyway. Yeah. So we kind of have to wait for those to break down, because if we use the full mid-level and then the trade becomes available for Thybulle and we can't do it, then we're kind of screwed.
Yep, and we'll discuss more of that, and I'll thank the dono after after this intro, Eric. Anyway, let's jump into this thing, man. Welcome in to coverage of 2022 NBA free agency, live on Blazers Uprise. Let's look at some of the top storylines as we enter the day. After an embarrassing Game 7 loss to the Dallas Mavericks, there might be trouble in Phoenix. Reports state that the relationship between center DeAndre Ayton and key members of the Suns organization are on the rocks. Could Ayton be headed elsewhere? Could Phoenix get back value in a sign-and trade? What team might offer DeAndre Ayton a max contract? We might find out today. Meanwhile, Miles Bridges was looked at to be one of the top targets of this free agent class. However, legal issues, including a felony domestic violence charge, has seemingly doomed his free agent market. We could get information later today on whether or not that's the case. In New York, the Knicks have been clearing cap space, including sending Alec Burks and Nerlens Noel to the Detroit Pistons. Rumors state the Knicks are doing this in order to pursue Dallas Maverick Brunson in free agency. Will Brunson leave the Mavs? What might the Mavs do to retain him? And how will they bounce back if Brunson does indeed leave for the Big Apple? In a Cinderella season, which almost saw the Cleveland Cavaliers make the playoffs for the first time without LeBron James in seemingly forever, the Cavaliers have an interesting free agent decision to make. Guard Colin Sexton, a restricted free agent, is coming off a torn meniscus which cut his 2022 season short. The Cavs still saw success without him and recently drafted Ochai Agbaji out of Kansas to potentially fill his starting spot. What teams might go after the young guard who recently averaged 24 points per game in the season? It'll be interesting to see how Colin Sexton's market plays out. On the trade front, it is said that Malcolm Brogdon, a guard for the Indiana Pacers, as well as John Collins, a forward for the Atlanta Hawks, are both likely to be traded. We will keep you up to date with all the latest trade rumors. And finally, the Portland Trail Blazers have Yusuf Nurkic and Anthony Simons as free agents. Both players are expected to sign within the next hour, and we will have instant breakdown of their contracts. We will also focus on the Blazers throughout this stream, as well as the rest of the NBA. As of now, free agency has officially opened, so let's get started. All right, hopefully you guys enjoyed that, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Anyway, free agency is now open.
That was awesome. Right.
I had a lot of fun making that. I had a lot of fun with that. So, anyway, we got to catch up on some donos.
Yeah, before we get any news, let's catch up.
So you got Nikola Jokic agreeing to a... Let me just catch up on everything that's breaking right now, and then we'll thank the donos. Nikola Jokic, a 5-year, $264 million Supermax contract extension with the Denver Nuggets, which is the richest deal in NBA history. You got a lot of things breaking right now. You got the Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker finalizing a 4-year, $214 million Supermax contract. It sounds like Booker's not getting traded for KD.
Hartenstein's off the market.
Hartenstein is already off the market. He's agreed to a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New York Knicks. DeAndre Jordan is heading to Denver. Malik Monk is heading to the Sacramento Kings. Victor Oladipo is returning to the Miami Heat on a 1-year, $11 million deal. And All-Star guard Bradley Beal has agreed to a 5-year, $251 million contract to stay with the Washington Wizards. Lots of signings breaking right off the bat, Eric.
Yeah, jeez. Tampering, anyone?
Tampering, I mean, the NBA is unable to get a hold of it, apparently. So, you got PJ Tucker going to the Philadelphia 76ers, 3 years, $33 million. That was expected. There you go. Yeah. I wonder if we're going to have a second round next year.
Yeah, I mean, so the Miami Heat and Victor Oladipo, for example, could talk. So just like us with Anthony Simons and Yusuf Nurkic. So those kind of deals are not tampering. But like PJ Tucker signing immediately is sketch, you know. Yeah, Isaiah Hartenstein signing immediately is sketch. Yeah.
Malik Monk's deal with the Kings, 2 years, $19 million, Eric. That's a bit steep for me, man.
Got paid.
I have to update these graphics. Oh my goodness, this is going to be tough to update them with how fast things are going.
All right, so I think the last donation was ZZ with another Sweden krona.
Yeah, 50 Sweden krona. I got it right here. He says, you think the Nets will care about KD's demands when it comes to destinations? In my opinion, they should go for the best offer. I agree. What do you think, Eric?
I do agree, but the problem is with the players' empowerment of the last... well, I'd say since probably 2010 when LeBron left Cleveland. If KD's requesting a trade from Brooklyn, what would stop him from requesting a trade from whatever team he goes to or not showing up to play? So he could basically force their hand to trade him to somewhere they want to go by telling whatever team he's being traded to not show up. Now, would he give up a 4-year
Mm-hmm.
contract and not play? Would a team call their bluff?
Eric,
Who knows? Yeah.
we got Anthony Simons signing a 4-year, $100 million contract extension with the Portland Trail Blazers. $25 million a year for Anthony Simons.
All right. Nice. Right away. So I'm guessing some of that is incentive based. But yeah, that 25 million a year, depending on what that first year may take us out of the running of using the full mid-level exception.
Yep. At this point, the Blazers, in my mind, have about $6.3 million to spend
But
with their taxpayer mid-level exception.
that also eliminates us from being able to sign and trade him. So
Yeah.
no Ant for KD. So if we get KD, we don't have to give up Ant. So that's
The thing is, yeah. I mean, I guess we could match with Bledsoe, Hart, and Sharp, and yeah, it would be tough, but yeah, Anthony Simons coming back to the Portland Trail Blazers. To be expected. You got Bobby Portis, another expected signing. He's going back to the Milwaukee Bucks on a 4-year, $49 million contract. No surprise there.
I guess the KD trade is not holding up free agency.
Not at all. Not at all. I saw but somebody said in chat Nick Batum was off the board. I assume he went back to the Clippers. I don't know where you guys saw that. I don't see it on Wojciech or Sham's Twitter feed, but Batum is expected to go back to the Clippers. So
Yeah, and thanks to Andrew Hartwell for becoming an All-Star member. Thank you for that. Everyone's saying W's for your intro.
thank you.
The BGN is what? Bulgarian Len or something? Lev? Okay, yeah. Bulgarian Lev.
You got your currency conversion sheet.
No, I was trying to remember because people have donated from but Lyubomir Neshev with a 14 Bulgarian Lev current donation. Thank you very much for that. A lot more W's for your chat. Play-by-play $20 donation. Best channel out there. Here we go. Thank you so much, Chase, for your support.
Appreciate you, man.
And then M alum with the just lost my page, just reset. So
I can look at it. We got M alum with the $2 dono. He says KD confirmed to Rip City after that intro. Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Thank you for the dono. And then M. Kirkpatrick, member for 17 months. That's a long time, man. Appreciate it. Says, fire intro, boys. Thank you, M. Kirkpatrick.
Man, I'm so happy for Ant. It was obvious that we had agreed to terms on a contract with him when he sat out. Otherwise, he probably would have been playing for a much bigger contract. I don't think $25 million is an overpay if it ends up being a flat rate. I think he's going to be well worth that contract, and I'm very happy for him. And I'm so stoked for what he's going to become in the coming years.
Absolutely. All right.
The salary cap is not 150 million. It's actually 123.65. The luxury tax is close to 150 million. But yeah, so Ant, great contract. You're probably going to see a lot of people saying it's an overpay. It's not. He's definitely worth that money, and he's going to show out. Yeah, him and even post Dame, him and Sharp are going to be our backcourt of the future. So, yep, I'm stoked about that.
Absolutely. Let me just get some things updated here. Looks like we had that initial flurry, man. It's always that initial flurry.
Daniel House has agreed to a deal with the 76ers. Trevin's saying $104 million for Brunson. And I'm assuming that's with the Knicks. Bruce Davis says Blazers not going to add anyone good. It's the same old Blazers garbage. Anthony Simons is really good. He's better than any free agent we could have gotten out there. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't go back to any other donations either.
We covered them all, I think.
I think we missed a few, but
no, I have a few too.
Eugene David, $2. Drop a like, guys. It helps the algorithm. Thanks for mentioning that, Eugene. Appreciate it. Jackson with the 18-month member says subscribe. Yeah, if you don't mind leaving a like and subscribing if you like the content, appreciate you guys.
Yep. Yeah, we're caught up on donos. We're good.
Okay. Jared with the $20 donation. Thank you, Jared. And getting Jared. That bag. R.I.P. Hartenstein pipe dream.
Yeah. $8 million a year for Hartenstein. Yeah, I figured the taxpayer mid-level exception wouldn't be enough for him. But yeah, that was the guy I really wanted as the backup center. I mean, but right now we're focused on our starting center. Let's see when Nurkic's signing breaks. I'm expecting it momentarily. And we'll have to see. And then taxpayer MLE, it looks like, for the Portland Trailblazers.
Mo Bamba gone back to the Magic.
What? Shout Jared with another $5 dono. He says another 5 for the $25 million. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate you, man. That's 25 for Ant's payday, man. He's getting paid. I bet. But he's pretty happy about that.
Would it be very hard to put Chris Haynes over the donation thing? He's having a lot of things since the donation thing isn't working.
Yeah, I can do that. Just let me set that up here. The graphics are going to lag behind for a second because I got too much going on. Chris couldn't really help me today. So
it's weird that they would...
What is his handle? It's just Chris Haynes? I guess I could probably just search
I think it's like Chris B. Haynes or something like that.
Chris B. Haynes.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. I got it.
Okay.
Look at Chris Haynes with the lost stuff to break. Good for him. All right.
Okay, so the Magic don't offer him a contract. I don't understand what they're doing. So they don't offer him a qualifying offer, so he's an unrestricted free agent, and then they use, but they still bring him. I don't understand why they wouldn't just offer him the qualifying offer if they were going to sign him.
Yeah, it's very weird. So Jalen Brunson to the Knicks, 4 years, $104 million deal. Nick Batum re-signed with the Clippers, 2 years, $22 million, to be expected as well. I think the Knicks are going to have a tampering investigation for how this Jalen Brunson thing played out. Tough loss for the Mavs after trading for... and Hartenstein. Tough loss for the Mavs after trading for Christian Wood. Tyus Jones back to the Grizzlies, 2-year, $30 million deal. That's quite pricey. But good for him. They traded DeAnthony Melton to assumedly create a little bit more backup guard minutes so that they could justify paying Tyus Jones that amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, Tyus Jones is a good player. It's probably going to get close to that from another team, so they just wanted to make sure they didn't lose him, I guess.
Yep, it's always good to see a T. Jones get a bag, you know what I mean? So, anyway. Yeah, let me get back to trying to get this all updated. Hartenstein's gone. Bamba's gone. Everybody's gone. This wasn't a super hefty free agent class to begin with. But yeah.
Yeah, Jalen Smith is out there. Batum's already signed a letter O. Ingles to Milwaukee?
Really, man?
I don't know. It's what Leon says in chat. But I haven't seen anything.
I want Ingles. I want Ingles back, especially. Yep, it is. Ingles is going to Milwaukee. He's not coming back to Portland. Well, it was nice while it lasted, Joe Ingles.
He goes down as the Pau Gasol, member of the Blazers, but never played for the Blazers.
Yep, that's kind of a bummer, man. I mean, good for him, I guess, going to a team where he can compete right away. But yeah.
Well, he can't compete right away because he's hurt.
Yeah. I love how of course you got somebody in chat say this team is done because we lost Joe Ingles, man. That's just how it goes, huh?
That's Hamza, so don't worry about Hamza.
Yeah, that's just... It sucks, but the dude's not going to be healthy for a while, and I mean, I wonder what Milwaukee paid him, to be honest with you.
I mean, they'd only have the tax mid-level, so the most they could have paid him was 6 something. I mean, it's possible we weren't even offering him anything. I don't know.
I mean, they acted like they were going to value him in free agency, so I don't really know how to read into this.
It's a good kind of low risk, high reward type move for the Bucks if he gets healthy and provides some shooting for them.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like devastating to us that he walked because, like I said, that means we can for sure maybe offer the full mid-level exception to someone.
Yeah, and getting that amount of money is going to make it a little harder.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not complaining about Ant getting that money.
Wes Matthews is going back to the Bucks on a 1-year deal. Congrats to him. Kevin Barker says, is Oladipo to the Heat official? Yeah, it looks like he signed a 1-year, $11 million contract.
Yeah, quite a payday for him, man.
Yeah. I think they had that because he agreed to a minimum contract last year.
Yeah.
But they're the only team that could really pay him this summer because they retained his bird right. So I'm sure a little bit of that, even though it's an overpay based on him not seeing the floor much the last few years, I think a lot of that was just them rewarding him for staying last year on the minimum. So,
yep. All right, I got the top 10 available updated. There we go. We got one of the graphics updated. Anyway, Amir Coffey is returned to the Clippers, 3 years, $11 million deal. I think that's a steal. He's underrated. They just got John Wall, so Amir Coffey kind of a versatile guy. He's played a little bit of point guard for them, but 6'7", plays a wing spot, so it'll be interesting to see if he gets minutes for them. Damian Jones has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. That's actually a pretty good signing for them, an underrated guy, a guy that Reese
is going to love that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's going to hate that because he went to the Lakers, but Reese loves himself some Damian Jones.
He already played for the Lakers once, and they let him go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. And then they were like, wait, we shouldn't have let you go, and now they're reunited. It's like a toxic relationship. Anyway, you got Javon Carter returning to the Milwaukee Bucks as well.
Good for Javon. Daniel asked, are they going to waive Bledsoe today? No, they will not waive Bledsoe today. His guarantee date isn't till July 10th, and they will not waive him prior to that. They're going to try to use his contract in a trade as much as possible until then. And a thing that we haven't really talked about that was utilized in the Danilo Gallinari for DeJounte Murray trade yesterday. So we can talk to Bledsoe. He would do this for sure because he gets more money when he gets cut. You can raise the guaranteed amount to whatever amount you need to match a contract. So let's say we wanted to trade for someone that's making $10 million.
Yeah.
We could raise it to $6.5, $7 million, match it in a trade, and then bring back a player, and then that his full contract wouldn't have to be guaranteed, and then we could so look for that to maybe get a player in a range that we don't have, that doesn't fit in our trade exceptions or whatever.
See, I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, that's exactly what they did yesterday.
Yeah, huh. Yeah, I just always thought you couldn't work it like that, so that's interesting.
The was it I forgot what team Kyle Anderson got. Or not Kyle Anderson. Who am I thinking of? I'm blanking on who it was, but there was a trade a few years ago between like Houston and Miami or something.
Yeah.
Where who's that like he's like a power forward center white shooter, like, but that's all he did. But he was making like 20 million a year or something.
Ryan Anderson?
Ryan Anderson. There we go. Thank you. He had something like that where his guaranteed was changed to fit a trade. But yeah. Yep. Something that is another way to, like, these GMs, the good GMs are figuring out a way to kind of work around certain cap rules. And I'm sure the NBA might close that loophole soon. But yeah. Looks like Chris Boucher's going back to the Raptors on a big deal.
Yep. 3 years, $35 million.
Nurk is mad. Where's people seeing that?
Probably Twitter.
All right. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Everyone panicking. Lou Dort signed a huge contract with OKC. They made him. Wow. They had a chance to have him one more year for $2 million, and then he'd become an unrestricted free agent, much like Jalen Brunson this year. And I think the Brunson leaving the Mavericks high and dry situation caused OKC to change their plans for him and have him opt out and be a restricted free agent right now. And he got paid, but 5 years, $87 million is a lot less than 4 years, $104 million or whatever happened.
Yep. Shout out to JP Savvy, 10. I think that's euro. I don't know currency super well. Thank you, JP Savvy, for the dono, though. He says, "Hey guys, been watching you for a while now. Never commented though. Keep up the good work. You're the #1 basketball channel to me. Go Blazers." And I say no to KD. Interesting. Thank you, JP, for the dono, man. Hopefully you'll comment more. Always nice to have new commenters around here. Anyway, Lou Dort, that's what? It's 15 average annual value? 16? No, that's like 17, 18.
That's right around the norm contract, so just like 17, 18, yeah.
Yep. Boucher off board.
CR Slacker says, "Any Blazer news yet? Sorry, just got here. We re-signed Anthony Simons to a 4-year, $100 million contract."
Yep. A lot of bigs have gone off the board compared to not many guards. Like some of the top guards, you got Bradley Beal off the board, Anthony Simons off the board, Brunson off the board, but you still got Colin Sexton out there. You still got Gary Payton. You still got I guess Tyus Jones and Malik Monk have signed. So
it looks like, I don't know how the Bucks cap situation worked, but looks like they might have offered Joe Ingles the full mid-level exception, which, if that's the case,
yeah, we're not competing with that.
Good player, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Any idea what's taking so long for Nurk? I mean, it's been 22 minutes. We've already re-signed one free agent. I'm sure we have to talk to both agents and stuff, but from everything I've heard, the thing with Nurk was pretty much a given, especially now that we signed Anthony Simons. We have no way of getting cap space, so yeah. Dro, do you want to explain the BYC rule to Dro?
Yeah, so basically the deal is with DeAndre Ayton is in a sign-in trade for the team receiving DeAndre Ayton, his incoming salary is what his salary is next year. So if he signs a max contract, it'd be about $31 million of incoming salary. However, for Phoenix, their outgoing salary is only 50% of what he's making next year. So if he's on a max, it's $31 million incoming for the team he's traded to, but only about $15.5 million outgoing for Phoenix. That makes it hard to match salaries because the team getting Ayton has to trade about $25 million-ish in order to match salary, and that barely matches. Whereas that doesn't work for Phoenix because they'd be bringing back $25 million and only sending out 16 or so. So it just creates some issues overall in terms of trying to sign and trade him.
Yeah, so everyone worried about Nurk. Just take a deep breath. I mean, we had this with Norm. Norm last year. It was fine. We had it all worked out. Yeah.
It took a while with Norm too.
Yeah. I'm expecting Nurk to get somewhere in the 15 to 17 million range.
Yep.
And I think the compromise might be one less year. But yeah, it's I think even if it's a little bit of an overpay, we're not getting someone better. So yeah.
Yep.
Trevelyan Queen signed with the Philadelphia 76ers. Kind of a weird signing.
Yeah, very random. Good for them, I guess.
Devon Reed, 2-year deal. Go back to the Nuggets. Blazers report says not looking good for us. I mean, guys, it's like I said, it's a little over 20 minutes in.
Yeah, a little too early to.
And once again, if you've heard this stream so far, I've been saying that a lot of things I'm hearing is that Portland's kind of not really worried about free agency right now. So, yeah. I don't know what there is to overreact right now.
Yep. Dwayne Dedmon is going back to the Miami Heat on a 2-year, $9 million deal.
That's a lot of money for Dedmon.
Yeah, it is quite a bit. I agree.
Oh, man. Kyle Neely is big mad about Anthony.
Are people unhappy with how much he got paid?
Yeah.
I mean, the dude is a star caliber talent. I mean, he proved that last year in the way he broke out. He's still young, still has a lot of room for growth. I thought that he was a better free agent option in general than Jalen Brunson, simply because Jalen Brunson's older, and I don't think Jalen Brunson is necessarily better than Anthony Simons. And look at what Jalen Brunson got. He got, what, $104 million compared to Ant's $100 million? Jalen Brunson got more. So I am completely fine with what Anthony Simons got. I have no issue with it. And the salary cap's going to continue to go up in the future, so what was $25 million before is going to be cheaper, in the future. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, and we got rid of CJ and Norm to be able to pay him, and now only pay 2 guards versus 4, whatever. But here's the deal. Any way you slice it, when you take a look at Ant's numbers for the entire season and then break them down even further to when he was basically our only good player for some games and still putting up good numbers. The guy put up what is known like universal top 5 shooting guard type seasons. Like he was like top 5 in the league analytically shooting the ball. And he's 23 years old and developing crazy handles and showing a lot of growth. Those kind of players on the open market get this much money. So, yeah. It's not a case of comparing him to other players or whatever. Like, he was our best option to have a window, a championship window. Having Ant back and turning him into a star is more likely than any other, like going for a Bradley Beal or someone like that. So I still think it's worth it. I think we kind of held him back a little bit towards, obviously we sat him out, but we didn't want to show too much of him to keep his number down a little bit. And, 25 is probably on the high end of maybe what we should have paid, but we don't have cap space anyway, so it doesn't really matter, and it's not going to matter as long as we have Dame on the team. The salary we have committed to our players is never going to let us have a max cap spot to sign another team's free agent anyway. So it's going to be trades, and at $25 million, even if you don't like Ant, that is a significant contract if it's just not working out with him and Dame being too offensive oriented. Ant's contract is still a nice, easily tradable contract.
Yep.
And also, you have to keep in mind the salary cap is going up. It went up this year a lot, over 10% compared to last year. In a couple of years, when the new TV deal kicks in, it's supposed to spike like a huge amount. $25 million is going to look like nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, so I have no issues with it whatsoever. You got Thaddeus Young going back to the Toronto Raptors on a 2-year, $16 million deal. They traded for him at last season's NBA trade deadline. They gave up a first-round pick for him, actually. Good that they retained him, because that was a questionable trade.
Well, they basically moved back 13 spots because they got the 33rd pick in that deal. So
but San Antonio got the 20th pick out of that deal, drafted Malachi Branham. I thought that was a really good draft pick for them, so a really good trade for San Antonio. I really like what San Antonio is doing. I haven't really talked much about the DeJounte Murray trade, but I thought that they were kind of stuck in the middle and needed to either swing for some upside that could get them to the point where they could make some noise in the playoffs if that upside panned out, or I thought they needed to take a step back so they could get high enough draft picks in order to potentially get a superstar. They decided to take the step back, trade DeJounte Murray, get a couple unprotected first-round picks in 2025 and 2027 from Atlanta, which could end up being good picks. You never know that far into the future. And then they also will be bad next year, it looks like. And it looks like they're going for they're tanking for Wembanyama. We need a tank motto for him, but I like what San Antonio's doing.
Yeah, I mean, DeJounte's a really good player. I can understand a team going
Bless you.
Going for it all and trading for a guy like DeJounte, but in the Hawks situation, that seemed kind of crazy to give up that many picks. So, yeah. But I agree with you. I think the Spurs are setting themselves up to be bad for maybe 1 or 2 years, and then if some of their talent develops, be very, very tough in a few years.
Yep. All right, cool. The graphics on the left are updated, so everything that you see is the current free agents. The top 10 guards, that's like point guard, shooting guard types. Wings is shooting guard, small forward types. Forwards is obviously small forward, power forward types, and then bigs are power forward, center types. Like that's the thing is like Zach Collins will play some 4 and Jake Crowder plays 4, but they are completely different players. Like Jake Crowder would be under forward, Zach Collins obviously would be under big man, John Collins would be under big man. So I like separating things like that, and it was one less graphic to make compared to doing it for every single position.
Yeah.
Who are good centers that we could get to be backups that are still available? The top big men left on the board, you got, of course, DeAndre Ayton's not going to be a backup, and then Yusuf Nurkic right now is my number 2 rated big left on the board. Hopefully they can resign him soon. And then you got Jalen Smith, could be a potential backup. I feel like he gets more than the taxpayer MLE, though. You got Thaddeus Young's off the board. I need to actually take him off this graphic. You got maybe like a Nick Claxton. I don't know. Then you get down into like LaMarcus Aldridge, Serge Ibaka. So there's not a ton left.
Yeah. What do you think Mitchell Robinson's asking price asked Miko Morris? I think he's probably going to get around 10 million or so.
Sounds about right. Maybe upwards of 12, just because he is an unrestricted free agent, so he can try and leverage New York. But here's the thing: New York signed Hartenstein, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but they did trade Noel, I guess, but they still have Obi, who plays kind of power forward center. But yeah, I don't know. There was a rumor that we were going to sign Robin Lopez.
We were?
This was earlier today before free agency, but yeah.
I feel like we're going to get LaMarcus Aldridge or DeMarcus Cousins as our backup center. I feel like that's...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Going to be a move.
Are the bottom things updating?
What'd you say?
Are the bottom things updating? Okay.
The Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just keep, like, clicking back to the browser, because I don't know if I'm clicked off the browser if it updates. I just click back to the browser, like, every 30 seconds. Anyways, so, yeah.
There is still the possibility that we could be getting Noel out of that Detroit trade if other free agents things happen. So we saw that Detroit traded for Noel, or Olynyk, I guess, would be a possibility from them as well. But yeah, so using that thing I suggested a few minutes ago with increasing Bledsoe's guaranteed portion, I think we could possibly make something happen there if we strike out in free agency. But keep going back to this. As far as I know, they are waiting for things to happen trade-wise, and we're not really super focused on free agency other than their own guys.
Yep.
What would you want, Jalen Smith?
I would, if he came on the taxpayer MLE, I would absolutely want Jalen Smith. Absolutely, young with some upside, can shoot. I think he's an okay defender. And can rebound. Like, that's decent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See. So going back prior to the trade deadline, I was fully on board with Dame and a youth movement, and obviously we didn't execute the trade deadline very well, didn't get enough assets to make that plan fully work. But then, if you hit on Sharp, you have Simon Sharp, Nas, Watford. If you add a big to that, like Jalen Smith, that's interesting to have. I've always wanted a team to do this, because then you still have Dame, Grant, Nurk, Hart. So you'd have a vet win now core, but you'd also have a possibility of a young popping core.
Yeah.
At the same time. And I just think it's really cool when teams do that versus all vets or all young guys or whatever. And so I kind of wanted to try that, but I think what happened is Sharp was like the last, like, okay, we put all our young basket in Sharp. Now we're going to get focused more on the vet core to help win now and have Sharp as our main guy, along with Simons and Nas as our pop guys. And then, so I'm assuming most of the other acquisitions are going to just be vets, but I'd be happy to be wrong if it was for a young player like Jalen Smith.
Yep. I mean, I feel like Derrick Jones Jr. could find his way back to Portland. I won't be mad like I was 2 years ago on the free agency stream when I didn't want him, but I will still throw my hat. If we sign Derrick Jones Jr., I will definitely throw my hat. Yeah, just because that's what I got to do when we sign a Derrick Jones Jr., you know?
Just don't give him the full mid-level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have the ability to, so maybe that's a good thing that we can't. Anyway, here's the Lull. I think maybe this is the Kevin Durant Lull. I don't know, man. You have nothing in the last 15 minutes. Anyway, chat, what's going on? How's your guys' days going? Welcome to the Hangout part of the stream.
Sam asked, what are the chances Miles Bridges gets signed anywhere? I think they're very low right now.
Yeah.
I think teams are going to wait to see, and then the Hornets will just have that qualifying offer, so maybe the solution is for him to just sign that qualifying offer. If those charges stick, he'll probably have to go to jail and probably get suspended for, most, if not all, of a season. And they could rework something if he's free in a year, I guess. But I'm not touching him if I'm a GM right now.
Yep. Joe Ingles, 1 year, $6.5 million contract to Milwaukee.
So, yeah, that looks closer to the tax mid-level then.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a guy who a day or two before about to make $140 million. Yikes! That's not good life choices. And if it's true what he did, he's a piece of crap and doesn't deserve that money anyway.
At what point, Eric? At what point do you start getting nervous about Nurkic?
I think 5 o'clock Pacific time.
Okay, so about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. At about 4:30, because I mean, it was said to be a done deal. You'd think it would get leaked. Everything else in terms of players going back that was thought to be a done deal seemingly has happened already. So I don't know. I'm not worried yet, but...
Well, I mean, we know he's with Clutch, right? It could just be they have the deal already worked out, but he's just waiting a minute to see if he gets an offer elsewhere first. I don't think it's that we're signing trading him or anything like that. I think they're just the type of agency that would possibly use another offer as leverage. So maybe they already agreed to a contract, but then they could go back and say, well, San Antonio's offering us $20 million a year or something, and then get more from us. But I don't see any teams offering him more than 16, 17 million a year, right? So as Charlie asked, what teams are a legit threat? I mean, other than teams that can offer the tax mid-level, I just don't see any teams offering him more than that. It just a lot of rebuilding teams. It doesn't make sense for Nurkic. and then other teams that are good don't have cap space. So I'm not worried about it at all. I think we're fine, and um, I,
Here's where it's different than Norm, because I saw somebody bring up Norm in comparison to this in chat, but Norm wasn't expected that he was like coming back and that we had, basically an agreement for him to come back right at the start of free agency. So that sort of thing would normally take 3-4 hours. I think it actually took 4.5 hours. If I recall, it was 3.5. I'm trying to do it based off the time stamp off last year's stream. It happened like 4.5 hours into the stream. So that's the thing is if 5 p.m. is probably a good time to start getting nervous if he hasn't signed yet. I expect that we'll get news on him before then.
mm-hmm.
I would be surprised if we didn't.
Here's the deal too. If there was any chance we were losing Nurk, we would have absolutely offered the full mid-level to Hartenstein. We would have tried to get Bomba. Like we would have tried to get one of these centers that are already off the board. So now it just becomes trades. So like we're not going into next season with Nerlens Noel as our starting center, like that's like a backup option. So
hopefully
I'm not worried about it at all. In terms of, like Tori tried to explain earlier, a sign and trade Ayton for Nurk, double sign and trade, doesn't really work math wise. I don't know how we match the contract and how they match it, and so it'll be really tough to make that work.
And we get hard cap.
And we get hard capped.
And you're talking about paying Dame $42 million, Ayton probably $30 million, Grant $20 million, $21 million, Simon's like probably $23 million as a starting salary next year. So that's what, like, you're already talking about $120 million for those four guys. Then you got Hart, that's like $133 million. You get hard capped at about $157 million approximately if you sign and trade for a player coming in. So you're already getting up there.
Hamza, man, said if you want to win, you shouldn't worry about the money. We're saying it's literally not possible.
Under the rules of the league.
It's not about spending money. If it's actually the exact opposite of what you're trying to argue. If we want to spend as much money as possible, you want to...
Nurk got paid $20 million a year? That's what chat's saying. I don't know who reported it. I mean,
no.
It's here on the page.
They said Haynes, but I think someone might have gotten fake. Guys, don't fall for fake. We literally have the 3 actual feeds on the screen. Don't worry about it.
Wow, you guys, I see the fake. Oh, I'm disappointed in some of you. Well, we know who got fake. 4 years, $80 million. See what? Okay, so let's just say hypothetically he did sign for 4 years, $80 million. Would you be happy with that price tag?
I mean, it's an overpay, but I'm not being mad about it, but yeah, that is an overpay.
Yeah, just check the tag. And yes, we have Chris Haynes up here updating live, so I don't know how you guys are getting tricked by a fake Chris Haynes when we have the real Chris Haynes right here below Eric's face.
Yeah, but see, so back to my point. Okay. That would be an example of us not caring about money, right? Yeah. We're going deep into the tax, a la Golden State or whatever, if we're giving Nurk $20 million, right? So then we could use the tax mid-level. We could use all our trade exceptions to bring in players and just go way over the tax. Whereas what Hamza was trying to argue, hard caps us, so we can't even do that if we wanted to. And that was Tori's whole point. So you got to look at it from a CBA perspective. If you want to go as far over the cap as possible to show you're winning or whatever, if you're the owner, you can't get hard capped in the situation Portland's in. You're muted.
I know.
Or
I
not talking.
Anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking. Everybody keeps talking about how Kevin Durant is in Portland. It doesn't mean anything. He's at a Mike James camp. Like, KD doesn't have to negotiate with Portland at all. It's Portland has to give Brooklyn the best trade package. So I wouldn't read too much into anything regarding Kevin Durant being in Portland. Beavis says the Twitter text is too small on mobile. Turn up the resolution.
Well, I mean, you could see it update though. So if you don't,
I'm looking at it on my phone, man. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe Beavis needs some reading glasses. I don't know. Just kidding, Beavis. Tried to make it big enough. I was a little worried about that, but
Hyken said it's wrong that KD is in Portland anyway. I don't know. Julian Archer says, "What about Josh Hart and Nurk for a sign and trade for Ayton?" Again, the math doesn't check out on that. I don't think so. It might depend, I guess, on what.
If you bring a player in sign and trade, your salary cannot go above $157 million. That is the problem.
But I mean, in terms of the BYC, is there a way to make that work? I mean, I think both teams would have trouble.
I mean, Portland can take back like campaign under the TPE that they got from Rocco.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do like Ayton plus campaign is like 22 mil outgoing for Phoenix and only about 31 mil incoming for Portland. So that's close enough where you could match
for Portland, but then for Phoenix, it's, let's just say Nurk signed for 15. And Hart's at 13. That's 28 million.
Yeah, I mean, Nurkic would have to sign for a little bit less than $15 million for that to work.
Yeah, which I don't think is happening.
Well, if he signs for an average value of $15 million a year, his first year salary would be less than $15 million.
Yeah,
normally he's backloaded, so. Marvin Bagley has reached an agreement with the Detroit Pistons on a 3-year, $37 million deal. League sources tell Yahoo Sports. Is that an overpay, underpay? What do you think about that?
$12 million a year sounds about right, considering he was pretty good for them after the trade. Yeah.
Feel like that contract could be like looked at as a bad contract a couple years down the line, but you're kind of paying for some upside. He's still, I think, a little bit of an upside play, just hasn't been able to be healthy. So if he can become less injury prone, obviously that's not necessarily in his control, but if he can become a little less injury prone and get some consistent opportunity for a team that could be sneakily solid next year, then he could be worth that contract.
For those just joining us and talking about Nurkic being an overpay, that's a fake Chris Haynes that you guys got fooled by. Here's the deal, though. Just like I talked about with Anthony, $12 million a year right now is still 10% of the salary cap. And in a few years, it's going to be like 5% or so. So, it's a case where they're taking a chance on a young guy, rocking him up for a few years. They don't really have a situation where they need cap space for the next few years. And I really like what Detroit's done this offseason, getting Ivy and Durant out of the draft to pair with Cade Cunningham and Sadiq Bey. And I really like the way their roster is shaping up. And, I mean, he's going to be one of their highest paid players at $12 million. So I don't think that's bad at all.
Yeah. Troy Weaver's done a good job, man. Props to him. I mean, somebody asked about their Summer League team. What's their Summer League team looking like? Because that's our first Summer League opponent.
I haven't seen anything other than the obvious players that we know are going to be on there. But Ivy versus Sharp.
assuming we don't get KD, Ivy versus Sharp should be fun. I forgot to make an Andre Drummond ball.
And once again, with restricted free agents, you have to realize that their value is a little higher because of them being young, and other teams, you want to offer an amount. If you're signing your own free agent right away, you want to sign him to an amount that they don't want to wait to get an offer. Because what if another team offers him like 4 years, 60 million or something, and then you're having to decide whether to match that or not, or you lose him for nothing. So you don't want to get in a situation with restricted free agents where you have to match an offer. Same with Portland. If there was a team out there, like say the San Antonio Spurs, who just traded away DeJounte Murray, what if they offered Ant a max, and then all of a sudden we lose Ant for nothing, and they have to match a max contract? So you have to think about that kind of stuff when you consider what these players are signing for, especially young players with potential that are on restricted free agency.
Yep, and Joe Cronin is not just going to overpay for the hell of it, I don't think. And even if he does overpay a little bit, I mean, is it going to make much of a difference? Probably not.
Patty Mills re-signs 2-year deal with the Nets. Congrats to him. I was kind of surprised he opted out, but obviously they had a 2-year deal. But what are the Nets doing? I mean, Royce O'Neal, Patty Mills, letting Kessler Edwards walk, like, ugh.
See, that front office looked good when they built that team back up without really having draft picks. And then they landed KD and Kyrie. But then since then, I mean, they traded for Harden.
Yeah, the Harden trade ended up being bad. They kind of salvaged it by... I thought they did pretty well in that trade for him. But yeah, overall, it's tough.
You still got Gary Payton II out there as a guard. As an unrestricted free agent. He was somebody that was expected to potentially go back to Golden State. So interesting that he hasn't signed yet. Otto Porter Jr. could be a Blazers target. He's out there. Would be a guy I'd go after with the taxpayer MLE. Jalen Smith as well. Zach LaVine hasn't re-signed yet, has he?
No, not that I've seen.
Jake, apparently they didn't give him the qualifying offer, so he's unrestricted.
I might have been wrong on that. I don't know. But
I changed him to unrestricted because he said he was unrestricted. But I looked at Spot Track last night and he said restricted, so I don't know.
Yeah. I thought I saw yesterday that they decided not to offer him the qualifying offer. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Jayshawn Tate returning to Houston, 3-year, $22 million.
Lots of re-signings. That's a okay value for them, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't he like the most foul-prone player in the league?
I don't know what his foul numbers are, but yeah. I probably would have just paid him the 1.8 this year and took my chances that he wasn't going to make more than 7 after that, but I could see it both ways.
Yep.
Man, that fake Chris Haynes got so many people.
Yeah, dude. I've been looking at chat a little bit. It's just a bunch of people just coming into chat, like, talking about the contract. The contract, quote unquote.
Brandon Tourville says, every year we hope for all these free agent signings and we never get anybody good from free agency other than our own players returning. Part of that is that's the problem being in a small market like Portland. A lot of young, rich athletes do not want to be in a city like Portland. And then also, I mean, that's why, I mean, I'm not going to tell you who to listen to, but we've been telling you guys for months that free agency was not really going to be some sort of huge surprise where we get a Zach LaVine or a max contract DeAndre Ayton. All those guys were never a realistic possibility for us. And so it was always going to be possibly using the mid-level exception. It sounds like right now they're more focused on using the TPEs and some of their other assets to get depth that way. But yeah, free agency was never going to be super huge, even with the flexibility of the trade deadline.
Yeah, and we tried to prepare you guys. We tried to explain that. You know, we don't want to set anybody up with unrealistic expectations going into free agency, and then everybody ends up disappointed. Mm-hmm. We've always tried to be realistic with things.
Yeah. So. And if they re-signed Ant, if they'd re-signed Nurk, they picked up Hart's guarantee. That meant no cap space. They didn't have cap space to do anything. So we still have the mid-level exception to maybe sign someone. But the other thing is, too, Portland did a horrible job last year of taking advantage of this. But there are situations where waiting leads to someone you might have had to pay the full mid-level exception on if you talk to them right at the start of free agency, ends up having to sign for half of that or something because they have no other offers and all the money's dried up elsewhere. Yeah. So being patient and waiting sometimes leads to a more valuable signing for less money. For example, let's just say someone like Kyle Anderson was their target or something, and we end up getting him for the tax mid-level instead of the full mid-level, and we don't get hard capped. Like stuff like that is still possible if they're smart about it. Just got to eventually sign someone, I guess. But if they have trades worked out for players, we don't have a lot of roster spots either. I think if we resign Ant, Nurk, that's 12 players under contract next year, not including Bledsoe. So if we traded for like another one, that's 13. And then you're talking about one more free agent makes 14, and we're at the minimum you need. So, I don't think they're in any rush. So then if we traded for both like Lerner's Noel and Matisse Thybulle or something, then we already have a full roster and we don't even need to really sign anyone in free agency. So I think that's mainly what's happening right now.
Yep.
The letter out says the backup bigs list is no bueno.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though, is this year's free agency class was not a good one, necessarily. And that's what I really realized when I was putting together these graphics and these lists, and I had to rank these players, is just it's not a super quality free agent class. There's still some sneaky guys out there and some solid potential pickups, though. I think it's just more at the forward spot right now with Otto Porter Jr. and potentially Kyle Anderson. Jalen Brunson, $106 million plus Mavericks offer. It sounds like Jalen Brunson isn't a done deal. What? Do you see this Woj tweet?
Yeah. Was it Shams that reported he signed with the Knicks?
Yeah, I think so. Let me scroll back and look. Or was it Haynes? I don't know who it was. Yeah, it was Chris Haynes. Free agent guard Jalen Brunson intends to agree to terms with the New York Knicks. Maybe he put the word intends in there so he could say, well, I didn't say that he actually did. Huh. Okay. So, Jalen Brunson
But that was Nick's can only offer him 4 years. That's a 5 year. That's a pay cut.
Yeah. Maybe it's a It could be a typo from Woj. Lonnie Walker the fourth to the Los Angeles Lakers.
If they use, I think they only had the tax mid-level. If they use that on Lonnie Walker, and don't know about that.
The thing is, he's a restricted free agent too. So
no,
I saw that they tendered him the qualifying offer.
Yeah,
though,
they did.
night.
They did, but this morning they pulled it.
Oh, they pulled it this morning. Okay,
yeah,
well, he's gone then.
Yep. 1 year, $6.5 million. So that's it for the Lakers. Only minimum contracts now. So they are risking a lot on Lonnie Walker being good.
Yeah, that's their Malik Monk signing, except it's not for the minimum this year.
Yeah, man, I don't know what they're doing.
It's just funny.
I mean, they can get minimum contract guys, but yeah.
It's just funny seeing the big markets struggle when they can't just bank on signing big name players. Eric, Brooklyn, what are they doing right now? They are a complete mess. Lakers, what are they doing? The Knicks literally are trying to put themselves into a bidding war with the Mavericks right now for Jalen Brunson. Like, they were trying to clear cap space for Jalen Brunson to pay him like $26 million a year. So you got these big market teams doing some questionable things. That's an LA team and 2 New York teams. The Clippers have done solidly, I think. But I mean, they signed John Wall. You know what I mean? They got their big name free agent guy wanted to come here, so we're good. We got John Wall, and also Joe Cronin gifted them Norman Powell and Robert Covington. But let's not talk about that.
I mean, I know Monk got paid more, but I think I'd rather have Monk than Lonnie Walker at this point. So, yeah, I don't know.
Troy Brown Jr. to the Lakers.
Minimum deal there.
Yeah, here comes all their minimum signings for just very...
That's not bad for the minimum. This guy has some potential still as a playmaking wing that just hasn't really gotten much of a chance. But yeah,
he just doesn't really do
I don't
anything
know.
necessarily bad. He just doesn't do anything.
I just don't know what like why are the Lakers signing like mid guys hoping they turn around their careers in Los Angeles? That doesn't seem like a good strategy.
Yeah.
They make a really good signing in Damian Jones, and then they followed up with...
Yeah, the Damian Jones signing was a good signing for sure. But Lonnie Walker for the MLE, for a team like trying to win and compete, I mean, doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. And then, yeah, Troy Brown Jr., I'm just not super high on at all.
But, I mean, that team needs shooting and defense, and I guess Troy Brown's a solid defender. Lonnie Walker's okay, but yeah.
It's like somebody playing 2K, just like seeing what the highest overall players they could give a minimum contract to, and like Lonnie Walker is rated 3, rating points too high, so they gave him a minimum. That's what it makes me think of.
Oh, I figured out what's going on with Jalen Brunson.
What's going on?
The Knicks are making it try to seem like it wasn't a done deal. So now they're like, wait a minute, we haven't even met with them. I don't know what Chris Haynes is talking about. Why did Shams report that before free agency even started? That's weird. We haven't even had our meeting with him yet.
I honestly, that's
not a bad strategy.
That could be true. Absolutely could be true.
The tampering investigation, they're going to be like, I have no idea, but they just made that up.
Yeah.
How do you prove it?
Exactly. I mean, look at this tweet. See, there was a bidding war.
Nothing to see here.
Chris Haynes is on TV talking about KD, so not expecting much from him at the moment.
Caleb Pendergraft, $5 donation. Thank you again, Caleb. Pairing Westbrook with 2 below-average shooters, the Lakers will build a wall of bricks to protect the basket to shore up their defense. Yeah. I mean, maybe Lonnie Walker turns out to be good, but he's had several chances in San Antonio to have a breakout year. Seems like the last 2 seasons at least, they've been like, okay, Lonnie's going to get minutes this year. He's going to step up and be that player they expect him to be, and it never really seems to happen.
Yep. Did Malik Monk get a deal? Yeah. Sacramento. Yeah. Wasn't it like 10 mil a year too?
Yeah. 19 for 2 years or something.
That's such a Kings signing. Such a Kings signing.
7th Street Production says, I wasn't in here earlier. What do you think of Luka Garza? Is he worth a minimum? Not for the actual roster. For Summer League, yeah, it's fine. Take a flyer on him. I mean, I'd be fine, I guess, if you sign Jabari Walker to an actual contract and had Luka on a 2-way. I wouldn't have a huge problem with that. But overall, I don't think he has the foot speed to be a modern center in the NBA, so I wouldn't really waste too much on him.
I think you could see the team potentially give him a 2-way contract. Considering the Blazers lost Joe Ingles, I think it makes it more likely that their 57th overall pick, Jabari Walker, could be on the main roster instead of a 2-way, so that could create a 2-way spot that then the Blazers just see who performs the best at Summer League between a certain number of guys and gives the 2-way to the best one of them. But they already got Brandon Williams, who's a guard, on a 2-way, so they could go big man Luka Garza on a 2-way. That wouldn't really surprise me, but yeah, I'm not high on him.
Yeah.
People are getting nervous about Yusuf. I'm not nervous yet, but yeah, it's kind of interesting why he hasn't signed yet. Because if they had an agreed to deal, it's just very weird to me. But sounds like Danilo Gallinari will be deciding between Chicago and Boston. I need to make a Danilo Gallinari graphic because he got bought out today. I didn't know if he was going to get bought out or not.
Mm-hmm. And there was another tweet today that Kemba Walker was being bought out, but that trade isn't even official yet, so I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah.
And so just to touch on that a little bit, the moratorium for the new league year, so when all these signings actually become official and then when any trades between now and then become official, is July 6th. So next week. And it's been reported by several places that they're maybe trying to keep that trade open-ended in case they wanted to add more to it in free agency or with other trades or whatever. I still think there's a possibility that they're waiting on the first day they can offer Jeremy Grant a contract extension. I'd be surprised if he took a 2-year contract instead of a 4-year one in 6 months. But there might be something to him not having to wait 6 months to get 2 years of guaranteed money, and they could always pay him still in 2 years the same contract that they would have given him 6 months later. So is it really that big of a deal to wait 2 years versus 6 months to get the second half of that while also guaranteeing the first half of it? I don't know what Grant's thinking there, but I do know that's something that's still on the table for that trade as well. I don't know how likely it is that Grant accepts the 2-year one, but it is a possibility. And you're muted.
Yeah, I said 2 words and then I realized I'm going to give Gallinari the NBA logo. He's not even a Spur free agent to me. And then I got to slot him in. I got to rank him. I don't know. He's definitely top 10 player available, I think, at this point. I don't know if you'd agree with that or not, but
I mean, he's kind of showing signs of slowing down, but yeah, as a scoring forward, a kind of do-it-all offensive player, I think he's still pretty good. I think his defense was a little underrated when he was younger. It's kind of fallen off as he's gotten older, but
Actually, yeah, you got Otto Porter Jr. At 9. It's not as bad as I thought.
Liam Best, Australian $2 donation. Thank you, Liam. What's up with Mike Muscala? I heard he's an unrestricted free agent now.
I haven't been keeping tabs on Mike Muscala. I don't know.
I mean, having a stretch 5 wouldn't be bad. Maybe as a third center, but I wouldn't pay him any more than the minimum. So
yeah, he's just so bad at like everything else.
Yeah. But like, just having some situational players, especially if we improve our defense with other moves, wouldn't be bad. But I don't think you want to give him like the mid-level exception or anything like that. Joe Ingles signed with the Bucks. Everyone, a 1 year, $6.5 million. So he is not coming back. All those coffee tweets with him and Hart are over.
It's so sad, man.
Clax bag. Claxton's re-signed with the Nets for 2 years, $20 million.
Oh wow.
That's just under the mid-level exception. I don't think that's too crazy for him. He definitely had his free throw shooting woes in the playoffs, but overall, energy big, who's a good rebounder and plays decent defense, I don't think is bad. I'm having a hard time imagining Brooklyn being decent with Patty Mills and Nick Claxton and guys like that, and no Durant or Kyrie if that's the option they go with.
Yep. I have a weird feeling we're gonna have like a random minimum signing soon, and it's not gonna be Nurkic, and people are gonna be like, "What in the world?" Just like Cody Zeller last year when people were waiting on Norm. Let's see, we got
Ben Frankowski says he's from Germany and would love to hear our opinion on where we see Schroeder going.
Any team that needs a point guard, really, is one of the better guards left on the board. I can't think of like he could go back to the Lakers for all we know on a minimum. Like I don't think it's a given that he gets a taxpayer MLE, but
yeah,
it's kind of hard to say with guys like that because it could be like 15 different places.
Beavis says the Pelicans haven't done anything. That's because they basically have a full roster with no free agents and can sign like one player this offseason. So I don't think they really have a lot of options to do right now.
Jake Carey says I could see a Kogi with Lou Dort, not being a Blazer option anymore, and I could see a Kogi too, and I would hate that, man.
Yeah,
I would hate that. That would be. I always hate our minimum signings, man. I'm never happy with our minimum signings.
Yeah, I mean he's an okay defender, so I get it, but yeah, he doesn't. That guy's fallen off a lot. Yeah,
I don't know if he ever arrived. He just can't shoot the ball at all.
No problem, Ben. Thanks for watching.
Hamza, that comment makes no sense. It's not even possible. They only have minimums. James Harden of Sixers.
What do you say?
Oh, clutch players are teaming up in LA. Nurk might be gone.
Hamza's the panic master.
Thanks for the laughs. James Harden and Philly going to meet this weekend to negotiate his new deal.
Man, just got to say, Harden, if he accepted a lot less money to get Tucker free to sign there, I mean, he's done a lot of questionable things in his career, but that's kind of cool to have a player of his caliber do that kind of thing. I don't know, some of that's maybe he is worried about some of his quickness being gone and then being exposed if he doesn't sign a long-term contract this summer. But I mean, he could have re-signed. I think it was for 46 million or something with his options. So if he takes somewhere like 39 million instead, that's quite a bit of money to give up to just to have another player sign there.
Yeah. So I know you said till 5 p.m., but I am officially starting to get slightly, just slightly, but slightly nervous.
All right. Well, I have a solution. Before I do that, though, Arya Pathak says, are we going to be involved in the Eric Gordon Philly trade? From what I know, if that trade happens, we are a part of it. I just don't know if that's going to happen because originally at the draft, it was basically Danny Green's contract and Thibault going out, I think, along with someone else. And then we were going to take Thibault instead of him going to Houston. But now that they don't have Danny Green, it might have to be part of a bigger trade because they don't have a lot of contracts to match Eric Gordon's.
Yeah, they don't have Danny Green. They also don't have any future firsts.
Yeah, well, maybe they end up trading the 23rd pick.
Yeah.
I think they can... I think there's like 1 year, like 2025 or something, that they can possibly trade a first because...
No, I looked at it. So they owe a first in 2025, and then they owe a first in 2027.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
And it's and it's top 8 protected in 2027 and 2028. So they can't trade 2029, Stepien Rule, Stipend, however you say his name. But they could make the 2027 first round pick unprotected in order to trade probably an unprotected 2029 first, because you can't trade first past 2029. But are you really going to make maybe two picks unprotected in order to get Eric Gordon? I mean, I know the whole plan is to reunite all the former Rockets teammates, but that's questionable.
Yeah. Unless, I mean, that trade would have to wait, I guess, but maybe they got Melton because Houston wanted him. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't just do that at the time of that first trade then.
Yeah. Would have been a lot easier.
Yeah. Luke Babbitt. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. DeLon Wright or re-sign Chris Dunn-Beck. The Blazers don't really need either. They definitely don't need to spend anything more than a minimum on a guard. You got Josh Hart as the third guard, and then you also got Keon Johnson. So
I do think they should have a third insurance point guard, just in case Dame or Ant have to miss a game or whatever. Or I know they have Brandon Williams, but I'd rather have someone a little better than that. So they have other needs first. So yeah.
Yep. By the way, since there's a lot of dead time right now, follow us on Twitter. Twitter link's down in the description box below. Also, subscribe to our second channel where we'll be streaming throughout the off-season Mondays and Thursdays. 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is when we go live. That is Blazers Uprise Live, our second channel. Link in the description below for that. Might as well just plug some things right now as we wait.
And yeah, for those in chat that don't know, Caleb Wilson is a Nurkic, and he's just going to continue hating on him. So it doesn't even pay to engage with him in chat up over it. He's so far gone at having any discussion about it.
So yeah, I'm kind of wondering what the deal is with Nurkic not being re-signed, and if there's some sort of... I know the math is very, very iffy, but they let Ingles walk when they have his bird rights, right? And Ingles got paid $6.5 million. It sounded like Ingles was interested in coming back. I don't know. Seemed to enjoy tweeting with Josh Hart. I don't know. Maybe reading too much into that, but he leaves, and then you got Nurkic taking a while. I just wonder if there's something that Joe Cronin is trying to do right now, and if so, I wonder what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm ready for my solution if you want it.
What's your solution?
I am going to take a bathroom breaks, which means
okay, goodbye.
I'll come back to a Nurkic signing.
Oh yeah, that's in case you guys don't remember last year, Eric left when Norman Powell he was gone when Norman Powell re-signed. I had my solo camera up. There, you guys get to watch Eric walk away. I'm not putting up my solo camera. All right, because I had my solo camera up when Eric came back to react to Norman Powell resigning, and yeah, so I'm just not even gonna put up a solo camera. But yeah, he was gone when Norman Powell resigned. So if Nurkic resigns in like the next 2 minutes or maybe 10 minutes, then Nurkic just needs to. Or then Eric just needs to maybe not be here so we could get re-signings. I don't know. Actually, that's the only re-signing I want. Then Eric needs to come back so we don't re-sign CJ Ellaby or something. Is this live? This is absolutely live, Tom Rockbottom. The Twitter feeds are live. Everything's live. There's like a 4-second delay between when I'm talking and when you're hearing me. I don't know why my phone's vibrating because I definitely turned off the vibration. Let me make sure Twitter's up. Yeah. Nothing. No signings since Nick Claxton 11 minutes ago. Before that, it was Troy Brown Jr. 20 minutes before that. So a little bit of a dead period. This tends to happen. Shout Liam Best, $2 Australian dono. He says, favorite Blazer teams of last decade ranked. # time waster. Chat, let me know who your favorite Blazer teams in the past decade were. My favorite team, it might have been Dame's second year. That was the first year that I saw them win a playoff series because I was too young for any of their earlier series wins. So that team was a lot of fun. Just the way they started the season, and then, the playoffs. It was a lot of fun watching that team in the playoffs. But people say 2019 team, but there's a lot of guys that frustrated me on that team, despite them playing well. I would go with the 2013-2014 team as my favorite Blazer team of the past decade. Eric, what was your favorite Blazer team of the past decade? This was a dono by Liam Best. Thank you, Liam, for the dono. He said # time waster since we're in a lull here.
Yeah, now people are worried because I came back. Dang it.
Yep.
I think in terms of moments, yeah, you can't beat 2019. Dame shot, punking Paul George and Russell Westbrook, and then winning Game 7, comeback fashion on the road in Denver.
Was that your favorite team, collectively?
I'm just saying in terms of moments, I really liked the 2014-15 team, but I also really liked as much as it sucked to lose 4 players, the season after Aldridge left was a lot of fun, being better than expected, and Dame kind of solidifying himself as a star, and us making it to the second round. I think that team was a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
But is that just in the Dame era, I guess? There's been teams prior to that I like too.
Yeah, I went 2013, 2014. That team was fun, man. I miss Batum and Matthews. And thing is all the starters on that team are still in the league, despite it being almost a decade later.
Mm-hmm.
You got all four of the other starters next to Dame are all free agents right now. Nick Batum just re-signed with the Clippers, and Wes Matthews re-signed with the Bucks. But they were free agents. You got LaMarcus Aldridge as a free agent. Maybe this conversation just triggered a LaMarcus Aldridge to Portland coming back reunion signing. I still remember waking up and seeing that he had signed with San Antonio. It was on the 4th of July. Sean Dawes says we could have done a sign and trade with Charlotte for Ingles. They need a small forward now. Ingles went to Milwaukee, so not Charlotte.
And teams like Milwaukee can't do sign and trades because they'd be hard capped, and then I don't think they could stay under.
Yeah. Yeah, Roy was my first favorite Blazer, chat. I watched a little bit of Washington. I actually watched college basketball before NBA, and I started watching college basketball when like Adam Morrison, Brandon Roy was in college, and I've always been more of a Gonzaga fan than a Washington fan. So I really wanted Adam Morrison. I was too young to know if that was good or not. And then I was bummed out when we didn't get him. And then we drafted Brandon Roy. I was like, that's okay. I'm a Washington fan a little bit too, so Brandon Roy's cool. And then of course, turned out to be a phenomenal draft pick. If only he could have stayed healthy. Is it possible to sign Nurk and trade for Bamba or someone else? Bamba re-signed with the Magic. I would do signings in the bottom ticker, but signings happen so fast that I just didn't. So, but if you look at the top available, like top 10 guards on the left, those are the players that are currently available. When do you think we'll get the next tweet, Eric? What is your prediction?
In like 37 seconds.
37 seconds? I'll take that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chat, give us more questions. This is a Q&A now. A Q&A with almost 1,000 viewers.
Andy asks, Orlando has a really crowded front court. Might Jonathan Isaac shake free? I think he is shaken free, and Orlando would love to dump him on someone. But I don't think there's many teams that want to deal with the headache, both injury-wise and outside of basketball-wise, that is Jonathan Isaac. And I think a lot of teams, even if they got him for an expiring contract and minimal assets, would have a tough time justifying that kind of move.
Yep. Definitive One says, so after a free agent signs, they can't be traded until a certain date. That's what I was trying to understand. December 15th is the date for most. And
then some, like, I think Anthony Simons, since he went way over, we used full bird rights to do that. I think it's January 15th for some of those players.
Oh, there's a tweet.
That was pretty close, man.
Yeah, USC and UCLA have been notified that their application to join the Big Ten has been accepted. The schools will begin play in 2024.
R.I.P. Pac-12, man. Jeez.
That's what we were waiting for, huh?
That sucks.
The WCC is now a better basketball conference than the Pac-12. I don't want to hear any more Ducks fans telling me that Gonzaga doesn't play in a real conference. What a troll to retweet that right now.
I know.
Shout out to CR Slacker, $5 dono, says, who was your most disappointing Blazer of the last decade? Mine's Raymond Felton, #time waster. Raymond Felton was 2011-2012.
Ooh.
So that wasn't the last decade. We are a decade removed, and I still hate him. So, if we're including that season, I would go Raymond Felton too. But most disappointing Blazer of the last decade. Maybe, I mean, in terms of like a guy who, like Festus Ezeli was an exciting signing and then he didn't play, so that was just really disappointing that he never even played.
Pau Gasol, Joe Ingles.
I wasn't expecting as much out of Pau Gasol.
Yeah.
I mean, Evan Turner, just because of what he got paid and then how annoying he was to watch, is up there. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody obvious. Chat, let me know if there's any other names to bring up. Aaron Aflalo wasn't bad. It just he was thrust into the starting role and then he was like banged up. See, people say Hazonia, but I told you guys. I think this is right when the channel started. Was when we got Hazonia, right? I told you guys that Hazonia was trash when we got him, and so many people were like, wait until he plays in a real system like Portland. He's been stuck in Orlando and New York and I forget where else he played, but just wait till he plays in a real system like Portland. And it's like, you guys apparently haven't watched him. He's not good at basketball. I had the same conversations with Nick Stauskas. That's what people said about Nick Stauskas too. Wait till he plays in a real system. So Hazonia didn't disappoint me because that's exactly what I'd expected.
Caleb Pendergraft with a $5 donation. The answer to that question will always be Raymond Felton this decade or any other. Funny.
Perfect answer. That's what I'm going with. Thank you, Caleb, with the $5 dono. Bro, Caleb's dono messages are just exquisite.
Yeah.
Armand Johnson, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Stotts. There's the answer. Stotts. Trevor Williams says Stotts.
I have two answers.
Yeah.
I was severely disappointed in Norm last year.
Yeah, he was up there.
Trading for him, I thought was good, and I thought the contract. I still think the contract's decent, but I just felt like he didn't want to be here, and that was kind of a bummer. And then along those lines, I feel like Rocco just turned into a complete shell of himself this last year and hunted steals and blocks versus trying to play good team defense. And I think that was sad to see as well.
Yep. It's sad that there's a lot of solid candidates.
Yeah. And then I was a little sad that, I mean, CJ, for all the good he did here, he has a huge season in 2016-17, and then kind of like got a little less better every year instead of building upon that. And especially like the playoffs in 21, I just felt like he didn't step up at all in that Denver series, and we should have we probably should have beaten the Nuggets if he plays like he is capable of, and so that was frustrating to me.
Yep. Shout out to Shaggy Squid, $2 Australian donut, says Odin's injury disappointed so hard, man. Yeah, I mean, if we're going back, that's the clear-cut one of the previous decade. I mean, injuries in general are always very disappointing. Shout out to JM1231 with a $2 dono, says Zach Collins mostly because of injuries. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with that too. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to include someone because of injuries, but yeah, for sure. He had earned a starting spot with his play in the postseason of 2019. We were 2-1 in that season without Nurkic that next year. I feel like we trade Whiteside if Collins is healthy. Then we go to the bubble with Collins, go 7-2, including the play-in game and games he starts, and then he gets hurt again. So that season we were 9-3 when we had Collins and way under 500 when we didn't. So yeah, that was really disappointed, and then never getting healthy from there, for sure. But I'd never like to say that's my biggest or the player I hated the most over that time because, I mean that's just injuries.
Yep. Shout to Fiddlestuck Farms $3.21 dono says Sans Nurk, what's our financial position post Ants? Eric.
All right, so I mean this could change a little bit with depending what we paid Anthony Simons the first year. If it's a flat $25 million a year for 4 years, it's a little different than if we start out with like 22 with 8% raises or whatever. So a little bit of this is fluctuating depending on that, but let's just assume it's closer to 25, which if we cut Eric Bledsoe right now, our salary's at $129,571,000. And that doesn't include Nurk, obviously. So we're just over the cap, with plenty of room to sign both Nurk and use the full mid-level exception, and stay under the luxury tax line, or not the luxury tax, but the hard cap line. If we didn't use the full mid-level exception, if we just re-signed Nurk somewhere between 15 and 17 and minimum contracts for the last 2 roster spots, I think we still could stay under the luxury tax line. I'd hate to see that because that means that we're going cheap again. But certainly a possibility with how things have shaken out the last couple of years.
Yep. We finally have another signing. Juan Toscano Anderson is going to the Los Angeles Lakers.
So they get another wing player that can't shoot?
I was looking forward to seeing your reaction to that.
That's 3 now?
Yeah.
I mean, for the minimum, I guess that's not a horrible signing. He's got experience and a hustle guy, but
that's funny, man.
I don't see how a lot of these players fit with their other players on their roster.
Yeah, I don't even have much to say about that. Yeah. Jake Carey earlier asked the most pleasant Blazer surprise of the past decade. Honestly, maybe recency bias, but I kind of have to go Trendon Watford. That dude looked really good last year, and we never get like undrafted players that look good or do anything. So, like if we're talking about an out of nowhere surprise,
yeah,
I go with him.
Looks like Mavs are signing JaVale McGee.
JaVale McGee to Dallas. All right, maybe
that rules Nurk out as a possibility there, though.
Yeah, I get the. I don't know if it would it?
I mean, they got Christian Wood, JaVale McGee. They still have Powell. I don't know. My biggest surprise, I think, is well, player-wise, I'd probably say going back to something we just talked about, I was surprised how quickly Zach Collins was able to contribute and get on the floor, because he was supposed to be more of a project. But also, man, I had someone, but I lost it. I think Gary Trent becoming like an actual starting level shooting guard, that was kind of surprising to me. I felt like he was more of just like a shooter, rotational guy, which he's shown signs of improving his defense, of course. But yeah, I think him becoming an actual good NBA player was a surprise. I thought he was just going to be more of a shooter.
Yep. So what do you think, JaVale McGee to Dallas? That's Phoenix losing a big man, and they need some big man depth. Biyombo's also a free agent. You got DeAndre Ayton, of course, with his saga there. So Phoenix is going to need to go find a backup center replacement and maybe a starting center. Who knows? So we still got the KD stuff hanging over
Man,
our heads. Like,
man, I would love for like San Antonio to just offer 8 and a max right now and completely screw Suns up because then they couldn't trade him either.
yeah, yeah. See, but like the Spurs are trying to be bad though, so I don't
No,
feel
I
that. I feel
know,
like they
but well,
won't.
I mean, Aiton kind of fits in a bad time.
Just
I know
let
that.
him be a point center, and you can tank
Yeah,
for a real point
that's
center.
that's what he wants, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would offer him
Or
the starting point guard role to replace DeJounte Murray.
you just wait till December 15th and then you trade him to one of these teams that really wants him, and
Yep.
you picked up more picks probably.
Yep. There you go. Smart.
Adam McVeigh with the I think Australian $5 donation. I'm more disappointed in Zach Collins being a white American born big from Gonzaga. Okay.
What?
Gonzaga hate, man. Tori will not stand for that.
That's Adam. Okay. I was wondering who said that, man, because that's the thing. If that's somebody I know, he's just trolling the people I argue with. If it's somebody I don't know, I would say maybe they're being serious. Thank you for the dono, Adam. You made me click back to the stream page. I was sitting here looking at Twitter. I'm literally just staring at oh wow. That's quite a paid that's probably taxpayer MLE, but 3 years, 20 mil for JaVale McGee from Dallas. Player option third season. That's
Yeah.
about the best case scenario in terms of a contract I could have expected for him. That's kind of
Yeah.
questionable from Dallas's end.
Yeah, I mean, get the guy you want. That's fine, but I'm glad we didn't do a 3-year contract with him. Yeah.
How old is he? He's been around forever.
Um,
Didn't he play? Didn't he play on the Wizards when like Gilbert Arenas was there? I don't think they're talking.
I don't think that's the right person.
Eric, he's gonna turn 35 in the middle of next season.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's 34 years old right now. Turns 35 on January 19th. So 3 years with a player option for a big whose like game is kind of athleticism based.
So that would have been like if we gave Ingles a bag or something.
Yeah, but see, like Ingles' game isn't athleticism based at all. You know, like I feel like it could age just fine. I feel like he could bounce back from this and be productive. JaVale McGee, I feel like isn't gonna be a productive big man a year or two from now.
Jake Curry says he did play with Gilbert.
He did. Okay, yeah, see, yeah, he's been around for forever, man. You remember him like trying to dunk from the free throw line and almost threw the ball through the backboard?
Yeah.
He was a Shaqtin' a Fool legend before Shaqtin' a Fool was a thing.
That's a guy who's really turned his career from being a joke into like a very capable backup big man. Might have to start us. Mavericks. So.
Yeah, good hide, Trevin. I don't know what the.
That's being spammed in the hidden
I know
comments.
it is not showing up.
Splendid. Please stop saying the same thing over and over. We just have to hide it every time.
Also, that's just a weird thing to say. Chat, you will never
there's
know.
Like no context to it.
Is that supposed to be are you trying to break a signing? That's so dumb. Taylor Packer, what do you mean that one time? You mean that thousands of times?
We have it every stream.
Yeah, like we went a while without getting one of those bots. I think that was the first one I saw in chat. Maybe I missed one earlier, but that was a pretty good run. Maybe YouTube's cleaning it up. What did I miss? Says forgive Irvin. Anthony Simons re-signed with the Blazers on a 4-year, $100 million deal. Yusuf Nurkic has not yet re-signed, and we're 13 minutes away from Eric getting nervous about that. And you have, I mean, nothing else too substantial. Isaiah Hartenstein to the Knicks.
Speaking of,
Oh well, they hurt us. That's on you,
you
Taylor.
can't even match it.
Is Katie in Portland right now? I don't know, and I don't think it matters.
Another one?
No, that's the same one. Jackson just deleted the message, I think. I don't know. Maybe
I hit it, yeah.
Yeah. It's a game for our mods to see who can be the first one to ban the chat bot.
Yeah. And Splendid was saying something about Rachel Nichols and Jimmy Butler with no context. It was just a weird comment, so I don't think anyone's missing anything, but
if you know, you know. Yeah.
All right, for everyone bringing up Bo Cruz in chat, sure, I'll talk about him. No, we do not want Juancho Hernan-Gomez. He's not that good,
Who's
and
that?
I
want Bo Cruz.
It's Juancho Hernan-Gomez.
Who?
You know who Juancho Hernan-Gomez is. Stop.
I know who Willie Hernan-Gomez is.
His brother?
I'm trolling you.
I know.
I'm trolling you.
He's in a movie called Hustle,
yes,
and that's his name in the movie.
I want Bo Cruz.
Well, I know you don't say that, but
Taylor Packer, that would be a solid signing.
uh,
Do you want Bruno Fernando, maybe? I mean, he has a phenomenal name, but not a phenomenal game, so no.
If this is the Chris Wright we know, I want to answer this question. If it is, hi Chris, good to have you here. He says, of the top 10 available, who do you think is do you think is the best places for them to sign?
That is a good question. Let me look at this. I mean, Harden returning to Philly, Zach LaVine returning to Chicago. Ayton? Where do you think the best spot for Ayton is? Detroit made a lot of sense until they drafted Durant and traded for Noel.
I still think it's Phoenix.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there, though, apparently.
I mean, we went through this with Nick Batum, you know? They know they're stuck where they're at, and I think if they give him a big contract, he'll be fine.
If he goes somewhere else, where do you like for him? I mean, Charlotte could make some sense. They just drafted Mark Williams, but
I am of the opinion that unless you're an elite big, it's not worth paying, above 22 to 25 million for. I think that ruins franchises, so I would stay away from him.
Absolutely.
I would stay away from him most, but
yeah.
If I could pick a place that doesn't have cap space, like the Lakers would be a good spot, Clippers would be a good spot, Raptors would be a good spot.
Raptors would make some sense considering they lost out on Mo Bamba, and if OG Anunoby is actually unhappy, then maybe that could make some sense.
They got the GOAT Christian Coloca, though.
Yeah, backup center, there you go.
Mm.
Or you could start Ayton at the 4 and like Siakam at point guard or whatever positionless crap they want to do there.
Yeah.
Brian Windhorst says the Lakers could potentially put together a package that lands Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Yeah, with a lot of assets. They don't have assets for one of them, let alone both. That's how you know Windhorst is just... Dude, I swear Windhorst gets paid by the Lakers.
I mean, maybe if they're trading AD and LeBron for him.
Yeah. I mean, that could make some sense, right? Because KD and Kyrie still want to play together. LeBron and AD didn't have better success last year. Maybe they just trade LeBron and AD to Brooklyn and then
LeBron, AD, Royce O'Neal, Ben Simmons. What a
Ima-
weird team.
Imagine that's the trade. That would be kind of hilarious. Reunite KD with
Westbrook.
Westbrook. Kyrie gets traded for LeBron. That's funny, man. And then Westbrook is still just unmovable.
Anthony Simmons with an Oklahoma City Thunder logo says, "Are we possibly putting together a package together for Ayton?" Are you talking about the Thunder or the Blazers?
Yeah. Because our we, I don't think, is the same as your we. Sounds kind of weird. Blazers. Go ahead, Eric.
Uh, I mean, I don't know how we get a deal done with them right now. I don't see the Suns really wanting Nurk that bad, and I don't think we would give a max to Ayton. I just don't think that makes sense. I don't think it makes sense from Dame's point of view. He's really good friends with Yusuf Nurkic. I don't think he would want to swap Nurkic and Hart or someone else for DeAndre Ayton. Um, I don't see why we would do that. Um, yeah, so I would be surprised. I'm not. As time goes on, I'm not going to completely dismiss that because that could be what they're trying to do, but I don't see why Phoenix would not just want to re-sign Ayton and get Ayton to a team that is going to be competing with them in the West next year.
So, this is a bit of a lull because you have NBA Central crediting Christian Winfield for a report, and he says, quote, Fat Joe told me he is close to Donovan Mitchell, and Mitchell's dream is playing for Miami, not his hometown Knicks. We're using Fat Joe as a reference.
Well, I mean, almost NBA players would love to play in Miami, so I don't think that means anything. Miami's always listed. Whenever there's a player like that, it's always like, oh, Miami's the top three. But they don't have a lot of tradable assets that teams want, and they have no picks. So I don't know how they're going to get him, man. So even if he wants to play in Miami, I don't see them trading Bam or Butler for him. So I don't know how they accomplish that.
Yeah. Well, for the record, Fat Joe tweeted out, quote, Fat Joe has never said this with a cap emoji. So
yeah. Yeah, I think Easy Peasy asked, do you think it's possible nothing happens with Nurk today? Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, free agents don't have to sign today. This is just the first few hours of free agency. But
Nurkic would troll the fan base.
I would be really surprised. Yeah. But let's see. Adam McVeigh, you're correct. So now that we've agreed to terms with Anthony Simons, he can't be traded. I believe it's till January 15th in his case, so we're not signing trading him. So if we do trade for Kevin Durant, it would have to be Sharp, Hart, Bledsoe, and a bunch of picks. Nas probably.
Question: Could Sharp, Nas, Winslow? Or no, yeah, Sharp, Nas, Winslow, and Bledsoe match. That's what, 25. That's like 33 million, and Katie's making what, 44.
Something like that.
Yeah, you'd have to throw in probably Didi Louzada and Greg Brown, and that's like a 5-for-1. But Portland does have TPs to take back other salary, like smaller salary, to make the numbers even.
Cameron, because once you sign a deal, you are not eligible to be signed and traded, and that's why we always say on this on this channel that sign and trades are unrealistic when you're talking about trades that involve your own free agents to other teams, because In order for Ant to have been signed and traded, he would have had to agree to that contract with another team, but not signed it, and then Portland would have had to work out a trade for him to go to that team. But since he re-signed with us, that means we can't sign and trade him because it's like signing a free agent, and you can't trade those guys for 90 days in most cases, or in this case, 120 days.
We should sign and
into
trade.
The regular season.
We should sign and trade him with the 7th overall pick, Eric, right now.
But any trade scenario that you see prior to free agency that involves, Portland should just trade Nurkic to this team for this player, those all bogus, man. That's not how sign and trades work. It's actually the exact opposite of that. So that's why I always cringe when people bring up sign and trades.
Yep. Apparently JaVale McGee is expecting to be Dallas's starting center. And he kind of got paid like it. I mean, kind of questionable. But
I mean, it's probably better than Powell, who they were starting at center last year. I guess they're playing Wood at the 4.
I guess. I mean, if they lose Brunson, they got worse. And I wasn't super high on them to begin with. They already didn't have enough, like, creation, in my opinion, outside of Luka. And if you lose Brunson and you get back Wood and then you play him at the 4 where he's questionable defensively, and then you're bringing in a about to be 35-year-old JaVale McGee. Yeah, it's just iffy.
Kleba is not a free agent. He's under contract for 1 more year, I think. I got a few seconds, man. It's not quite 5, Adam.
Watch it break right at 5. You got 15 seconds left until you're nervous, Eric. You have to be nervous then.
How's Woj and Shams really not tweeted at all?
Nope, they are on vacation now. Oh, no, here you go. Here's a Woj tweet. Anthony Gill signing a 2-year deal with the Washington Wizards. Is that what you were looking for, Eric?
Yeah, sure.
Shout out to those of you who chill with us during the lulls and during the downtime. We appreciate you.
Airmaster says, I'm now legally required to be nervous. Yeah, all right, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah.
So are you, or did you lie earlier?
No, I mean, I'm not feeling any different than I was 5 minutes ago, to be honest. But, yeah, it's a case where... yeah.
Beer says, why would Portland sit Nurkic in his contract year if the deal was not already done? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
And that's the only thing preventing me from not being worried. And everything Nurk's done, whether you think that's trolls or not, seems to indicate he was going to be back as a Blazer as well. So, no, they're not letting Nurk walk to give the full Emily to Mitchell Robinson. They could do both right now, and have both of them together. They could give the full
MLE and resign Nurkic. I thought the math didn't work out on
that. No, it does work out. I think it's close, but it depends on what Nurk's first year is.
All right, I'm gonna do let's do the math. All right.
Well, it depends on what Anthony Simons, because right now they have assuming Anthony got 25, they're 27 million under the hard cap. So they have the full MLE and then 16 million or so to play with. So depending on if Nurk started off around 15 and Simons was actually around 22, they could easily, and that's without stretching Bledsoe. So they have just enough for the full mid-level, sign Nurkic to about 16 million first year, and then stretch Bledsoe 1.3 million and sign another minimum for the 14 spot.
I'm gonna try and determine how much Anthony Simons' first year salary is right now, with 8% raises, which is what I assume it would be.
But yeah, if they're going to use that's correct. If they're going to use the full mid-level exception, that probably rolls out a Bledsoe trade if they resign Nurk as well. So, yeah. Don't really care, Aeromancer, but thanks.
What'd he say?
Nothing. It's comparing us to something else.
Yeah.
Would you guys be okay if Blazers traded for Noel? I really don't want them to, but I mean, if we got him for like nothing as our backup center, sure. I'm not a huge Nerlens Noel fan, but
I mean, give us a mobile rim protector that can rim run.
Yeah.
Liam Best, $2 Australian dono says, why would he do the Grant pick if he was leaving? I agree. That would be, I mean, like, he's tweeted like he's coming back. All the puzzle pieces, you would assume that he's one of the puzzle pieces, right? But, somebody said maybe Nurk saw the fake 4 years, 80 million report and wants to renegotiate to that.
Nuno, that was a fake Chris Haynes tweet.
Yeah, speaking of the fake Chris Haynes tweet,
you got whatever. It's
look
not ball sack anymore. It's butt crack.
Look at the Twitter handle. It should say at Chris B Haynes or at Shams Sharania, however you say his last name, or at Woj ESPN.
Jeff Green, I did not see any donos come up from you. I don't know if you see anything differently, but
I don't see anything.
Tag me, Eric Brandt, in a message.
Oh, he did. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Jeff Green. Yeah, we did miss your dono. Apologies. Shout out to Jeff Green, $5 dono, says, resign Nurkic and bring back LA on a 1 year and I'm okay with today. I would be okay with LA on a minimum. He was good last year, man. Yeah, sorry for missing your dono. Thank you. I appreciate the support. And LaMarcus averaged, like 13 points per game and 22 minutes a game? It's pretty good considering the minutes he was playing. And did it efficiently too. He was, 58% from 2. His 3-point shooting took a dip compared to the previous 2 years where he shot about 39%. But per 36, that's 21 points per game, almost 9 rebounds. And then Basketball Index had him graded out as a solid rim protector. Foot speed wise, he's poor right now, so he might be best as a drop big, and I'm not the biggest fan of drop, but for a minimum signing, you could do a whole lot worse than what he did last year. I would be worried that maybe he'd take a little bit more of a step back, but for a minimum, it'd be pretty cool to have Aldridge back on a minimum. I wouldn't give him anything more than that, though. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that dono. Yeah, thanks, man. So for Anthony Simons' first year contract, it's gonna be like 22.3. Yeah, it's gonna be like 22.3. That's with 8% raises.
All right, so that gives us almost $30 million to play with our last couple of roster spots, including having to resign Nurk.
Yep.
And that's not stretching Bledsoe once again. If we stretch him, that's another 2.6 on top of that. So we're talking like 32.6 million
of room left.
Of room under the hard cap.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
There's no way of knowing that. Taylor Packer, I mean, he could get traded tonight. It could be weeks. Yeah, there's no way of knowing when a KD trade. If he just requested a trade this afternoon, they probably weren't prepared for that. If they were thinking getting Kyrie to come back on 1 year was going to make him want to stay, like all the reports said Monday. So I think they maybe caught off guard today. So I'd be actually surprised if it happened sometime today. So we're probably looking at a drawn-out process.
Yep. What are you projecting the hard cap as, Eric?
The hard cap was announced today officially at 156,938,000.
Okay, so about 157 mil.
Yeah.
So my math says we got slightly less than 30. I don't know how we have different numbers here, but I give Sharp 120% of his rookie contract, so that might be why.
It's 5.466 million.
I have 5.9.
It's 5.46.
Is it?
Yeah. It's 5,466,360.
I mean, his rookie scale was about 5 million first year salary as the base, is what I see. Under 2022-2023 NBA rookie scale.
On Real GM?
Yeah.
Looking at the right year.
Yeah, 2022 to 2023 rookie scale. This would actually be a little bit more than I had. And I think that's updated for the new salary cap.
I don't think that changes, actually.
I don't know. I think it really changed. But anyway.
Oh, yeah, that is changed. 5. Let me my thing. Yeah, this will be closer to 6.
Yeah.
Or a little over 6. $6,012,960.
Yeah, that's what. So yeah, as long as Nurkic doesn't sign like $20 million a year, we could have the full mid-level exception. Who would you potentially want to use the full mid-level exception on that's available right now?
I mean, we already talked about Jalen Smith, but I mean, you could justify it with like an Otto Porter, maybe. I mean, if you really wanted a backup center that way, you could also justify it with a Mitchell Robinson or something.
Yeah.
I don't. Much like last year, there's going to be a point where it doesn't really make sense to use it anymore.
Yeah.
I thought Pat Connaughton opted into his contract.
Did he?
I think so.
I think I saw him listed as a free agent on Spotrac, but he might have opted in. Chat, let me know. I can take him off the graphic.
Yeah, I still think Kyle Anderson's an option. Thomas Bryant on a minimum would be okay. I don't really know. He opted in, they're saying.
Okay.
He opted out in our mock now season and got a lot more money, but
yeah, okay. I'll take him off the graphic then. Thanks for letting me know. So by the way, assuming I'm awake, if a KD trade happens, I will go live. Just as part of our free agency coverage.
Jeff Zilligat is reporting that Gary Harris is re-signing with the Magic.
Weird.
I don't know why.
Yeah. And who is that?
He's an NBA reporter.
Alright. Update this graphic, then I'll go back to chat and take some more chat questions. Just to, kill the time a little bit.
Yeah.
Alright, chat.
We said it was 4 hours into the stream last year when.
Yeah, it was like
Norm
four
signed?
4.5.
And if the first hour of that was before free agency, so.
I mean,
We're
we're
talking
like
about
3 hours, 10 minutes
30
into the stream, so.
Yeah. Keith Smith's also reporting the Gary Harris news.
Okay, I'll take a
Well,
graphic.
This is another reason why I'm not worried, though. I don't think if we were waiting to re-sign him, it would be because he's going to sign elsewhere. Because once again, what team is going to sign him? I don't see. I mean, the Spurs have the most cap space right now, I believe. I mean, I don't know why they'd sign him when they have Portal and they drafted Sohan. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. New York already signs Hartenstein.
Yeah.
And they have Mitchell Robinson as a free agent. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense for them.
I just wonder if maybe they'd rather have Nurkic instead of Mitchell Robinson for some reason.
But not after signing Hartenstein, I think.
Yeah.
I just don't see a lot of so we're definitely offering more than the mid-level exception too. So any of those teams that are offering the mid-level exception to him right now, so that's why it's a case of I think it's just Clutch doesn't rush. As Easy Peasy mentions, Levine is also a Clutch client, and hasn't re-signed yet either. Maybe there's some truth to that.
That's a good point.
That pizza looks good, even though it's probably from like a crappy convenience store pizza or something.
No, it was Domino's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just, not warm anymore, but it's still good. Just something. I woke up not feeling good, man. When I woke up, only 2 hours of sleep. And, headspace was really weird. I was I didn't feel like anything was real. But I don't think I've ever had a big stream talking about trade deadline, free agency, or draft where I got more than 4 hours of sleep the night before. I'm always finishing things up, and it's I had most of the graphics ready, so I was like, screw it, I'm gonna make the best cinematic intro video I've ever made. So I've never made anything like that. I was pretty proud of that, man. I was happy with how that came out.
If you missed that, go back later and watch his intro video a few minutes before 3 o'clock.
Yep, I was happy with that, man. Maybe I'll just use it again next year. I just wanted to see if I could do it the way I wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a challenge. Just took a lot of time.
Ben McLemore hasn't been scooped up yet.
Yep, he's now a top 10 wing. Right below Wayne Ellington.
You wish, Roy. But what's up?
What is Roy wishing on?
Suns announced the KD trade.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Thoughts on Kessler Edwards? I wouldn't mind picking him up for cheap, but I don't know.
I mean, depending on what we sign Nurkic to, we could have the biannual as well for a guy like that. Wouldn't be terrible.
CJ Ellaby is lower on your rankings than Ben McLemore?
Oh, absolutely. As dude, CJ Ellaby didn't even make my rankings list. I don't even have a graphic for him.
Roy, what money are you giving Sticks to come back to Phoenix? I don't think that's...
Yeah.
Oh, man. Baby Malo, I'm sorry about your dreams of Bamba to Phoenix being dashed. Daniel, they don't have two-way spots available because Brandon Williams is on one, so unfortunately they can't sign both Torrey and I. So they'd be smart to sign Torrey because I'm washed.
Nah, we need a backup center.
That wasn't a joke.
Eric's a backup center.
I can barely run with my knees right now.
You could score on Hassan Whiteside. You should be our backup center.
Yeah. Justin Ty says, watched a lot of Nets last year as my brother is a Nets fan. Kessler is a good player but lacks confidence. He was one of their best perimeter defenders, and he is tall and long. Yeah.
I mean, like for a rookie, like as a rookie, second round draft pick, I was playing with like Kevin Durant, James Harden for part of the season, Kyrie Irving. I don't really blame him for lacking a little bit of confidence. But yeah, like that's the exact type of young player that'd be nice to take a chance on. I don't know if he's restricted or unrestricted. I had him as unrestricted, then you said he was restricted, so I put him as restricted, and neither of us know. So, but he'd be a guy to definitely target potentially.
I think maybe it was the Lou Dort thing where they opted out of his contract to make him a restricted instead of unrestricted. So I might have been wrong on that.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder is what Phoenix needs.
Is that you saying that, or is that chat saying that?
That's JP and chat.
I'm not high on Schroeder for them.
Yeah, but then, I think that's what happened, and then they didn't offer him the qualifying offer, though. So, I don't know. Gyro Kid asked, what does unrestricted or restricted means? So unrestricted means you're free to sign with any team. Restricted means if you sign with another team, it becomes an offer sheet and your original team gets a chance to match that or let you go.
Yep.
Why did the Blazers pay so much for Anthony? Because he is 23 years old, one of the best shooting, scoring guards in the NBA, and has massive potential, and he would have gotten the bag elsewhere, and they might have had to match a worse offer had they not paid him. So I think that's why. But 25 million is very reasonable.
Absolutely.
Damian Lee looks like he's staying with the Warriors. 3 year, $6.5 million deal.
Isn't he Steph's like cousin?
I don't know.
Or something like that. So no surprise there. You said 3 years, 6.5 mil a year. He's Steph's brother-in-law. Okay, that's what it is. So yeah, no surprise that he's going back to Golden State. No surprise whatsoever.
Adam is posting ball sack stuff in the GC. Thanks, Adam.
Ball sack sports, hopefully.
That might be a ball sack one.
Hopefully it's ball sack sports. Hopefully it's not just... Yeah.
So no, that's looks to be incorrect.
What's incorrect?
That Damian Lee one.
Oh.
Embarking Box by Damian Lee. Oh wow. Embarking Box $2 donation. Thanks for that. Any thoughts on where Sexton might end up?
His market's kind of dry, man. What are the teams with cap space right now? Do you know?
I don't think there's a lot. I think Detroit might have a little bit, but it's tough with not knowing the completion of all our trades that they made, including ours. And then I know San Antonio has cap space. Cleveland can obviously re-sign him to any amount. Yeah. I'd imagine if New York ends up not getting Brunson, that they'd go after Sexton. Obviously, probably not for as much money, but
yeah. All right. What do I need to look at? Knox to Detroit. Kevin Knox sucks. He shouldn't get a contract. 2 years, $6 million deal. I don't like that. What is Kevin Knox proven?
Yeah, he should have been a minimum contract guy, but
I don't think he should have even been that, to be honest. By the way, if you're a Blazer fan and aren't subscribed, definitely subscribe. We'll do Summer League watch party for Pistons, Blazers on the 7th of July. We do post-game shows during the season, so definitely subscribe. Follow us on Twitter, links in description.
And we go live with any trades or breaking news, the stuff that happens as well.
Yep, this isn't an outro at all. We'll still be live for probably another 3 hours or so here.
Great Babe says, I'm not a PDX fan. Stumbled onto this sub while watching any and all draft content the last 4 months. I don't know how any PDX fan can think Ant at $25 million per isn't a deal you'd love as high as you are on him.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing with a lot of Blazer fans. A lot of Blazer fans, for whatever reason, like, they like to hate on the players they have. I don't know why, but
then they're worth like KD in a trade.
Yeah, but then they think that they can flip them for KD, and yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. So like if Nurkic signs for like $15 million a year, I guarantee you there will be fans complaining about that. But if Nurkic signed elsewhere for $15 million a year, those same fans would probably be complaining that he signed elsewhere, and we lost him for nothing. So it's just kind of how some of our fan base is, man.
Yeah, well, I understand why fans feel this way, because for the last 7 years we've been watching the Dame CJ backcourt, and most people think that Ant is just CJ reincarnated as a younger player, which I don't think he plays like CJ at all. He still has a chance. Chauncey believes in his ability to get better on defense. He showed signs in certain areas of defense of improving. Overall, he was still a weak defender. But if you can get him to not have a huge...
Sorry, keep going. That contract is insane for Gary Arias.
Magic are stupid. But I think I think they believe in him defensively, and it's going to be a little different. Plus, I think he is going to become a little more of a playmaker than CJ. Has already shown the ability to shoot as good of a shooter CJ was. Anthony might be an even better shooter. So, but I understand why some fans think it's just doing the same thing over again, even though I don't believe that. I think Ant has like star potential and definitely could be um, the man on a really good team eventually if he had his own team. So having him here still, I think we're fine. And I think more so than that, having Josh Hart, who is by far the best third guard for that rotation we've had for a while. He'll complement both of them well to offset some of the defensive issues.
Yeah. Gary Harris, 2 years, $13 million a year. 2 year,
That's
$26 million
disgusting.
deal. Yeah, that's an overpay. And they already have a lot of guards. I just don't really understand that at all.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be moving some people or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's over half of what Ant got per year. That's Ant's fine. His agent isn't Aaron Mintz. Is that isn't that Dames?
Yeah, mom's home.
Yeah, just questionable. I don't really understand. I think they need to because they got Gary Harris, they got Marco Fultz, they got Jalen Suggs, you got Cole Anthony, R.J. Hampton. I mean, all five of those guys are guards.
Defend the Rose. We talked about that a little bit. No update. There's not really going to be an update, I don't think, until July 6th.
Yep.
Regarding Jeremy Grants.
Give us questions, chat. We'll just conversate. We'll answer whatever.
I wish my wife brought pizza. I'm getting hungry.
I know. I need some warm pizza.
No, I am not in trouble. My wife knows how important this day is for the channel, and she knows that I'm basically not around today.
Yep.
like I'm not even here.
Yep.
So, yeah. But I hope she brought some food home.
Tori, what's your favorite 5-letter food beginning with S? What a question.
What's up, Jacques?
Sugar. How about that?
Sugar. What? Funny. That's 6 letters there, Sude.
Yeah, come on, Sude. Count your letters, man.
Mine is steak.
There's a joke in there that I won't make, Sude.
I know you don't like steak, but...
Yeah, I don't like steak. Jordan, that's private. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about that. That's true.
Thanks for watching, Depressed Blazer fan. Appreciate all of you who have tuned in today.
Yep. Yes,
Sorry it's been kind of slow after a huge influx of signings right away.
I know. See, I wish they just spread them out a little bit more, man. Couldn't even talk about him. DeAndre Jordan's a nugget. We didn't really talk much about that. Interesting backup center, I guess.
I mean, DeAndre Jordan was terrible
Yeah,
last
he's
year.
washed. I feel like they're gonna play him in a backup center spot or something. You still got you still got DeMarcus Cousins available. You got a lot of like former high caliber starting big men available: Serge Ibaka, LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin, Paul Millsap, DeMarcus Cousins. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody from that sort of group. Dwight Howard. Hassan Whiteside doesn't really fit, but you got him available too. So yeah, I wonder how much of this slowdown in the past hour is due to KD. I feel like it probably isn't, but normally there are lulls like this. It just seems a little bit more pronounced than normal.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of sucks. So, at what point do you get really nervous, Eric? At what time?
For reasons I've already laid out, I don't know if I'm getting like super, super nervous. I mean, as long as not too many more centers sign, I think it's still okay. I don't know. How about you?
At like 7:12 p.m. 7:12. Shout out to Kun Marcelo, 500. What's that currency, Eric?
It's kind of hard to tell on YouTube. It looks like it could be a Philippine peso, or well, yeah, it probably is because he's talking about the player he's talking about.
Oh yeah, Philippine peso. Sorry if that's not correct, but thank you for the 500 dono.
Or rupees.
Yeah, thank you for the 500. I just need to say that. Thank you for the 500. That's so much easier. Anyway, Kun Marcelo, thank you for the 500. Says, might as well insert some Kai Soto news, right? Kidding, I'm more interested in Blevins. Any news on the GOAT? I mean, we still have a two-way spot open.
Mm-hmm. Surprised he wasn't the first one.
I know. He should have been the first signing of free agency.
It might just be Pesa. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys like the Denver trade? What do you think of the Denver trade? Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Ish Smith to Denver, and it was Monte Morris and Will Barton to the Wizards.
I'm not as high on Monte Morris as a lot of people. Plus, he still had like 2 more years left on his deal. And I think KCP is an underrated perimeter defender / corner 3-point shooter. So I kind of like that move for Denver, even though a lot of people think Washington fleeced.
I mean, I really like Monte Morris because he's the perfect backup guard that can give you 20 minutes a game for a winning team. Like, he's not flashy by any means, but like he just doesn't make bad decisions. He just doesn't, for a point guard, he doesn't turn the ball over, doesn't take bad shots, can knock down threes, can attack the rim a little bit, and then play make a bit. Like, just very, very, very solid. So I think losing him might hurt a little bit. They've lost a little bit of depth. They had a really good bench a few years ago. They've lost a little bit of depth. KCP is a good fit there. It's just their depth is questionable now, I think, especially with you look at like Jamal Murray is going to be coming off an injury. Michael Porter Jr.'s injury prone. That's just the only question mark for me after that trade.
Yeah. But like the Wizards knowing they were going to re-sign Beal most likely, and they draft Johnny Davis. I don't know. I know he said Morris is a backup, but I don't know.
I mean, I think that's your 3-guard lineup there, right?
Yeah. Well, then Barton too.
Yeah, Barton can play 3. I think Barton just takes KCP's role.
They have a lot of forwards.
They have a lot of 4s, I think.
Yeah.
Like Avdia, Rui, Kyle Kuzma. I think they need to trade one of those 3.
I would keep consolidating, yeah.
Shout out to Woo the Ruler. $2 dono says, all I want is Nurkic and Thibault now. Thank you for the dono. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. Whenever we get bored on free agency day, just the expectations slowly lower. And it's like, all right, just give us Nurkic. Just give us Nurkic. Just give us Thibault just for some news, just for something to talk about.
A certain person on another channel who knows things is saying that Thibault thing is dead. Yeah, but that same person also said that the Jeremy Grant rumors were false. So
Yeah.
And that Dame's camp was unhappy that we drafted Sharp, and Chris Haynes disputed that today as well.
Yeah, basically that guy on that other channel just makes stuff up.
Yeah. So everything I'm still seeing is that the Thibault thing was always contingent on the 76ers wanting to dump him, and everything they've done today so far lines up with them still probably dumping Thibault at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they're still trying to get something done with either Tobias Harris, or now that KD is available, they're going to make sure that they can't get KD, which I don't see any way they can, but just, Morey's going to think he can. So I think they're going to possibly just wait on them to find out, and that affects whether they have the full tax mid-level or the full mid-level exception. And I think they're waiting on other teams. And like I told you guys at the beginning of this show, Portland is not really focused on other teams' free agents. That's I've just heard nothing about that, and there was very quiet on that front, and that was very apparent to me that they were not really going to be huge players today for other teams' free agents, short of someone signing a value contract that they couldn't pass up. And I think they're still in on, Royce O'Neal was one of those guys, but he was a little harder to get because of his contract not fitting.
We got something, sorry, but we finally got something, Eric.
Oh, okay.
Kyle Anderson to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That's a good move for them.
Yeah, solid little pickup. It's going to be interesting to see how much the offer is. In teams that maybe want Kyle Anderson could pivot off him to other free agents. Maybe this is a domino in a series of a couple dominoes, hopefully. But yeah, you got Kyle Anderson to the Timberwolves.
Good pickup for them, man. They needed a defensive wing, and maybe, especially if they end up trading D'Angelo Russell this offseason, could use a forward that can handle the ball a little bit. I think that's a good move, assuming it's the full mid-level exception. And after what I thought was a mistake in how much they paid
Taurean
Prince the other day, I don't think this is too bad of an overpay. 2-year, $18 million. So yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think that's about his market value right there.
Mm-hmm.
So Jake LaRavia might be the Kyle Anderson replacement in Memphis. That's the guy that took 19th overall in the draft. I was wondering.
David Roddy too.
Yeah. LaRavia just has some Kyle Anderson traits. Like, he doesn't play the same way. He's not as slow, you know what I mean? But just being a guy that can play some defense and facilitate from a combo forward spot. The thing is, LaRavia can shoot better than Kyle Anderson can. I have more confidence in his shot. So I think LaRavia is a sneaky guy for like a second team All-NBA pick, or not All-NBA, geez. I think LaRavia is a sneaky pick for a rookie second team next year.
Yeah, I'm not really as high on LaRavia as you are, but definitely believe in Memphis's eye for talent. And so, yeah, I think those could all be true too. I could be wrong.
So that's one of the top forwards off the board. Could have been a Portland target because Portland needs a backup 4 and a backup 5. And you could have an in-house replacement for one of those spots. I just don't see an in-house replacement for both of those spots, considering you have the MLE. So right now, who are you hoping for most, other than Jalen Smith? I assume he's most for you. Who else would you be hoping for the MLE? We talked a little bit about this, just in case anybody just joined.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what happens with Nurk, there's several. I think you have to go after a Mitchell Robinson or something if we don't do that. TJ Warren is a guy that I've been talking about for months. High risk, high reward type player who isn't the greatest defender, but he's okay on that end. Not really perfect for what we need, but would have the potential to have like a John Collins type impact on our team without having to give up assets. So,
his last full season averaged basically 20 points per game, 54% from the field, 40% from 3, but that was back in 2019-2020. Only played 4 games in 2020-2021, then didn't play at all last year, so he's injury prone, but like the type of guy who, if you take a gamble on him and he's healthy, could definitely pay off.
Yep. So at this point, I would rather just take a risk on a Jalen Smith or a TJ Warren type. Maybe you could throw a Mitchell Robinson in there, although I'm not super high on his game overall as a starting level center, but as a backup, I don't mind it. But I'm at this point, I'd be fine with also just using the tax mid-level exception on any of those guys, or the best we could get, and kind of saving ourselves from being hard capped.
Peter says right now we don't have a starting or backup center or third string center. We don't have a single center. Taylor 100%, man. That's why I don't go on there.
Depressed Blazer fan asked how my ball handling is. I'm pretty good at ball handling for a fat 6'6" guy. I can handle the ball pretty well, but yeah, I'm not very quick, so I use a lot of hezzy and deception moves. But yeah, I can get to the rim against most people. Not against Torrey, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I want to see if I can get this hat to land on my TV, man. Chat, do you think I can do it? Hat on the TV.
Justin Ty, if you go back a couple years on the channel, there's some videos of us playing in the Rip City 3-on-3 last time it was a thing before COVID, so you can see that there, but yeah. And maybe we'll still get some footage this summer of some runs.
Tori, did you play in college? If I answer that question, somebody on Reddit is going to get triggered, so I don't think I can answer that question. Sorry, man. Apparently I talk about it too much. Tori 2.0, no, you're selling me short. It's not that. My point per game was not that low. Come on, man. You don't know the magic number to get a a little 5-minute ban?
There is footage of Torrey, in addition to that 3-on-3 tournament, there is footage of Torrey playing in high school out there for you to find.
Why did somebody say sham bomb?
Probably got faked.
Yeah. All I see is Kevin freaking Knox, which is the opposite of a sham bomb. Alright. Nope, didn't land up there. Dang it. I tried. What is Eric Brandt's standing reach? Yeah, you need to measure your standing reach, Eric. We need to see if you can qualify for the backup center spot.
Definitely not small forward Jason Lee. Yeah.
How
That
tall is Tori? How tall do I look on screen to you? What are you saying?
was Woj turd.
Is that what we call the bad ones? Bro, these heights are all over the place. Do you see this? 5'7", 5'8",
5'1".
5'11", 5'6", 65, 6'2", 6'4".
Some of them have already know, but
Yeah. Well, I was asking the people how tall I look.
yeah, I could see why people think you have small man syndrome or something.
What? Bro, I'll show you small man syndrome. Don't test me.
uh,
Screw, I look 5'10". I mean, that's fine. I don't know if that's a bad thing.
Tori's like 6'4".
Yeah. Eric's 6'6".
My 6'6" is without shoes though, so
Yeah, my 6'4" is without shoes too. It's 8 foot. I measured my standing reach. It was 8'3.5", Eric, which is identical to Anthony Simons.
nice.
Yeah. And identical to Jay Crowder too.
Yeah, we both tower over Chieftain.
Is Bowl available? Yes. Very available, actually.
Can I call Nurk and ask when he's signing? No, I cannot because I do not have a direct line to Nurk. Sorry.
Come on, Eric. Oh, it's muted. This is brutal, man. In the last hour, Eric, we have Kyle Anderson, Kevin Knox, Gary Harris,
Mm-hmm.
and Anthony Gill.
So, you guys got to be careful because there's some people with blue check marks that are using their thing to troll. So,
You gotta look at the Twitter handle. Yeah.
yep,
I think Twitter should take away blue check marks for doing that, but
that should be an automatic ban. Yeah. I don't mess with that. If you use your blue check mark to do that kind of crap, it's an automatic block for me. I don't block that many people, but
give me your blue check mark. I will gladly not abuse it. Caleb Pendergraph says several good teams have done nothing. Makes me wonder if the KD news is holding things up. That could be something at play here. But I don't see. I don't know. I just feel like Portland, after re-signing Ant, just isn't in the running. Is 3 future unprotected first, 3 swaps, Shaden Sharp, Eric Bledsoe, Nasir Little, Justice Winslow, Greg Brown III. Is that enough for KD? I don't think so. Do you think that would even have a chance of being enough, Eric?
I mean, if the Nets switch direction and go for a rebuild and are really high on Sharp, then maybe. But yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of other teams that could give more picks if they're rebuilding too.
Yep.
Charlie, Simon's going to be traded January 15th. Not that we're going to trade him or anything.
Anything yet? Nope. I mean, honestly, the stream could kind of stay like this, or it could all of a sudden Kevin Durant gets traded to who knows where, and then you get like 5 sightings in the 10 minutes afterwards, and it's just absolute chaos. That's the thing, is like, what I've noticed is when you really start to like sink into like nothing's happening, that's when something happens. The KD thing is a different beast, though, in terms of, you know, a domino to fall. Sude, we all need chaos. We love chaos here at Blazers Uprise. We thrive on it. RW2 says things are happening, that's for sure. Things are happening, we just don't know about it.
But Tori,
Miami is trying to re-sign Haslam. That's what's happening.
I mean, this is once again, not trying to say "told you so." That's not the point of this, like some people think on Twitter, but we've been very consistent with this. We did not really get flexibility at the trade deadline. There was not going to be a huge free agent splash. We didn't have the cap space if we kept our own free agents, especially Ant re-signing right away for double his cap hold. It's hard to. I mean, we still have till the 6th with his lower cap hold because technically that contract doesn't go through till then. So I guess we do have a little bit of wiggle room, but there's just nothing to. There was nothing to do. We weren't going to make a huge free agent signing. The Levine stuff, the Ayton rumors, the Bradley Beal stuff, like any big name that came up, we were the first to tell you guys that that it's not realistic and it's probably not happening. And they would have to do a lot of things to make it a realistic possibility. And other places would tell you, like, no, they have all this money, they could just get him for free and all that. They were being used because once Woj and Marks reported that we had $60 million potentially in cap space, every agent's eyes lit up knowing that Dame needed help and that they could use us as leverage to their current locations. And I'd be happy to be wrong and we make a huge move for a star like Kevin Durant. But for the most part, all those other big free agents were going to be very difficult to make work. And all the trades and giving away players for very little meant nothing in terms of changing that. And in fact, it might be hurting us right now because if we had Norm's contract along with, CJ or whatever, they would open up a lot more trade possibilities right now.
Yep. I'm going to try and see if there's any update for Kevin Durant. I'm scrolling Twitter right now.
Yeah, so XCDep asked how does Ingles signing with Milwaukee affect our free agency? Yeah, it just means there's one less player that we have a cap hold for, and he's gone. I mean, depending on who you talk to, it's somewhat of a tough loss in terms of having depth and maybe a quality veteran on the end of the bench. Others think he was showing signs of deteriorating last season, which are very fair concerns, and that he wasn't worth bringing back at anything more than a minimal contract. And so I don't think it's a huge blow to Portland's plans or anything. It would have been nice to have him as insurance later in the year, but we can still find that elsewhere.
Yep. Eric, you know what? You know what we got to do?
What?
I'll be back.
Take a break? Okay. Well, Joey, if we pull off one of the two trades, so his question is, wouldn't we have been in the repeater tax right now if we kept those guys? If we kept both of them, yes. But if we pulled off either of those trades, there were other moves where we could have gotten under the tax. But once we did the Clippers move, we were under the tax, so it didn't matter that we got under the tax further in the CJ trade, and then vice versa. If we were going to do the CJ trade, it wouldn't have mattered to give away Norm and Roca together to get under the tax in the other trade. So it's just a case of, yes, I realize it might not have made sense financially moving forward to have those guys still, but to have their contracts or to make trades, a lot of times you need contracts to trade out. And right now we have like Bledsoe. Who Bledsoe has no value in trades other than some of his like his contract being somewhat partial guarantee, but that's pretty much negated by the CBA right now. So the repeater tax is if you're in the tax a certain amount of years out, I think it's 3 out of 4, I think it is. Then the next year in the tax, if you've been in the tax 3 out of the past 4 years, you pay a much higher tax rate than a normal tax team. So if we would have stayed in the tax last year and then gone into the tax again this year, we would have been way into the tax and then had to pay another premium on top of that. EW0 asked, did I ever have interest in working for a front office? Man, I'd love to work for a front office, but that's one of those things where you have to have connections and all that kind of stuff. Ishfluent, thank you for watching and being supportive of the channel. Appreciate all of you. Armani asked, could the Blazers trade Grant today? No, that they don't technically even have Grant, so no, they cannot trade him. And once that trade is official, they actually can't. They could trade him by himself, but they can't trade him in aggregation with another player to get, say, Kevin Durant. That's why when we talked about at the beginning of the stream all the Kevin Durant stuff, you can't really add Grant into that trade right now. So. I'd love to get media passes, but I doubt the Blazers would ever give us those. Fortunately, because we didn't like Stotts, we became haters to a lot of people within the Blazers ranks and media, and we're known as kind of the, I don't know, edgy version of Blazers media, if you want to call us that. And yeah, Washington Wizards signed DeLon Wright to a 2-year, $16 million deal. See, now that Monte Morris makes even less sense. Yeah, I don't like that move at all for the Wizards. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah. Did I just teach myself the CBA stuff? Yeah, pretty much just nerded out and read it and did research that way. Yep.
Bro, what are the Wizards doing?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I thought they were guard. I thought they were set at guard.
Yeah. See, that's what I was talking about with Monte Morris. Like, the Wizards don't make any sense. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, they were fine with like Morris and Johnny Davis and Beal. Now they get. I mean, I like DeLon Wright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really understand it. You got Will Barton too. I mean, that's another big playmaker. It's going to be interesting to see how they set their rotation next year.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to wait to read this donation.
Yeah.
Jackson Burgess, Australian $5 donation. Tell Tori this is for calling him by the wrong name. Laughing my ass off.
Who did I say the wrong name for?
No, I think Jackson called you Corey instead of Tori.
That's okay.
Jackson says, if Corey comes back in the next 40 seconds, I'll make a donation. And then he donated anyway for calling you Corey instead of Tori, like my mom does all the time.
Your mom calls me Corey? Oh, man.
I had or I still do, but so I have a friend named Carol, and she would always call him Carol. And no matter what, like, his name is not Carol. And yeah.
Oh, there's another bot. I think I won the race mods. Nice. Let's go. I get $5.
I always love the little sayings they have. Love to
Oh god. Yeah. Taylor Packer is excited. He loves himself.
Crushables is in. What's up, man? How'd your stream go?
Aeromancer. Aeromancer, that's funny. I think that's a better... I think I like the Aeromancer bot a little better. Anyway, I gotta take DeLon Wright off the graphic. I finally have to update another graphic. We finally had something happen, and it made no sense. I can't even talk. My words make no sense. I'm losing my mind.
I mean, that's why the Wizards are the Wizards.
Yep. Who is the 10th guard left on the board now? Javon Carter.
No, Javon Carter went back to the Bucks.
Oh, he did? I didn't even know that. Okay, DJ Augustine.
Good to hear, Crushables. Happy to have you into your stream so more people watch us. Just kidding.
Damn.
Just kidding, man. But congratulations. Don't like to compete with good people like yourself, but yeah.
It's not a competition. They're all they're all the rebuild guys that probably think that these GMs just have to put something in the trade finder and hit accept.
Yeah, I mean, if the Naked HD bot wants to start giving donations, that would be cool.
I know, yeah. Why don't they program their bots like that? I would be okay with that, to be honest.
So they never get banned, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, guys, we'll be here all night. Even if nothing happens, we'll be here till like 9. I mean, I got nothing else planned today. I would go to rec normally today, but I'm not about to go to rec and miss anything, you know what I mean? So we'll be here all day.
Taylor Packer would do that. Start his own channel, have us in the background just to disagree with everything we say.
You should start doing reaction videos to my videos, Taylor, and just talk about how all my takes are awful.
Hey, Alex Wolf's here, a fan of the Cleveland Cavaliers, another team who have done nothing today.
What's up, Alex Wolf?
Jackson Burgess says it's like these GMs don't realize they can override the CPU decisions to force them to accept their trade package.
I know, shoot. All right, how long over under chat? Wait, let me read this. Let me read this tweet. The Wizards have added 3 veteran guards to join Bradley Beal in recent days. Will Barton, Monte Morris, and now DeLon Wright leaves the Hawks for Washington. And they also have Johnny Davis, so that's 4 guards to join a 5th guard. It makes no sense. Why is Woj tweeting like that makes sense?
I'm frozen on the screen.
Are you frozen?
Yeah.
You weren't making a funny face or anything. Dang it.
Sude, we already talked about Durant for Blevins. Unfortunately, we can only pay Blevins $10 million or so. And yeah, it doesn't quite work out salary wise. So.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, that's probably why you're not having many signings right now. It's a bunch of teams competing for him and only him, and he's taking his time. I wish Blevins would hurry up. Beal's gonna have to battle for his minutes during Summer League. Ish, we met on a internet forum.
And then when Tori found out I played basketball, he invited me to play on the 3-and-3 team because I think it was a little rough the first year before I knew him. And yep, so went from there.
Giannu, no. Nope. Not there.
It was Grinder, yeah.
I'm dead. How long ago? How long ago?
That was like 5.5 years ago, I think. Something like that.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because it was so I used to go back to like early stages of the internet. Yeah, I'm old enough to predate the internet. But early stages of the internet, there was on Oregon Live a Blazer forum, and I thought it was like the greatest thing when I was probably about a lot of your guys' age in college. And so I was on there a lot, very loyal to that forum because that's where I started. And then Oregon Live started deleting a lot of stuff, and they deleted the forum. And so there was the head of the forum that I met Tori on kept coming into the Oregon Live forum before it ended and suggesting anyone who wants to still talk Blazers move over to his. And so yep, that's, and then I started talking to Tori on there, and yep, the rest is history.
And now we're here.
And then yeah, so Tori did some work with another YouTube channel called True Blazer Fan, and then he decided to start his own channel, and we had become friends from, you know, basketball and things like that. So he asked me to help out like on a draft live stream, and then do some what we first called podcasts. We don't really do podcasts anymore, but what was live streams would become our live streams, and then started appearing on some of the post-game shows, and it just eventually became him and I on almost everything except for videos. So yep, fun story, but yep.
That is our backstory. Shout JM1231 $5 donor. Who's one draft prospect that each of you are spot on, and who was one of your biggest misses? One of my biggest misses was Kyra Lewis Jr. One draft prospect that I was spot on about, Dame. I've never wanted a draft prospect that bad in my life. Like I like knew Dame was going to be a star. So.
I mean, my biggest is probably LaMelo Ball. I didn't think he was going to be good, and he's been quite good so far. So that was a big miss for me. Yeah, I don't no hits are really coming to mind right now. I really like Tyrese Halliburton in that same draft. I think that was the same draft, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I had him ranked 5th on my board that year, thought it was a huge mistake by both San Antonio and Phoenix to pass on him. And yeah, so that was a guy I was pretty high on. I think still has a lot of potential.
Yep. Well, I see. Not really, to be honest. Chat, give me your time prediction that you think will get Yusuf Nurkic news, okay? Leave it in chat. I'll take a screenshot. If you get the time exactly correct, I'll give you a shout out in some Blazers Uprise bucks. AKA Monopoly money.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of people that watch us from the forum, so we didn't really get our audience from there. We grew everything from scratch. Tori got a lot of OGs from True Blazer fan, but
yeah, kind of just from all over the place.
I don't want to answer this for you, but I know your answer. If you had the number one pick this year, who would you have picked?
Chet or Banchero, but Chet.
Chet for Tori, Jabari Smith for me, but it was very close.
Taking a video of this chat. Somebody's going to get it right on the nose, and we're going to see. When the stream ends, yeah, probably.
5 minutes after that, yeah. I'm going to say...
Adam's like, I'm in Australia, I don't know. Doing 45 minutes. Yeah, doing Pacific time, by the way, chat.
I'm going to say 8-11.
8-11 for Eric. I'm going to say... I'm going to say 7-11.
Okay. I thought you were going to Prices Right me.
Huh?
I thought you were going to Prices Right me.
Nah, 7-11. Because I said 7-12 is when you have to get really, really nervous, so he's going to sign 1 minute before that.
Oh, okay. Just so you don't get super nervous?
No, so you don't get super nervous. I'm not doing any time conversion from Pacific time to Philippine time. Sorry, I got the bandwidth for that. I got the brain capacity for that. Unfortunately, 3:15 a.m. Shout Liam Best, $2 Australian dono. Garza gonna earn that backup 5 in Summer League. LOL. We shall see.
I'd rather have Mountain Dew Banks as
Yep. Taylor Packer, I don't know. I haven't explored that. You should explore and get back to us.
Here's what you do, Taylor. Keep the cursor over the chat and then try to beat us to hiding the bot over before or click on the link before we hide it.
Yep. We've been pretty fast today with hiding those bots, man, so you got to be quick with it. Connor, you hate to see it, man.
Hey, I have a question for notorious pessimist Hamza Chima. Legit question, man. Do you actually tune in and listen to what we say, or do you just spam negative thoughts in chat? I'd really like to know. Are you hearing what are you listening to what I'm saying right now?
Yeah, we'll see if he answers. You'll probably get your answer based on whether or not he answers.
I mean, if he doesn't respond, I know. Yeah.
He's like our Iverson, I guess. Mills Wosh, $5 dono says, you guys are killing it. / why is Grant trade still not done? Thank you, Mills Wosh, for the $5 dono. Good to see you, man. Eric explains it better than me. I don't really know.
So there's 2 prevailing theories, both of which could be true or both of them could be false, but so there's no reason the trade on its own would have to wait, except for if we were signing Grant to a 2-year extension, which is the max we can offer him at this time. So 2 years, $45 million approximately, on top of the 21 he makes next year. if he is going to sign that, he can't officially make the trade go through as an extend and trade until July 6th. Otherwise, we have to wait 6 months till January to offer him a 4-year, around 100 million, 112 million, whatever he ends up getting, contract. So he's weighing signing that versus doing that. Jeremy Grant's also been in France or Paris or something all week. Paris is in France, obviously, but so he's been there at a fashion show all week. So it could be as simple as he's taking his time getting back for the physical. Detroit's already made several trades and moves and introduced Jalen Durant as giving him a jersey and all that stuff, taking photos. So obviously, the trade is going through at some point, so it could be as simple as waiting on the extension for Jeremy Grant. Now, why would he accept a 2-year 45 instead of a 4-year $100+ million contract? We talked about this earlier, but 2 years would be guaranteed. If something happened in the next 6 months, knock on wood, he doesn't tear his ACL, or he had knee problems last year, so that doesn't flare up, and maybe something happens team-wise to where we don't want to re-sign him then, because it couldn't be something where we had to be bound to it. Teams back out, or players back out of deals all the time that are handshake agreements, so maybe he would take the money, and then at the end of those 2 years, we could still offer him the money he was going to miss out on if he signs the 2-year anyway. But I still have a hard time believing he would accept the 2 years, but it's certainly a possibility and would make sense if that was simply the solution. But also, there's a lot of pieces to this trade. The Blazers are trying to work out every angle of it. Detroit's trying to work out several angles of it. And there might just be more added to the trade that one of the teams involved needed cap space to do. So it's going to change a little bit, but
Hamza says if we get KD, he's watching the whole stream.
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to make sure you were paying attention, Hamza, is because if you count Nurk, we have 12 players on the roster. If we trade for like Thibault or someone else, that's 13. If we use like the mid-level exception, that's 14, which is enough to have a legit roster. I don't know if Cronin's the 14 roster spot type or 15 roster spot type, but it's certainly plausible that the reason we have not signed a minimum contract free agent is because we are not going to sign any minimum contract free agents, because we just make Jabari Walker our into the bench minimum signing and be fine with all the other stuff. So the fact that we're not signing anyone has nothing to do with us striking out in free agency. We're trying to work on trades to fill those last roster spots, not free agents.
Love you too, Mini Hoop Productions.
I know he probably already stopped listening, but
yeah, you said like 2 sentences and all right, have a good night. Easy peasy. Hopefully you can wake up to some good news. Yeah.
As Shams and Haynes haven't done anything in an hour.
Yeah, man, this is the biggest lull I think we've ever had in a free agency stream. You're talking about you're talking about 2 signings in the last hour, basically.
I know. I want to say there was one of the streams in the last couple of years we were like debating if we should even stream anymore, and then some other stuff happened.
And then stuff popped off. Yeah, because of that, I'm just gonna be streaming for the rest of the day, man. Like, we'll hang out with you guys, and we will try and run out of things to talk about. That is the goal.
Kyle Anderson's signing is good for Minnesota. I think he fits what they need well, but it's not someone that would have. I don't think make a huge difference on our team. Woj breaking news.
Blazers sign Louis Scola.
Brendan, don't troll, man.
We're desperate for news, man. Don't play with us like this, man. We want breaking news.
Does Cronin even have a plan, or is he just floating around along and guessing as he goes? Apparently, you were not just listening a few minutes ago when I said that his plan involves trades that are not quite possible yet. It's dependent on what's going to happen. He has several backup options if his number one option of Thibault does not turn out. And I think they're just going to go from there. In terms of Nurk, I'm not sure what the holdup is. Much like everyone assumed, I thought they had a deal already in place, so I don't know what the holdup is on that. Maybe it's years on their contract. Maybe after deciding on a 3-year contract, Nurk wanted a 4th year or something. Yeah.
Everyone in Flight Mike live stream said KD to the Blazers. Man, is Flight Mike stealing our views? No, I'm just kidding. But I am definitely looking up to see how many he has right now.
Oh, hilarious Arrowmancer. So funny. Are either the Martin brothers good defenders? Yeah, they're both solid defensively. Kind of good all-around players, but not elite at any one thing, although they're both decent shooters. Yeah, I don't think they'd be a bad option. I wouldn't give the full mid-level exception for either one, but
yep. Josh G, I think it's fine salary-wise for a guy who looked like a star, and he's being paid like like $25 million a year for a contract that's going to look better, 2, 3, 4 years from now. I think it's completely fine.
John McCoy, thanks for the inside information that Kevin Durant's looking for high-rise condos in Portland, but I know that's false because most all players live in like Oswego Tualatin area, not downtown Portland. So.
Yeah.
I would.
What was I gonna look up? I keep remembering to look something up and then I forget what I was gonna look up and then I have to think about it for 5 minutes and then there's dead air.
Daniel Schomburg, I'm not sure what you mean, but we are above the tax or the cap line, so but you can operate even if you're under the tax, you can operate as a team under the tax.
No, I do not.
Opposite, I mean.
Yeah. I do not think Miles Bridges is going to get a max. I don't think there's any chance he gets a max at this point.
Sign and trade for Jalen Smith is impossible because Jalen Smith cannot be signed and traded by the Pacers unless he makes less than $4.67 million. And if that was the case, he would just re-sign with them.
Yeah. Man.
Do you think the Blazers made him sit out to lowball Nurkic? No, absolutely not. I don't think that's what happened at all.
The Brooklyn Nets want at least 2 All-Stars in exchange for Kevin Durant, per Stephen A. Smith. Where are you going to find 2 All-Stars? I don't believe it because of Stephen A. Smith, but if it's true, where could you find 2 All-Stars for KD? It doesn't really make sense. Not many teams have 2 All-Stars.
Sean Dawes, says to clarify, an RFA can be signed and traded. Yes, they can, but the team that accepts him gets hard capped, and the RFA needs to agree but not sign an offer sheet to go to the new team. You can't, like, Portland couldn't call a team and offer a sign and trade for Anthony Simons before he signed. And now that he has signed, you can't do anything
Well,
with
has
him.
he officially signed? Because isn't there
Well,
like some leeway with the moratorium?
Once you agree, I think it's pretty much. Um, I don't think there's any way of doing that. So yeah, not in a sign and trade. Now he could back out of the contract, I guess, but or we could back out of it. But I don't know why we do that. Jamie Roscoe's thoughts on getting Mikal Bridges on a 3-team trade with the Suns and Nets. I spoke about that at length in the first hour of the show. I think that's absolutely something that the Blazers would try very hard to do if that was the deal. But so far, man, the Nets, if they want 2 All-Stars, there's no way that the Suns are going to be able to trade for him. And that's why both Tori and I agreed that Boston was a likely landing point after all is said and done, because I mean, they can offer Jaylen Brown, who is an all-star, and someone like a defensive player of the year, Marcus Smart along. I don't know if they can offer too many picks because of some of the ones that they traded, but yeah. I think he's saying the timeout from action, not the timeout, like being put in timeout.
No, he says, I've never been censored like this. Just signed up to pay monthly with you guys
Oh.
and taking my money back or something. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't put him in timeout. I don't know what he's talking about.
Unless the only thing I can think of is someone, Connor put him in timeout. So the reason he got put in timeout is because we asked you not to post fake signings and fake trades. It's so our mods are asked to censor that if it's a fake thing. So I know you were joking, Brendan. I'm sorry you got put in timeout, but please don't post fake Woj bombs and stuff like that, even if it's for an obvious player like Luis Scola that we signed.
Yeah. See, like, I wasn't going to put you in timeout, but I fast our mods to, like, I let our mods police it how they want, and I've asked mods in the past to put people in timeout for that, so nothing personal. It's not a big deal. You're here. Like, our mods do a good job. Appreciate the help, Connor. All right, go ahead and pass
right.
then, man. I have no
See ya, Brendan.
problem with that, man. Anyway, I have deal backup 5 right now. I don't know. Jalen Smith, probably. Like, I'm surprised Kevon Looney hasn't signed yet. LaMarcus Aldridge, if we're going for a minimum backup center, would be solid. Same with, like, DeMarcus Cousins, Serge Ibaka. Other than that, there's really nobody I'm interested in, because, like, then after that, it's like Andre Drummond, Markieff Morris, Bismack Biyombo. Did Thomas Bryant sign?
No.
Yeah, Thomas Bryant. Hassan Whiteside, you guys want to bring him back?
I think I don't know. I think we're still gonna go for a trade. Like, Nerlens Noel seems very plausible right now. Drummond for a minimum, yeah, I agree with 7-3 productions. Is fine. I mean, not great, but
I feel like we're gonna go after Otto Porter Jr. with the full MLE.
Buying out Bledsoe has no effect on what we can offer Nurk. The only thing that would change that is if we use the full mid-level exception or made a sign and trade, then we'd be hard capped, and then it would be that could possibly affect how much we could pay Nurk. But nothing with Bledsoe affects that as of right now.
Yep. What if we sign Cousins? Well, then Cousins will be a Portland Trail Blazer. And be our backup center probably. Which, I don't know. I wouldn't hate, but if it's more than minimum, I wouldn't want to do it because he's just not efficient. I've always liked Otto Porter. You're right, Steven.
Yeah, Terry. Terry Stotts.
I was just gonna ignore it. I was just gonna roll with that, man. You know, it's not like my name is on the stream screen or anything.
Petro Boomin 37 says, could Bledsoe play on the team? I feel like nobody is discussing that as a possibility, and maybe is. So if we'd have to pay him $19 million this year, which and that would put us deep into the tax. So I think I'd find it hard to believe that. I would guess it's still a possibility if we just go deep into the text and don't use the full mid-level exception. But yeah, I don't like that as just thinking right now that that's what they're going to do. I think they're just waiting to see if a trade comes available that they like more than just waiving them outright.
A win for the Knicks cover-up. They have officially agreed. Or reportedly agreed to 4 years, 104.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Aromancer.
That was totally.
Yeah, clicks. The Knicks clearly did not tamper. Yeah, no, not at all, man. I mean, you know, Dallas was offering a 5-year, $106 million, so you know it was a bidding war, and he decided to take the first bid after the second bid. I don't know. No, it has not. Petro Boomin. Yeah, this is brand new information, man. Yeah, look at Brunson. I'm surprised he went to the Knicks. Is there any reason you guys see that we wouldn't sign Nurkic? I mean, I don't know. The only way would be like, I don't know, man. It would be really hard to see us not signing Nurkic. I'm not really worried. I'm just kind of confused.
I mean, like I laid out, I feel like either it's just something's causing it to wait, or it's because we're trying to do something else first. So yeah.
If we let Nurkic walk, would that be enough for a rant? Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Sean, yeah, we have his bird rights, which means that we can re-sign Nurkic to whatever over the salary cap that we want to. We're already over the cap. We had Anthony Simons' bird rights as well. So, yeah, like the salary amount doesn't really affect what we re-sign Nurkic to. Yeah.
And I mean, it could just be, well, it doesn't really matter because the signing doesn't officially take place till later anyway, so there would be no reason to like wait now versus just agreeing to terms. But it is possible maybe we have some sort of move that requires Nurk to take slightly less in the first year or something, which means his overall contract isn't. Yeah.
Shout out to Jackson for. I've never had this happen. It kind of confuses me, but Jackson gifted 5 Blazers Uprise memberships, 1 to Culture Buckets, 1 to Opal, 1 to Armani, 1 for Joey Pushki. Thank you, Jackson, for gifting Blazers Uprise memberships to people. That's like a new feature YouTube rolled out recently. You're a legend, Jackson. Connor says, when can you gift memberships? It's like a new feature that they rolled out like a month or 2 ago. And Jackson was feeling generous. Oh, Jackson says I didn't choose, by the way. They were randomly selected. Oh, so they're just randomly given to people in chat?
Interesting.
Jamie says YouTube try to be Twitch. Nice, that's cool. Thank you, Jackson.
Taylor Packer says he's the official agent of this channel and didn't even get himself a Jackson sponsorship. He's retiring.
Well, you took it out of your name. How was he supposed to know? Or how was the YouTube, whatever YouTube thing decides that? I don't know, an algorithm?
So you're not high on the Knicks signing Brunson?
I mean, like, what's their plan? What's their long-term plan to try and contend for a championship? They aren't going to be bad enough to draft a star, right? Like, they're a borderline playoff team. They don't really have players on their roster with a ton of upside. They still got Julius Randle there blocking Obi Toppin. I'm really confused what their plan is. It's like they are intent on being an 8 seed first round exit. Like, that's what it seems like to me. So I just don't get it, man.
If I'm them, I'm calling the Lakers. I'm offering them Fournier, Derrick Rose, and Julius Randle for hopefully, I mean, if it's just Westbrook, I'd still do it. But hopefully Westbrook and a first down the road so they have even more picks stockpiled. And that clears up all but their rookies' contracts after next year and Brunson. So they'd have Brunson locked up, a good guard, and retool around him, Barrett, Toppin, quickly, and add a bunch of talent next. And now I know they've missed on free agent talent in the past, but I feel like that would be a much better solution than trying to make it work with Randall and that kind of stuff.
Is Kyrie coming to the Lakers? Probably not. Let's just go with probably not.
I just don't know how they would make it work.
Do you guys watch any other sport, or do you guys only really care about basketball? We watch football. We're both Niners fans. Sorry if that upsets anyone. I would watch more baseball if the Mariners weren't so trash. I'll watch some NASCAR. I'll watch anything, really, except golf. You will not catch me watching golf. Sorry, Beavis. Started watching a little bit more Timbers, so. But yeah, I watch a lot of football. I watch a lot of college basketball too. Carson, what do you mean the Mariners have done well? They're below 500. That's well for their standards, but they're below 500.
Yeah, basically the same thing. Watch a ton of NFL, college football, college basketball. I like baseball. Don't actually watch much of it though. Just very time consuming. Don't have a lot of time for that. But yeah, I like a lot of stuff.
Every time I say I'm a Niners fan, Eric, and I'm sure you get the same thing, everybody's like, "How are you not Seahawks fans?" It's like I'm not from the Seattle area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the Portland area, so I'm a Portland Trailblazer fan, but I'm not from the Seattle area. That's like 2.5 hours up north. I mean, like I'm a Mariners fan, but it's not like that's close enough where I'm always going to be a fan of whatever team is there. So, my dad was a Niners fan, so I grew up watching the Niners when I was young. So he was also a Yankees fan. I'm not a Yankees fan. I'm a Mariners fan, but I wish I was a Yankees fan this year. They're killing it, but yeah, that's why I'm a Niners fan.
Yeah, I grew up in the 80s with Montana and Rice, and Jerry Rice is my all-time sports hero, so that's why I love the Niners.
I don't think they trade Debo. I said it from the get-go. I don't think they trade Debo. I think he's going to get an extension at some point.
Man, I've got something in my eye.
That's unfortunate. You're fans of red and black teams. Yeah, kinda. YYC, it was satisfying beating them in Dallas last year.
Blue Rice, you have not missed much in terms of the Blazers. Just Anthony Simons re-signing 4 years, $100 million.
Yep, and Yusuf Nurkic notably not re-signing yet, which is weird. You also missed my sick intro, so watch it back, and I'm proud.
Drummer 05 said he just watched it. Nice work.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm proud of it. Trade Torrey to the Nets for KD. I will gladly be traded to the Nets for KD.
Nets Uprise.
Yeah, I will run Nets Uprise with Sporting Logically, and Blazers can have KD. I'm down. I will waive my no trade clause. Taylor Packer, yeah, I literally am.
I'm not though.
Oh man.
I don't want to do a podcast with KD. I mean, I would if I have to, but
I was talking in a little different context there. I don't know. Gabe from Valley. Hey, if you guys talk about Gabe from Valley podcast, you just have to say Gabe. Like, I talk to Gabe all the time. So I just know it was Gabe. You don't even have to say the channel. If you say Gabe, I know who you're talking about. But yeah, Gabe thinks that KD is getting traded to the Suns, even though they want Booker. He thought McHale and like 3 firsts would get it done, and I was trying to tell him that it wasn't good enough. It's still not good enough. Anyway.
Well, it'll be a little better when we give him 2 firsts for McHale and just 5 firsts instead.
Yeah, I'd love that. Suns Valley podcast says it was good. So I need a mod. Gabe, DM me and let me know. Let me know if that's your account, and I'll mod you just so I know that it's your real account. Oh wait, can I just look at your account? Hold on. Can I just go into chat and like go to channel? Nope, I can't because YouTube is silly.
Mills was with a $5 donation. How do you guys feel about Keldon? I'm suiting Keldon Johnson for the starting 3 if we could snag him.
I mean, I'd like it, but I don't see how we'd get him, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, he fits in the TP, I think, so yeah, if we can get him. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of picks, and I'm sure that's what San Antonio wants right now. So, yeah, I think we'd have a tough time getting him. But I would be all for it if we could. I'm also fine with not getting him and having Nas, Sharp, Hart being fine as our three small forward. Doesn't really matter who you play at small forward out of those three, but
All right, Gabe got moderator status. Just so we know it's him. I wish there was a way you could like verify accounts on your own end. YouTube needs to add more features, man. Like, you're owned by Google. They finally added a chat poll. It took them long enough. Yeah, that's where, if we had our future first, we'd have a lot more options available right now. That's where it sucks just not having our future first, man.
Mm-hmm. Brady Mo says, I wish somebody to tell me why we let Joe Ingles go. That really irks me. He sponges office for a year, does rehab, acts like he's part of the team. Well, here's the deal with Joe Ingles. He was an unrestricted free agent, which means we had no rights to match a contract, so he was free to sign with any team for whatever offer he wanted to accept, and there was nothing we could do about it. So, but a lot of people think that I think that he was not very good anymore, especially coming off an injury at his age. So, yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to play much this year due to that injury. So I don't know. Spurs fan Gary says, nope. I'm assuming that means about Keldon.
Yeah. I posted a chat poll. I want to know how nervous you all are about the Yusuf Nurkic situation. Shout out to Jackson for reminding me that I could actually use the chat poll feature to post polls. Also, if you're going to send trades, make sure they actually work. If you send a fake trade that doesn't work, we'll be able to tell literally right away. Because we know the CBA. So, yeah. L to the Woj ESPN accounts. Good try. Shout out to Liam Best, $2 Australian. Dono says, Shams vs. Woj is greater than Magic vs. Bird. Well, Chris Haynes is, who's like the third, who's considered the third guy to those guys?
Yeah, it's becoming Haynes, I think.
Clyde, maybe? I don't know. Like, Haynes has had as good of a day as either of the other two.
Oh, you're talking about...
the Dono message.
It was probably Jordan then. Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, Magic versus Bird. Oh, I was thinking like... Oh, yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah. Chris Haynes is Jordan today to them. But, yeah. It's always fun to see him battle.
He retweeted his thing right at the beginning of free agency.
What would you vote in this chat poll, Eric?
I said somewhat worried.
Somewhat worried?
Yeah.
Wow, you're more worried than the majority of chat. I'm in between slightly and somewhat.
So that was the other thing, the clip from the Chris Haynes podcast talking about Dame and stuff. He said that Sharp was absolutely going to play this season and that they're already planning on it. And so Silent Wavy asked how many minutes do you think Sharp's going to get. I'm not comparing him to Kobe Bryant, but Kobe's rookie year played about 15 minutes a game. I think that's perfect. If he earns more than that because he's playing well, then give him more than 15. But yeah, I would force him about 15 minutes a game as long as it's not like affecting our like winning games, or it's obviously not helping his development or whatever. But the reason why I'm usually in favor of players having to earn their minutes, but I'm a little worried if he sits out like Anthony did most of his rookie year after not playing for a whole season this last year. I'm a little worried about him getting I mean, I know he's still practicing and stuff, but it's just not the same. I want him to have some game reps and get some actual live action and not get too far removed from that. So I would force him about 15 minutes a game.
Oh, man.
Michael Yannis says Clyde played 17 minutes his first year, too, and then popped his second year. That's definitely possible for Sharp. Jimmy Roscoe says PJ Tucker getting 3 years, $33 million at his age is a bad contract. I don't think it's a bad signing necessarily, and I see why they did it. But yeah, that's 3-year deal for him is quite a lot.
Dude, like, so we already knew Brunson was going to the Knicks. We haven't had anything in 51 minutes, Eric.
Yeah.
And before that, the last thing before that was Kyle Anderson, which was at, let's see here, 5:41. So we have had one signing in about an hour and 12 minutes. This is definitely the biggest lull we've had in the free agency stream. This is rough.
Mm-hmm. Caleb, do you want us to end the stream?
No, we're not calling the stream, man. The second we call the stream, the second we'll have to go live again because something will happen.
Yeah.
We'll just hang out with you guys. I'm cool with hanging out.
Yeah, we're just chilling. Aeromancer says Jalen Brunson is the first player in NBA history to sign a $100 million deal with a new team, despite never having been into an All-Star game.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there always has to be a first for something, but as contracts and salary cap gets bigger, I'm sure that'll change eventually. But yeah. Boom asks, what's your opinions on giving Dame a max extension? If he asks for it, I'm 100% in favor of it. I think Dame deserves it for everything he's done. And you don't beg someone to stay with your franchise for years and then kick him to the curb or not offer him the max amount. I think he's worth way more than that max amount. But that's the max we can pay him, and I'll gladly give it to him. And it still doesn't take place till 2 years from now, which, like I said, the salary cap will be jumping, and it won't look as bad as it looks right now. But also that gives Cronin or whoever else is in charge by then 2 years to figure that out and make sure they're ready for that.
I don't think I ever tried to end a stream this early, Caleb. But yeah, I mean, around this time was when Norm signed. I mean, this is just how it goes. Like,
Shaggy Squid asked, "Do you think it's a smart move for Dame to take less if he really wants to win?" No, and here's why. Well, one, it's never a smart move for a league that maximizes how much money you can make at your peak. But for Dame, it's a lot different than the Harden situation right now. Whether Dame accepts $10 million less or the full amount, we're still going to be over the cap in 2 years. So, especially now that we signed Ant, we will at some point, if we keep Nas, have to re-sign him. Nurkic's contract will most likely, if he resigns, be there. So it's not going to matter if he makes $40 million or $65 million. It's just how much the owner is willing to pay in tax because we're going to be over the cap. So in my opinion, it's not like the Harden situation. Now, if Dame was a free agent right now and he could sign for $10 million less and we get a better player because of that, like in free agency, 100% maybe you get a little concerned if Dame's not willing to do that. But in this case, it does not matter what he makes in 2 years, and you can design every move you make the next 2 years around knowing how much he's going to make that in that offseason. And if you can't do that, then you're not cut out to be a GM. So I disagree with anyone thinking Dame's not worth it, or people worried about him being a negative asset in a trade at that age. Like, who cares? Like, just keep him on the team then, because he deserves to be a Portland for his whole career if that's what he wants.
Exactly. Well said.
Yeah, and look at Durant now. He's going to leave the Brooklyn Nets, and they're going to be in shambles for years. He left the Thunder to go to the 73-win Warriors. It's just, yeah. I'd rather pay Dame and try to win with him $100 million a season, and even if we come up short doing that, at least we tried with the best player and all-around guy that Portland's ever had on their team, and I can live with that versus forcing him to take less money after like whining that he might demand a trade for 2 years. Yeah.
When do we think we'll get a new owner? I don't know. I don't even have the mental capacity to think about that at the moment.
Yeah. Now, if Dame says, if Dame requests a trade, then absolutely trade him in that situation. I just don't think he's going to. I think he's going to want to finish his career here unless something drastically changes.
Yep.
That's so dumb, Caleb Wilson. Get out of here with that. Dame doesn't make his teammates better.
That's a really, really
so ignorant,
take, man. And you have a lot of.
Why are you even a fan of the Blazers? You hate every player. You don't even like Dame, who's like the most likable, easy to root for player in the history of sports, and you like hate on everyone, man. That's dumb, man.
Yeah, I don't really understand what enjoyment you get out of supposedly being a fan of the team, man. Like, it's just every comment you have is
here it comes. I love Dame, but
doesn't make his teammates better. Yeah, dude who averages 8 assists per game. 8 assists per game doesn't make his teammates better. What does that even mean? That is such a cliche term that's just thrown around by people that I don't even think they understand exactly what they're saying when they use that term. What does make his teammates better? He gets his teammates great looks. Is that making his teammates better? He's helped mentored Anthony Simons. Does that make his teammates better? Oh, he goes one-on-one. That's really your answer, bruh? Is that he goes one-on-one so he doesn't make his teammates better? So in order to make your teammates better, you never can go one-on-one. Really? What?
Oh, and yeah, he averaged 30 on insane efficiency for how many volume shots he takes, and that means he's like doesn't make his teammates better because he averaged 30 or something and went one-on-one.
Come on, man.
He doesn't even go one-on-one that much. It's almost all pick and roll, which involves teammates.
We're not gonna ban him for his take. Like, I'm not gonna insult him or even say anything or ban him or anything. I just think his take is really, really bad, and I'm gonna give him crap for his take. Pro Harden averaged 10 assists per game last year. You think Harden doesn't get his teammates easier looks? He does not isolate as much as Harden. Shoot, a big problem was our system required him to isolate too much. We talked about that. That's why I'm excited to see him healthy under Chauncey Billups. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, dude, you're just talking out your ass, man. His style of basketball doesn't win championships. I mean, he's the closest player stylistically to Steph Curry. I mean, come on, man.
So the same person who says Dame's not a championship player also says everyone else on the team sucks. Anthony's not worth this contract. Nurk's a terrible defender and needs to get traded. And so basically you're saying he has no help, but he's also terrible with his teammates and whatever. Like you're contradicting yourself. You always just be negative to be negative, and it's kind of annoying sometimes. But man, we try to see your point of view, man. But you're just I don't know. Like what more do you want Dame to do without? Uh, yeah, I don't know.
He says, "Ha ha ha! Whoa, take it easy." Eric and I
I'm just
are taking
repeating
it easy.
I'm just
Trust
repeating
me.
what your actual takes, man.
Yeah.
Like you're majorly hating on a guy who you agree, right? Olshey did not get him help. I've seen you comment about it. Nurk is not good, right? And Nurk's been his center since the 2016-2017 season, right? So that's like 5 seasons that Nurk's been his center, and you hate Nurk and don't want him to be back as our center, yet that's Dame's fault that he's the center here. I don't know. Like, I think you're unfairly criticizing Dame for something that you're just trying to project on him. I don't know. Don't bully Caleb. I'm just. Yeah.
I mean,
we need to improve on Dame. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's just move on. I'm sorry for indulging you.
I mean, we have nothing better to do, so peak
Right.
entertainment this conversation is. Yeah. Let's just.
To what teammates? What teammates? You trash all his teammates. How was he supposed to be a better facilitator if his teammates are all trash,
Bro,
like you said, Caleb Wilson?
He gets like 8 assists per game. What? You want him to get 15 assists per game? Like, what are you talking about, man? He's like one of the top facilitators in the league. Like, who is a player? You say Harden doesn't make his teammates better either, because you say Dame plays like Harden. Harden averages like 10 assists per game. So, like, who is a player that, quote unquote, makes their teammates better then? Oh, let me guess, Draymond. Anyway.
That's if everyone's standing around watching Dame, why do you think we complained about the coaching for so long? Like, that's not true because once again, Dame every single year is, I mean, last year he was hurt, but every single year he's healthy is one of, if not number one in the entire league in pick and rolls. That is not people standing around watching. That was a Stotts designed offense for the other 3 players not involved in the pick and roll to just stand at the 3-point line. But running a pick and roll is not the other 4 players standing around watching Dame. That is literally involving another player.
But, like, okay, so he goes one-on-one, draws a second defender, kicks out for an open 3 to his teammate. Is that not making his teammate better? You still haven't explained what you meant by making his teammates better. That's a cliche that's like one of my pet peeves when talking basketball is when people say so-and-so makes their teammates better or so-and-so doesn't make their teammates better. Because, like, what is the real basketball context of that statement? Like, explain that in basketball terms. Like, I'm actually curious to hear the explanation for that in actual basketball terms, and not something cliche. Anyway, thanks for the thanks for the entertaining conversation. We still do not have anything. So we could keep having this conversation.
Carmelo's still out there.
Oh yeah, we can bring back Melo and Derrick Jones Jr. just so Chauncey can play Melo over Derrick Jones Jr. when we suck at defense. Bro, I swear we're getting trolled. I'm done with this conversation.
I stopped reading chat.
Yeah, I'm done with this. Dang, man, if only we had Peyton Manning.
You know what's super funny?
What?
How many times have we heard both coaches and now two different coaches and Dame himself say that a lot of times during the games he is probably not aggressive enough because he's trying to get other teammates involved.
When he's playing
Like,
next to like Evan Turner,
yeah,
Alfaro Camino, and Mo
yeah,
Harkless.
you hear that all the freaking time. But yeah. Yeah, the offense looked really great to press Blazer fan while Dame was out with his core muscle injury. That was really cool watching the offense get destroyed by 30 points every game. Do people not understand? We've had one of the worst benches in the league the last few years. But no, when Dame's on the bench, the offense looks so much better. You guys are just projecting what you want to see. None of the numbers back that up at all, not even close. And there's no reason why Dame wouldn't be willing to run a more ball dominant offense. So like a ball movement offense, which we've been talking about for years, and something that Chauncey tried to promote. Hopefully he gets back to that this year.
Crushable says, "We know you think this. You were just in another chat the other day saying you want to trade Dame constantly." At the Press Blazers, man. Oh, when streamers team up, man, it's over for chat. Oh, man. I feel your pain, Crushables, man. We're in the same boat. It's... I don't get it.
If there was a dono about Myers Leonard.
Was there? CR Slacker, $5 dono. Says Myers Leonard made his teammates better just being on the court with them. No one else could ever be as bad as him. Thank you, CR Slacker, for the $5 dono. Yeah, Myers Leonard made his teammates look better. Absolutely.
Another thing too, this is just a warning to people. Dame's been injured the last few years and hasn't been able to move as well as he could. And I don't know if you've seen some videos of him lately, but that dude looks like he's in the best shape he's been in a long time. And I think he's going to make a lot of you look silly. And I hope that's true, obviously, because I'm a Blazer fan. But I hope he proves to all you guys that it's silly to be doubting him at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how you could ever doubt him. If you hate on Dame with just like ridiculous stuff, like, you don't deserve Dame, man. That's the thing. If you think Dame doesn't make his teammates better, I don't see how we could get a player that would satisfy you. If you hate on literally every player on the team, including potentially the best player in franchise history, I don't understand how you could ever be satisfied. Like, you're just bound to always be upset about something, which is your prerogative. I'm not gonna tell you how to enjoy your favorite team. If you enjoy hating your favorite team, then by all means go ahead. It's just you might get clowned a little bit for it, which is also completely fine.
I wish Depressed Blazer fan would stop making stuff up, because he's saying that was this year when Dame hit the bench after we traded CJ and Norm. But years before, it always looked better when Dame took the night off. No, it did not.
What?
You just had CJ going off for like more points and being the Dame, and yeah, it was the same thing. And our bench has sucked since Dame got here. It has never been good. And in terms of scoring and offensive efficiency and things like that. So you're just making it up because you want to believe and hate on Dame so much that you're trying to pass off things that are not even true. Our bench has been terrible as long as Dame has been here, and it's dumb, man.
This dude Caleb just said Ant is the better point guard than Dame.
I guarantee you. Yeah, the whole. Remember when Neil Olshey said, "We have a point guard, a backup point guard. His name is Anthony Simons," and everyone clowned him. I guarantee you, Caleb Wilson was like, "Yeah, dumbass. He's not a point guard." And now, like 1 year later, he's like, he's like, oh, Anthony's way better point guard. Andre Drummond to the Bulls.
Hey, we got something, and it's Andre freaking Drummond. Phenomenal. They didn't get Mo Bamba, they get Andre Drummond. Finally, we can get back on track. SC2 said he just got off work and came to this conversation, and it's just Dame hate. Like, yeah, man, we've been in a lull. In case you're just joining us, we've been in a lull. This is the first signing in the past hour that we didn't already know about. We already knew about Jalen Brunson. The Knicks tried to pretend like they didn't tamper the hell out of that situation. So this is the first signing in like over an hour. We've been killing the time by responding to Dame hate, but now we finally have something to talk about. Eric, Andre Drummond to the Bulls.
Just like to point out your 7-Eleven time is now passed, unfortunately.
Oh, I meant it for Andre. I was trying to like meditate and feel the energy of the universe, and I thought it was Yusuf Nurkic. It was actually Andre Drummond.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, Drummond and Vucevic as your two centers is kind of weird, but I think that's decent enough. I mean, he's fine as a backup center, so yeah.
Liam Best says Blazers have like a -8 net rating games without Dame since 2015. Like what? Yeah, I mean the facts back up everything we're saying, and
I mean,
facts are inconvenient for others.
He just keeps spitting out the same thing, even though it's factually could be proven wrong, and yeah.
Anyway. We should bring back CJ Ellerby.
Again, Brady, I know you've been in here for most of the day. The Blazers are not focused on free agency and the money they can get with what they have left. They are focused on completing trades right now, and their roster is fairly full if they do complete some of those trades. So there's no amount of money they're waiting for or a certain player or whatever. It's other teams that they're waiting on to decide on whether they're going to do trades or not. Hey, Arshad, how you doing, man? What were your thoughts when you saw the KD trade or request? Depressed Blazer fan, I know you've watched us for a while. You know that we believe that the coaching is the reason for that. Yep. Take a player like Steph Curry, and when he goes to a ball movement type system like Steve Kerr implemented in Golden State, and this is. I mean, you're proven wrong that it's not. It's a system. It's not that it gets better when Dame is out. It's just.
Shout out to Caleb Pendergraph, $2 dono says, please don't say that, Tori. Just let Ellaby go. I will let him go. I will graciously let him go. Goodbye, CJ Ellaby. So long. Watch him resign in like the next 5 minutes. We get Portland Trail Blazers. Oh, it's Nurkic. Resign CJ Ellaby.
Okay, let's have some fun with this. Brady Moat has been in chat. I've answered several of his questions, including just 2 minutes ago before he made this comment. And then he tells, I'm assuming either Caleb or Depressed Blazer fan, I'm on your side. These guys are tools. I just wish you'd answer my questions about how we can complete this roster with the money we have left.
Okay, so you're insulting us. Why? See, but that's the thing. But then if I respond with the same energy, then I'm being rude to chat, and that's what somebody on Reddit will think, or maybe he's somebody on Reddit that hates on us. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Anyway, you insult us again, and we're just gonna ban you from chat. We don't mess around with that. We don't insult you. Don't insult us. We can disagree with your opinion as much as we want. You can disagree with ours. That is completely fine.
Well,
but
Yeah.
do not insult
I
us, or you
wasn't,
will be
Caleb, I
banned.
wasn't saying you're Brady. I'm saying he keeps mentioning stuff in chat. I've answered his like at least 3 of his questions in this stream. It's like what I was talking about with Hamza earlier. It's like they're not paying attention or something, and they ask a question
Yeah.
and they get mad at us for not answering when they're not even listening to.
When there's like 670 people in here. Yeah, shout out to all you guys supporting the stream. Yeah, but we're not able to respond to literally every single thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could
But
talk that fast, but then you probably wouldn't understand me, and then I'd
I'm,
probably get a job auctioning off things. So
I mean, I've literally said what I answer to his question at least 10 times in this stream. And we've actually broke down the exact money we have left at one point an hour or so ago, if you really wanted to know. And I know you were in chat at that time, so I don't know what the heck you're talking about, man.
Caleb, that's not all you said, but okay, you think he needs to be a better facilitator. That's fine. Anyway, hopefully we don't have to wait another hour because we'll still stay live. It's just this is a little rough at the moment. Please don't insult other people in chat. There's another bot. Let's read this one. Taylor, did you click it fast enough?
Caleb Pendergraph with the $2 donation. Please don't say that, Tori.
I already read it. I already read it. No, good looking out though. Appreciate you, Caleb. Caleb always drops banger donations. Dang, Taylor didn't click the sex bot link in time. If Mikal Bridges is on the table, what would you give up for him? I would unprotect the 2023 Chicago first, and I'd probably give up lightly protected 2025 and 2027. Or, I mean, I'd unprotect the 2023 Portland first or Chicago, and I'd give up lightly protected 2025 and 2027 first. It's a gamble, but, I mean, he's absolutely perfect and absolutely what we need. And I think we'd be a really good team the next 5 years, so I don't think those picks would end up being too high. Would you do that, Eric?
What was it?
What would you give up for Bridges?
Yeah, I would give up a couple of firsts and
Mikal Bridges, not Miles.
Yeah, I'd probably include Nas in that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Miles Bridges. I'm talking about Mikal.
Yeah, I made a tweet before this stream started about Mikal Bridges being a possibility if KD goes to the Suns, and someone was like, "Gotcha, idiot! You're canceled because you said because Miles Bridges is a woman beater and blah blah blah." I'm like, dude, my tweet says Mikal, but nice try, man.
Yeah, there's 2 Bridges in the league. Did you not know that? Yeah, like people trying to get you. Adam McVeigh, don't talk about that. It's only for channel members, man.
I was laughing at something else, but the irony of
what?
A person who insulted us then saying not to take time to talk to people who are insulting you, and
what? I haven't seen it. I'm confused.
This Brady Mount guy is cracking me up, man. I need to eat something, I think.
Yeah.
He said, I wish we'd spend this time analyzing how we could build the team better instead of feeding the BS. Feeding your BS, man? Like,
you insulted us, man. Like,
I mean,
don't insult us then if you don't want us to talk about how you insulted us. Like, and we've broken down so many things about team building. Like, we're just waiting to see what happens at this point, and nothing's happening. So,
yeah, I mean, we've been streaming for 5+ hours. We've talked about basically everything we can talk about in terms of what we want to do, what we hope happens, what's still a possibility, all that stuff. Like, I don't want to just keep repeating the same thing 500 times.
Yeah. I
And
enjoyed the laughs though, honestly. Not
yeah,
even lie. Like
yeah.
it's funny. Um so oh dude, our chat's so phenomenal. For better or worse. Like just it's just peak entertainment. Um how much are courtside tickets for a Blazer game? I don't know. To like
Comsy, as of right now, since we re-signed Anthony, assuming that wasn't a part of a sign and trade when we signed him or agreed to that term, um, we can't trade him for KD. So if we get KD, it would be without giving up Anthony. Yeah,
hey, don't hate on the name Brady, man. We got
yeah.
don't hate on the name Brady. Trust me,
Well,
I got hate on my name too. My first name. I've gotten a lot of hate on it before too. So don't hate on first names. It's not anyone's choice.
yeah, and I can see why depressed Blazer fans said he blocked or we blocked both. We both have him blocked on Twitter because that guy's just. I mean, we've done nothing to insult you, man, but you keep.
Where have we insulted anyone in this stream, man? We haven't insulted anyone. If we say your take is bad or we don't agree with your opinion, we're talking about your opinion. We're not talking about you. Okay? If you can say that you don't agree with our opinions or you think our opinions are bad, right? We're talking about basketball. That's the context. It's not insulting someone, right? But when you go and say these two guys are tools or these two guys are assholes or something like that, you're insulting us. We're not calling you any names. We're not calling anyone any names in chat because that's attacking them. Attack the argument, not the person. Okay? That's the line that we draw. All right? So we didn't attack anyone or insult anyone in this at all. So don't, sit here and chat saying things that are blatantly false that we're insulting people when we're not. Like, that's the thing. And then you wonder why you're blocked or why, we might have a problem with you. Well, that's why. And that's the thing, is like, it's very clear cut and dry. That's how we handle things. We can talk about opinions and whatnot. Completely fine. Just don't attack other people. Don't attack me. Don't call me names. I won't call you names. It's that simple. But then you go and do it. I don't do it. But then if I respond to it, I'm the problem. I'm the one who's, being rude or something. Nah, man. I don't. That's BS. So.
All right. Go start your 10th account on this channel now because I'm sick of you, man. Go away.
Yeah. You constantly insult people. Where? Please tell me where. Where did I... Yeah, anyway. Anyway, this is a front row view into being a streamer. This is what you gotta deal with. Now there's gonna be like a Reddit post about how we treat people in our chat badly and how we're just assholes and how I've already talked about college yeah, that's the thing. I'm ready for like, oh yeah, he talked about him playing college basketball 12 times during his free agency stream. He bragged about it all stream and how he should be making millions of dollars in free agency.
Hail Blazers, you've literally missed nothing.
But you've also missed everything at the same time. Anyway, what's up, Hail Blazers? Thank you, Taylor, for holding it down for me over there in the wildness that is Rip City Reddit. Sherwin says, Tori, you played college ball? I can't answer that question anymore. I can't say that I did, because then I'm bragging, apparently. So, Wampit, I'm jealous of you because you're eating chili. Where's the guy's name that was like, I'm bringing chili? Where's he been, man?
He's still on Twitter, but he's not quite as active as he used to be.
Yeah. Appreciate you, SC2 Beats. I try my best. Now we get a bunch of questions. Dude, I need to put chat on the stream. I wish there was like an easy way to do that with YouTube, like with Twitch. Or there probably is a way with Streamlabs, but chat is the show right now. McDonald's or Wendy's? That's kind of a personal question to me. But Wendy's. Yeah, so by the way, if Nurkic doesn't sign tonight, we will go live when he re-signs. Like, I'll be ready to go in the morning. I'll probably go to bed a little bit earlier tonight, but I can function and stream for hours off 2 hours of sleep. Like, it's a different mode, Eric. Mm-hmm. The big stream days, it's like I'll wake up feeling so tired, 2 hours of sleep and working all night, and I'll be tired right until I hit go live. Then right when I hit go live, I got a bunch of energy. I'm invigorated. And yeah, that's just kind of the way it goes. So just follow the channel's Twitter page, link in the description box below. We tweet out when we go live. You can also join our Discord. I don't know if I want to plug our Discord right now, but there is a Discord in the description box below as well. And we tag everybody when we go live in our Discord. We tag everybody in our Discord.
Did you get Hail Blazers dono?
Oh, what's up, Hail Blazers with the $5 dono? Says, damn, you guys are still going. Y'all deserve a 1 million bag. I would love a 1 million bag, but I appreciate your $5 dono. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll be going for at least another hour and a half. It's just weirdly dead early this year, so we'll see. Maybe I'll just be able to play that intro again or something. That'll be like the waiting screen. Anyway, I need to do something like that cool for the... I don't know. I'm feeling inspired as a video editor. You should play Fortnite in between bombs.
Okay, Brady Moat said he was talking about the guy who was ripping on Dame, so I apologize, but you made it sound like we were the ones not answering your questions, and you said those two guys are tools. I don't know how else we were supposed to take that, but if that wasn't directed at us, I apologize, but it sure seemed that way.
Yeah, and if you ever say these two guys or those two guys, I mean, we're the two guys on the stream, so I mean, yeah, like.
Legit question from Adam McVeigh. Being from Melbourne, what's Portland like as a city? I see some smack talk about the place, but it's on my bucket list. Downtown Portland's kind of trash. The area around Portland, I think, is really beautiful. We're about an hour away, a little over an hour both ways from a mountain. With good skiing, snowboarding, outdoor activities, and then the other direction is the beach, and it's just really beautiful. Lots of greenness with trees and plants and stuff like that, and I think it's a good place other than a few spots in actual Portland that are questionable.
Yeah. I mean, every city has its bad spots and its bright spots. Portland has some really good, natural spots. If you get outside of city limits, I don't know how to explain it. I'll talk about this for a little bit. See, I don't have my words down, but lots of nice hiking trails and that sort of thing. The gorge is pretty close. If you're looking for nature, scenic spots, then there's some spots around Portland that are really nice. I'm not an expert on Portland though. I live north of the river. I actually live in Washington State. I live in Vancouver, Washington, so I don't go down to Portland a whole lot.
Because you hate bridges.
Because I hate bridges. Not McHale bridges, but
yeah.
No, I don't.
Miles bridges.
Nah, I just hate I don't like the 405 bridge, man. Every other bridge is fine with me, but the 405 bridge is sketches me out. I don't like heights.
Someone said there's lots of camping downtown.
Yeah, if you like camping. Oh, man.
There's camping downtown and all kinds of beautiful camping spots all over Oregon and Washington.
Yeah.
Right now, our best trade package for KD would be Sharp, Bledsoe, Hart, Nas, and we'd unprotect the Chicago pick and then offer 3 unprotected picks in 25, 27, and 29, and then pick swaps in 24, 26, and 28. That's probably the best offer we can get. And I mean, if they wanted Watford or Brown or whoever thrown in there as well. But yeah, that's probably about as good as we could do right now. We both think Boston, unless Brooklyn changes course on wanting to win now, is a very likely spot for KD because they could give up a Jaylen Brown amongst other things.
Yep.
So yeah, I think the only chance we have of a KD trade is either right now if the front office, like Sean Marks in Brooklyn, loves Shaedon Sharp, which who knows? I have no clue if that's true or not, or what he feels of him. And then the only other option is if Sharp just shows out in Summer League and looks like a star, then maybe he has the trade value to get a KD. But if that happens, there's going to be a lot of people that would be upset that if we traded him. So I don't know what would happen in that situation.
Yep. Somebody in chat said KD has a no trade clause, and that's not true.
Yeah, he does not have a no trade clause. And that's part of the reason why he's expected to get what should be the biggest return in trade history, because he does not have a no-trade clause and is locked up for 4 years.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Even if we just pull off quiet moves, guys, I'm excited for next year. You got a healthy Dame. You have Ant after his breakout. You get to see him, at a new level next to a healthy Dame. That could be a ton of fun to watch. You got Shaedon Sharp. Sounds like he's going to be a part of the rotation. And he's going to be really intriguing and a lot of fun, too. Nasir Little could be the starting 3. Hopefully he breaks out. You got a lot of upside, a lot of good, young, intriguing players. And you get to see how Jeremy Grant works out in Portland. I mean, there's a lot of storylines to look forward to going into next year. And, it's we all want the best team possible. So we all want splashy, good moves, of course. But regardless, where we're sitting at now, next year is going to be really intriguing and a lot of fun, and I'm excited to cover it. Fingers crossed, it'll be nice going into next year without many expectations. Like, I feel like, we've had expectations the past couple years, but after this season, next year, I'm going into it without super high expectations. So I just feel like it's going to be a lot more fun to cover and a lot of storylines for us to talk about on a game in, game out basis. We do post-game shows in case you only found us this off season. So we do post-game shows after literally every game to talk about these things. So I'm looking forward to it. Even if we literally sit here on our hands and Cronin sits here on his hands, or if he's sleeping or whatever, I don't know. But as long as we get Nurkic back, I'm really looking forward to next year. Regardless of what else happens.
Yep, and let's get these donations. Jim Jodo, $5 donation. Wanted to let you guys know your content is very appreciated. Spent countless hours listening to you guys through all the ups and downs. Thank you. We appreciate you and your support and for watching us, and thank you for the kind words.
Yep, thank you, Jim. Appreciate you. Definitive One, $10 dono says, just want to thank you guys for doing this. The draft, all games, and everything Blazers related every year. Good job, and thank you. You guys are appreciated. Thank you, Definitive One of the OGs. One of the true
Thanks.
Blazer fan OGs, man. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
definitive one.
Yep.
Yeah, much appreciated, man.
And then Josh Newton with a $5 dono. There's no message on it for some reason, so I don't know if YouTube like removed your message. Just tag Blazers Uprise in your message if you meant to leave a message with that, and we'll read it off on air. If not, then appreciate the $5 dono from Josh Newton. Jimmy says, with KD or without, Blazers have a great future at backcourt with Simons and Sharp. Once Dame retires, I really believe Blazers could have the best backcourt in 3 to 5 years. That's also what's exciting. If Ant and Sharp fulfill their potential, they have the potential to be like maybe the best backcourt in the league because both those guys have such a high ceiling. So watching that grow is going to be a lot of fun, I think, over the next 5 to 6 years. You know, whereas KD, I would want KD, but if the Blazers did Ant and Sharp for KD and like sold out their entire future, then that's a lot of pressure as a fan. You know what I mean? It's like it's title or bust, which is fun, but also if you fail and you don't have a future to look forward to, it can be really, really rough as well. So, you know, it's fun to have some good young players to watch develop. I genuinely enjoy that. So, shout out to Michael. $5 dono says, just got back, so sorry if you already talked about this, but do you have thoughts on a Ben Simmons trade?
I mean, if something happens to where the Nets change their mind and completely blow it up, I wouldn't mind, you know, inquiring about Ben Simmons. I'm not giving up anything close to what we were talking about giving up last summer. But it's also very difficult to make a trade work unless it's done in the next 10 days because of Bledsoe's contract probably needing to be in that. But I really like Hart. He comes with none of the baggage or potential issues that Simmons has. I know obviously Simmons has a lot more upside if he regains his play from now 2 seasons ago. But I wouldn't mind inquiring about it if they make a bunch of moves, but I don't know what we give up if they're still looking for all-star level players to win now, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I got to compose myself for the next big signing to happen. Oh, it said Connor first? Oh, Jackson just tried to override his ban with his own ban? that bot had a funny name too.
They're real cheap, but they're not.
Everything's about like cheapness or overpriced or something.
Where's the like expensive?
Yeah.
Like, or the high class. What about the people who want good quality, not cheap?
We going into depth with this, huh?
Yeah.
We go into depth with everything.
Yeah. Josh Newton said he's a new listener, will be back for more, but didn't add a message to the thing.
Yep, but I thanked them in chat. Appreciate you, Josh. Somebody asked.
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody was asking what you think is happening with Nurk, but now they're spamming it, and now I don't want to answer it as badly. I saw it the first time and was going to answer it, but please don't spam chat. What do you think is going on with Nurkic right now?
I don't know, man. I got some intel that both him and Ant were going to sign right away. Obviously, that was not the case. Ant signed right away, but Nurk did not. I don't know if they're trying to keep the door open for something else, or if it's just simply just hasn't agreed yet. I don't know where Nurk is right now, so maybe he's back in Bosnia or something and just hasn't signed it. I don't know. But I'm not worried about him leaving for nothing, really. But I am kind of curious as to what's going on.
Yep.
And Taylor Packer asked an interesting question. Are you more excited for this season than last season? Considering all the cool subplots this year?
I mean, if like KD got traded somewhere where he forms a super team, then, or are you talking about the league or the Blazers?
I think just the Blazers.
If you're talking, I thought you were talking about the league. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of intriguing things, and it's going to be interesting. Like another subplot is how Chauncey does after a year of coaching, where maybe he has more his type of players and what that looks like. There's just so many different things to look at with this team next year, and it just makes it easy as Adam McVay. Oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. It makes it easy to talk about. It makes it easy to. It will make it easy to do post-game shows. A lot of things that we can focus on, and that's the thing. During the tank season, the second half of this past season and post-game shows, it was hard to even know what to talk about because it's like we're going to break down a game that the Blazers tried to lose in which they're throwing out a starting lineup with like Blevins and Ellaby and Eubanks and yeah, it was just hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about things, so it's going to be fun to be able to focus on a bunch of different storylines and like keep tabs with the progress of them and that sort of thing. Anyway, I keep getting distracted. You guys are loving the bots in chat.
For me, I think I was super excited for a new coach, especially one that was saying all the right things, and I thought the team was going to be really good. This year, it's fun because we have several breakout young players that I'm really excited to watch, but I think last year I expected us to be a lot better, and I felt like the league was a little more wide open than it had been in previous years, as evident by the Grizzlies getting the second seed and stuff like that. So I think going into last season, I was definitely more excited, and that's given me a little bit of pause to get too excited right now. But I love Anthony Simons, and I'm still really high on Nasir Little and stuff like that. And I think as much as I'm not high on Jeremy Grant, I think what we got him for, it was a good deal and worth taking the risk on him, considering the value of that trade. So lots of stuff. And then Dame being healthy and getting on a revenge FU tour. I'm looking forward to that as well, but definitely not as much as I thought we had a chance to be really good last year.
Yeah.
Nurk wants a day 2 stream, that's all.
Oh, I respect that. That's works for me, I guess. What are our expectations for this year? It's hard to say without knowing what the final roster looks like, to be honest.
Yeah.
Wait, did you unban? Oh, no,
okay. Connor beat me by a second, and so mine unhit it. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I was real confused.
And then I hit it right away.
Yeah. Good job, Connor. Connor's stepping up to the plate. What streamers recommend this bot? If any of you aren't paying attention to chat, there's just these bots that come in with very vulgar names and like spam emojis, and the names are just random and just weird and kind of funny. So that's what we're talking about. Boysen Mary Dracula. I am too. I'd love some news. This is the biggest lull, and I wonder how much of it has to do with KD.
I have. So XCDep asked me, clutch clients all not signed yet, or did some do it already? Let me just go through the list of free agents that are clutch clients.
Yeah.
Miles Bridges obviously has not signed.
Mm-hmm.
Zach LaVine hasn't signed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, is anyone else? John Wall, I think already. I don't know if
Yeah.
they're gonna re-announce that or not, but I'm pretty sure he already agreed. Um, Eric Bledsoe is a clutch client. That's funny. Montrezl Harrell, legal troubles as well. Um, Nurk, of course.
Yep.
Is Trey Lyles a free agent or is he?
No.
Okay,
I think he had a
so that
$2.5 million team option. Maybe he is a
yeah,
free agent, but
Terrence Ferguson,
he's not even.
Dion Waiters.
Damn, their client
Uh,
pool's that rough. I thought they had a
uh,
better client pool than that.
yeah. Um,
I thought there was somebody else that signed today that was a clutch client.
Corey Joseph, Ben McLemore. So yeah, I don't know. I don't see many clutch. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why wait though if you got the offer you wanted.
Hmm.
Like if they already agreed to an offer, it's just confusing, man. Shot Brian Tadovich, $2 dono. Ant make an all-star appearance. If we are like near the top of the West, then he has a chance, I think. Because I think he'll play like 34, 35 minutes a game. I think he'll average 20 points per game next year. I don't know how much, but I would bet on over 20. Or like right around 20 at least. So if they're a 2 or 3 seed or something like that, then yeah, it just takes some team success probably.
That's not the dabbing emoji. What is? Um, I don't know about this year. I don't think this year maybe, unless like you said, we're a surprise team and have a really good record. But I definitely feel like Ant could make an all-star game in the near future. But yeah, we have to have a good record-wise going into the voting period and stuff, and be one of the top seeds.
Yep. Zeb says if Nurkic leaves for another team without the Blazers getting anything out of that, how bad would that be for them this upcoming season? It'd be pretty dang bad. You'd be losing the best center on the market outside of DeAndre Ayton. You'd have a starting center spot to fill, a backup center spot to fill, and a backup power forward spot left to fill. And you would have the Fulman level exception. And then if Nurkic leaves, you would be able to have the $4 million biannual exception. But you're probably not getting something super quality with that. So it's hard to say. But yeah, it wouldn't be good. It would be this. I couldn't grade this a positive off season if he left for nothing.
I think so. The only way to salvage that is to, I mean, you could still make a trade, I guess, for a center. Um, but you'd have to have one, maybe even two moves to where you got a breakout center a la Isaiah Hartenstein last year on a minimum contract and just got super lucky that those turned into like a rotation level big. Or someone like DeMarcus Cousins who just happened to be healthy for the first time in a long time and had some depth for you. But I don't think Cousins, even best case scenario, is a starting level big like Nurkic. So I think we gotta basically get really lucky, or yeah, we're kind of screwed if Nurk leaves.
Man. So the Blazers announced their summer league team earlier today.
Mm-hmm. You're just seeing it.
Yeah, I didn't realize they announced the whole thing. Didi Lozada's on the summer league team.
Our team's stuck.
Yeah. Starting lineup: Brandon Williams, Keon Johnson, Shaden Sharp, Greg Brown, and then Trent Watford. Then off the bench, you got Jabari, you got Didi Lozada.
Andy Marchant asked, did the Knicks use cap space for the MLE to sign Hartenstein? I'm assuming they use cap space because if they use cap space for Jalen Brunson's contract, they wouldn't have the MLE because you have to have you can't use both cap space and the mid-level, and the room exception that you would get if you use cap space isn't big enough for Hartenstein's contract, so I'm assuming they took both of them in, both with cap space.
So people said to look at the Pistons Summer League team, and wow, yeah, you got two guys on here that I wouldn't expect to play. You got Cade Cunningham and Killian Hayes on their Summer League team, Eric.
Wow, so it's basically their real team?
Yeah, you got Buddy and Jimmy Boeheim.
Oh, gosh.
Sadiq Bey's on their Summer League roster. I'm not expecting him.
Sadiq Bey?
Yeah. Isaiah Stewart.
So it is literally outside of, like, Olynyk and...
Yeah, I'm not expecting those guys to play. Like Isaiah Livers, Saban Lee. Like any guy on a rookie contract seems to be on their Summer League team, but I'm not expecting... They got Jules Bernard. Yeah, I'm not expecting Cade to play.
They're trying to buy a championship in Summer League, man.
I know. Even though they don't do a tournament anymore, which sucks.
Man, but how freaking cool would that be if those guys all play against us in the first game, though?
I know, and Shaden dunks on Cade, and then flexes on Isaiah Stewart. Hell yeah, let's do it.
And then Isaiah Stewart has to be held back.
I know, yeah. Jaden Ivey's first NBA experience is having to hold back a raging Isaiah Stewart. I like this universe that we're living in right now. Durant should be on their team. I was just paying attention to like the names that were weird.
Well, they can't. I don't think they can technically say Durant yet, even though they, like I said, they had a press conference with him and introduced him already.
Yeah,
but
yeah. That's right. Yeah, because he wasn't on there. Oh,
it's weird. Still got a week to wait for that.
Yep.
Yeah, anyone playing in Summer League outside of maybe a few guys wouldn't be doing it for money. It would just be a chance to either practice with. And for the Pistons, I think that's kind of cool because they have a young core of all people within 3 years of their in the league now. And I think that's cool if they all start practicing with each other right away and get to know tendencies and stuff like that. I think that'll help them long term or speed up their rebuild process.
Yep.
Luke Garza revenge game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They cut him. He's going to have like 20 and 20.
Yep. Taylor Packer says off topic, but I'm so happy the Nets super team didn't work. Super teams suck, and parity is what makes the NBA interesting in the playoffs. See, I didn't mind the Nets before they had Harden, like Kyrie and KD pairing up, just them two in Brooklyn. I thought wasn't a super team yet, so I was like fine. It wasn't a team that was like clear cut better than anyone else. And I mean, you saw
especially a team that hasn't won a championship in a long time.
Yeah, like not a top notch franchise necessarily. So I was fine with it, but then once they got Harden, it's like okay, I'm rooting against these guys. You got your big three, and it's crazy how that hasn't worked out, man. I wonder, do you think we're at the point that like super teams with big threes aren't as good or aren't as successful, or is that just like who's being paired with who? Like, do you think that super teams are maybe not as meta anymore?
Well, the tough part about answering that question is a lot of the super teams had pretty devastating injuries, but they also took chances on fairly consistently injured players like Anthony Davis and um, stuff like that. So I don't know. I think a lot of it is just some of those teams haven't done a good job of putting the right players. For example, the Lakers trading for Westbrook last year, that was that may have ended the window of LeBron and AD to compete even if healthy. Um, and yeah, so I think they've been doing a very very bad job of fielding teams around them. And then we also see teams, much like what I was saying earlier, that it's kind of cool the Blazers are seemingly setting it up to where they can go two different directions. A lot of these super teams just ignore young players and try to win, get sign a DeAndre Jordan instead of smarter signing with their free agent money or whatever. And I think if they would have, for example, the Nets, if they stick with Jared Allen, and you have a big three of KD, Kyrie, and Jared Allen instead of giving all those pieces up for Harden, I mean, you're talking about a much better team still. So I think it's just a little bit of all. But I also do think that if you're a well-coached team and you play hard on both sides of the ball, are smart, you can beat those teams with lesser talent as well.
Yep. Shout out to Lee. Make sure I'm not muted. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, cool. Shout out Liam Best, $5 dono says, where do you draw the line on good stats on a bad team situation being classed as a good/bad player, like early Devin Booker? Advanced stats or eyeball? I think it's just something where if you have a player on a bad team putting up numbers, you just take that into account and maybe put a little bit less stock in the numbers until they prove that they can do it on a winning team. Whereas if you have a player on a winning team that's putting up good numbers, you know that they're contributing to winning basketball. With a bad team and a player putting up numbers, you just don't know if what they're doing on the court is necessarily contributing to better overall team success. So you still, if a player's shooting the three ball well and scoring at a high clip and rebounding, that sort of thing, like facilitating, you still put stock in that for sure. It's just there's a little bit of context with the team that you take into account. I don't think it's any like clear cut line or anything that you draw between good and bad or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Liam Best, for the $5 dono. Eric, no, Tinder does not cost money.
Okay, so then why did that bot say that they were cheaper than Tinder?
Because I guess they would give you money, or you wouldn't have to pay for dates on their app. I don't know.
Yes, Connor, Greg, I've been married since 2009. I don't think Tinder was around back then. I don't know. I wasn't really. That was the initial stages of smartphones back then.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Jeez. I have to read every comment now before I start reading it. Like I have to read it in my head before I can say it out loud.
Yeah.
Because some of this stuff I can't say out
loud. Okay. So there are things you can pay on Tinder, I guess, too.
Oh yeah.
Where it doesn't limit you, so maybe that's what it's saying. Yeah. Like you could join their thing and get it without having to pay to have those limitations.
It's like if somebody made a YouTube channel and called it Cheaper Blazers Uprise. Like, you can watch our stuff for free. You can also pay to donate or pay to become a channel member or pay to help other people become channel members. Thank you for Jackson for doing that earlier. But, like, you can also do it for free, but maybe there's a bot out there advocating themselves as the Cheaper Blazers Uprise or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't need an app anyway.
What's up, Chris? Appreciate you, man. Taylor, I don't think we are as much of an experience, so we're probably a little cheaper. But if they're saying they're cheap, maybe we're not. I don't know.
Oh, did the stream just end?
No, why?
Hmm.
YouTube's like, you've been streaming too long.
It just went to like a commercial or an ad.
Oh, I can put in ads. Like there's an ad button. I never do it when I'm live, but there's an ad button because I just feel like people will leave. So there's an ad button where I can insert an ad and play an ad at my whim whenever we're live. But I didn't click that, so I don't know if I randomly put one in. So you just got a random ad?
Yeah. I was like, oh crap, I hope that didn't end the stream. You could read this donation. I have no idea what to say about this.
Adam McVeigh with a $5 Australian dollar dono says, Eric and Tori, what would be your opening pickup lines on Tinder? Great question. Mine would probably be, hey, I have a YouTube channel, you should date me. What about you, Eric?
I would say, I don't need help in this department, but go check out this guy Tori's page, and he's the creator of Blazers Uprise on YouTube. Check it out.
Appreciate the wingman shit, man.
CBA nerd. See how many girls like that. Yeah.
Yeah, book smart, but only with the CBA. JD, why do you want to know the ages of people in here?
Sorry, I play college ball.
Oh yeah, that's my. If the first one doesn't work, then I say I played college. Yeah, I played college ball, not to brag.
Oh man, Randy Wynn says, in the future, daughter's getting married, so go to her wedding or courtside seats to Blazers Finals Game 7. I would choose my daughters 100 out of 100 times. So.
Yep, and I would take those tickets. Let's go.
Yeah.
Trevin, you know it. Oh, man.
You should just have that that tweet from Coach.
Yeah, it's just one of my pictures. He delivers food, LMAO. Brian Tadovich, that's a good one. I blocked Peyton Pritchard. Let's go get coffee. That's, yes.
And then every girl would be like, who is Peyton Pritchard?
See, I just try and be like this normal guy, and it just doesn't work for me, so I think I need to, I think that's the way I need to go.
Shy guy, you might want to rephrase what you just said.
What? Yeah, okay.
Pause.
Glad you didn't start reading that one off, huh?
No, I know.
Terrence Thomas in chat. I know you guys wish you had Jaden Ivey and Cade. Wishful thinking. Detroit basketball.
Oh, wait. No, before that, he said you guys don't have the money to sign KD. Yeah, because he's not a free agent, and that's correct. We don't have the money to sign him. So
congratulations, good job, man. Crispy Flakes needs to educate you guys a little bit better. Come on now.
Man, this is sad. We're just going.
This is really what this stream has become. Hey, man, I never have any expectations when we go into free agency streams. I just know it's going to be a marathon. That's all I know. So, if this is what it's become, that's completely fine with me. If this is what you guys enjoy, I mean, we are entertainers. So if you're entertained, then I'm doing my job, I guess. Because, I mean, I'm doing my job. No NBA GM currently is doing their job, apparently.
Yeah, and you got a 1 out of 10 from Audis Wise because you have time to talk about Tinder but not update your graphics because Andre Drummond signed. Come on, Tori.
He got me.
Yeah, man.
He got me.
Such a slacker.
Yeah.
All this free content with all these fancy packages, graphic packages that you work so hard on, and it's still not good enough, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, other YouTubers would have definitely updated their graphics package by now. So, yeah. Who do I think I am? ESPN.
Tori's Tinder profile. I've got great graphics.
Hey, man, nothing's happened. I forgot these graphics even existed. Don't blame me. Blame your favorite GM.
MP Rano00 says, can we hold off on signing Nurkic so that we can use the MLE? No signings are official until July 6th anyway, so there would be no reason to do that. And if we the full MLE is we get hard cap, so it's not a matter of timing those signings, it's a matter of how much those signings are for to see if we still have the full mid-level or not.
There, Bismack Biyombo will now be on your screen.
Bismack Biyombo?
Mm-hmm.
He made it.
Yeah,
we got Macklemore and Biyombo on these lists, man. You know it's good.
What? Yeah, what big man is a free agent that you think should be above Biyombo? I was struggling with this last night.
I don't know.
There's so many mid-tier big men. Aeromancer was helping me out, just trying to rank these guys, and it was a headache. It was like Biyombo, Thomas Bryant, Montrezl Harrell, and his legal issues, Hassan Whiteside, Tristan Thompson, Blake Griffin, Paul Millsap, Dwight Howard, Robin Lopez. Like, I put Biyombo above those guys. I don't know. Take it easy on Bismack. He's in the graphic game. See, he's in the big man graphic now. I put him above those guys.
We're 3 minutes away from my 8-12 prediction.
Oh yeah, you predicted 8-12. If you get that right, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Serious question for Taylor Packer. Do you guys think there's actually a good fit for Melo anywhere, or is that guy just a negative impact everywhere now? We'd have different answers.
Is Block Boy watching? Anyway,
well, like, honestly, I thought Melo was fine for the Lakers last year. The problem is they had so many injuries and players that didn't pan out for them that he had to play a lot more than he probably should have. But I still kind of like Melo if a team needs like a scorer off the bench, if they're more like a defensive oriented second unit and just needs a little bit of offensive scoring punch. And I still believe that in the right system, like if he went to Golden State, I think he would fit in fine with their passing style. I don't think he would do as much dribbling and stuff, but we'll see. But I mean, he is getting old too now.
Yep. Shout out M Alam, $5 donut, says, you guys are running until we get KD or Nurkic signing? LOL, you both are legends every summer for this very stream. Go Rip City. Thank you, M Alam. Or Alam. Let me know how to pronunciate it. I can't even pronunciate correctly, so bear with me, but thank you for the $5 dono.
All right, I'm going to look up this Jake Fisher thing because someone said something about the Blazers.
Portland is trying to get Gary Payton II. Why? We are set on guards.
Bruce Brown, another Portland target.
Why are we need a forward, bruh?
Well, Bruce Brown, much like Josh Hart, can guard bigger ones.
Bro.
And before, I don't know if Thomas Aransky's still watching, but he's going to love that.
Like, if we get another guard, that means we're probably playing Nas at backup power forward. I mean, what?
Well, I will say that this probably means that the trades for some of the guys like Thibault are not panning out, and we've switched to getting that player elsewhere. But I still don't understand why that would be our main focus right now, and we still haven't re-signed Nurk, and we don't know what we're doing at center or backup power forward. So
Amico's Food Industries. Aiden is not going to Portland, even if you try and speak it into existence. So you got Dane, Ant, Hart, Nas, Sharp as point guard, shooting guard, small forwards, right? Like, there's not... You don't want a sixth guy in that and trying to split minutes 6 ways. So if you're really trying to go and get a guard or something, I mean, the only thing that suggests to me is that you want to play Nas at a backup 4, but I mean, he's a little undersized for that, so you're just kind of doubling down. Like, if you get Gary Payton II, then you're playing Hart at the 3, you're playing Sharp at the 3, you're playing Nas at the 4. You're just like doubling down on pretty much almost every position and player being undersized for where they'd be playing at. And it's, I don't know, like, I thought the whole plan was to get more balance positionally in terms of size. And instead, they want Matisse Thybulle, they want Bruce Brown, they want Gary Payton II. Like, I would be fine with Matisse Thybulle if it was just like taking him for free. We have a trade exception that can absorb his contract. Okay, cool. That's fine. You know, but if it comes down to spending the full mid-level exception on somebody like that, I think that's ridiculous, especially with Otto Porter Jr. out there. Even a Derrick Jones Jr. I wouldn't hate, believe it or not. Just as a point of attack defender, lob target athlete would fit the athleticism profile that this team likes. I don't understand going after guards.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is if Hart really is going to be moved elsewhere.
He's perfect, man. You better get something really freaking good back if you trade Hart.
Yeah.
Like, you better get back at least an OG Anunoby if you trade Hart.
So yeah, I don't know. But this is why I was disappointed when we drafted Sharp, not because of Sharp. It's because I just don't understand going back to this thing that Cronin himself said numerous times. They had to get bigger athletic wings, and the last few years had proven that you need defensive, rangy, lengthy wings as your forwards. And now we go back and just load up on guards potentially. I think
Sharp's fine at the 3 with 7-foot wingspan, a pretty average standing reach for a 3, and freak athlete. I think he kind of fits that, but it's just doubling down on that at other positions.
Saying a shooting guard is fine at the 3 is different than saying I need bigger players at my forward positions. I think I agree with you that it's fine, but that doesn't seem to line up with what they were saying. But so I'm fine if they think Sharp is going to be great and they're going to force some minutes, whatever. But then if you get Gary Payton II and pay him $8 million, how are you getting Sharp minutes too then? And why do you need to pay someone $8 million if they're not getting many minutes or whatever? I don't know, man. For all the people who railed on us for supporting a 3-guard lineup, I find it hard to believe that we would waste all our assets this summer going after guard/small forwards, you know?
Yep. So, what happened to Ingles being part of the plan? He went to Milwaukee. Bruce Brown has an 8'2" 2.5" standing reach. Lovely. And we still have Keon Johnson, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy Grant wanted to go to Portland, and he had a handshake deal with Detroit that Detroit would trade him where he wants to go. Other than that, they took Shaden Sharp, which was kind of a bit of an obvious pick at 7, just in terms of upside. The deadline Cronin mishandled. I don't trust Cronin yet. And if this is the type of guys he's going after, then I don't trust Cronin.
I mean, like,
I mean, maybe it's false because of Chick Fisher, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Payton and Bruce Brown for like most teams are fine. Like, and I understand we need defense and stuff like that. But I mean, this lines up with everything I've heard about them targeting shooting guards slash small forwards, undersized, that are really good at defensively. um, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it appears to be what they're kind of targeting. And for those wondering, I think it was Chris asking, does that mean we're splitting the full mid-level exception? My guess is if we do sign someone to $8 million a year, it's just to give us a little bit of room instead of using the entire $10.5 million of the full mid-level, so that we can stay under that hard cap line without having to kind of worry about being pressed up against it. That would be my guess as to why we'd offer someone $8 million, not because we're splitting it between several players.
What's Gary Payton the second standing reach? When did he come into the draft?
I should know this, but I don't. I know he's 29 years old, if that helps. So like 2015-ish, I think. But he wasn't drafted. But
yeah, I don't know if he measured his standing reach. If anybody can get me Gary Payton, the second standing reach.
I know he's like 6'2.5".
Oh, he has an 8'3.5" standing reach, the same as Anthony Simons. He's undersized for the shooting guard position. Like, I mean, what is the plan?
Both Gary Payton and Bruce Brown are, much like Hart, good at guarding bigger forwards, so maybe that's it, but still don't like starting off being undersized like that.
Yeah.
And as Brandon Tatum points out, maybe it's because we're sending all our guards in a trade.
I mean, if that's the case, then okay, that makes more sense. It's just
if we traded Hart, Sharp, and like multiple players out, and then we got Gary Payton to be like our defensive guard with a Durant, Dame, Ant lineup, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just, as on the surface, this makes no sense.
Yeah. So the report, for people who missed it, was Jake L. Fisher, who's had become kind of a guy who reports a lot of stuff. Some of it he's been dead on, some of it's been kind of off, but for the most part, seems like a guy who at least has some connections. Is saying that we offered Gary Payton II $8 million per year.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, these types of targets just match up with who they want via trade, apparently.
Yeah. And then that Bruce Brown was another Portland target, I'm assuming, if we don't get. Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, Durant trade changes everything, I guess, but. Well, so going back to the Nurk thing, which I'm way past my time now too. This makes me less worried about Nurk, because why would we be going after a guard still without Nurk being signed and with no backup centers on the roster? So we have to have a center at some point, right? So to me, it doesn't make sense right now with maybe a Mitchell Robinson to save face if Nurk leaves on the board still if Nurkic is leaving. So that makes me feel a little more confident that they're just something's hold up there because we have to be bringing Nurk back if we're trying to sign Gary Payton II, right?
Yeah,
You would think.
so, yeah.
Unless we're trying to. Maybe by the 3-guard lineup not working, Cronin just wanted to have a 5-guard lineup instead. Like we all just interpreted that as him saying, no, we need actual balance to the roster, but he was trying to balance the roster with all guards, right?
We didn't have enough. We didn't have enough guards. That was the issue.
I mean, we saw Chauncey try to play 4 guards at one point last year with Ant and Norman.
Yeah. Mike Muscala's going back to OKC, apparently.
I don't know why they'd re-sign him.
People want Gary Payton II, and I'm really confused.
I think when he plays, he looks a lot bigger than 6'2". I always thought that at Oregon State too. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is that they're just wrong on his size. They think he's like a 6'8" wing or something. Because he definitely plays like he's 6'8", but...
Yeah, I mean... At some point, I do think you need a little bit of length. Like... I don't know, man. Like you're just fighting an uphill battle, and you got guys to fight that uphill battle. It's just like it'd be better to have those guys guarding players similar size to them instead of having to battle guys that are bigger consistently. Like you need lineup options, and you got you got Hart. It would be nice to have a forward, even a Derek Jones Jr., just like a forward with the length and the size to play some defense. We don't need another Josh Hart. Like, we don't need another Keon Johnson. Like, we need some length, I think. Because then you can play Nas at the 3. His length there is more of a problem for people. You can play Hart at more 2. Or Sharp more 2. Instead, you have to like bump everybody up if you get a Gary Payton II or Bruce Brown. Nas plays more 4. Hart plays more 3. Like, I do not like it.
DJ Vega, I agree with you that if Gary Payton II could be useful if Ant or Dame are struggling to guard someone, but then you're either taking them off the court or you're back to playing 3-6-3 guys again with smaller wingspans than Norm had and smaller standing reaches than Norm had. So,
Callum says, we aren't using our heads. Clearly, GP is meant to be Hart's replacement. Cronin wouldn't have both on the same roster. Hart and Nurk for Ayton is what's happening. I'm pretty sure that would not work salary-wise. I don't know. Maybe it would, but I don't think they're going. I don't think it's.
Nurk would have to take a pay cut, I think.
Yeah, like Hart and Nurkic doesn't really work. Salary's hard to work for Ayton.
Charlie says Gary Payton is a 3, Tori. You're wrong.
He has an 8'3" standing reach. The average standing reach for a 3 is about 8'8". So he's given up like 4.5 inches. Night in, night out. If you didn't think Norman Powell was a 3 with an 8'6" standing reach at like 6'3.5", then you better not think 6'2" Gary Payton with an 8'3.5" standing reach is a 3. So did you think Norman Powell was a 3, Charlie? Like... Jackson.
What Charlie said, Eric. I mean, I'm pretty sure you were against the 3-guard lineup before.
We can't trade Ant until January 15th, by the way.
Shaggy Squid, that is incorrect. Ayton has a base year compensation contract, so it only counts as 50% going
Yep.
out and 100% coming in. So it's not as simple as matching salary. I'm sorry that someone else told you that is correct.
Yep. Trust me, man. We don't
We've
slip up.
already we've already talked about that. I mean, you've been in this
Yeah.
stream. So.
Yeah. Um. No, I do not think the Blazers are getting Kevin Durant. Could we be gearing up to get Ayton as a third team and KD to Suns trade? I mean, I wouldn't 100% rule it out, but if you're trading Nurkic and Hart to max out DeAndre Ayton, that is absolutely ridiculous. And
Adam, there's no end to free agency. It's just from here till the season. Anyone could
yeah,
sign anytime till the
yeah,
rosters are full.
we're not frustrated with any comments. I'm frustrated with
Yeah.
this team potentially right now. Like I know I'm like hitting my ends and stuff, but guys, it's just Ayton. Just I don't. Ayton's not a star. It's like no teams want to pay Ayton the max. Phoenix doesn't want to pay Ayton the max. They've had him. They've seen him up close. So teams don't want to pay him the max. Portland should pay him the max and then give up Hart and Nurkic in order to do that? That makes zero sense to me. That makes zero sense to me. And you could be paying for a Gary Payton that looked good in Golden State, but we've seen a number of players look really good in Golden State and go elsewhere and struggle. I am not completely sold on Gary Payton. I am completely sold on Josh Hart.
I like Gary Payton a lot, but I I think we found our third guard who plays defense, Josh Hart. So I don't think that's a huge need for us. If we do get a defensive point guard or whatever, I think he needs to handle the ball a little better than Gary Payton does, as insurance in case we need a backup point guard for a stretch. And yeah, so I know he can guard bigger players. I've said that numerous times. I don't like going from needing athletic big defensive wings to then saying, "Oh no, we're fine. We have a bunch of 6'2" guys that can play defense really well, so it doesn't matter." That seems to scream contradiction to me. I don't get it, and I don't think Ayton is worth giving up both Nurk and Hart, like you said. I don't even think he's that much of an improvement over Nurk, and yeah, we saw him quit on a championship level team in the playoffs in the middle of a game too. So anyone who whines about Nurk's attitude, we actually saw Ayton quit on his team the last we saw him. So I don't like that either. So yeah, I'd rather just roll with Nurkic and Hart, in my opinion.
Yep, absolutely. Because like, I just don't understand how people don't look at it like Aiden on a max is not a good value. Okay, so you're already like that's the thing is Aiden already is not a good value on a max, but then you're giving up value to get somebody who's not a good value. Just doesn't make sense. People overrate Aiden. Trust me, people overrate Aiden. Ayton wants to be a power forward. He has the Marcus Aldridge system where he wants to be a finesse big man, even though he's like athletic and big.
And we haven't even brought up that who knows if the Suns want Nurk, and they'd have to agree to a contract with Nurk prior to this. Um, yeah.
I mean, if that's really Cronin's plan, then the dude is just. it's not like it's not like I don't know, man. Because you'd be able to use the MLE instead of having to use it on Hart's replacement. You could use it on maybe like an Otto Porter. I'd rather have Nurkic, Hart, Otto Porter for probably less money than I'd rather have Ayton and Gary Payton the second. I kind of feel like that's what they're doing, man. Just gut feeling. Because why hasn't Nurkic signed yet? Why are they going after another freaking guard? I mean, no, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, like, I'm being reactionary right now. I'm just trying to make sense of what they're doing, and it's like, I mean, it could be for Aiden. Otherwise, it's just they want a million guards. Like, just I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna be happy with the outcome of free agency now. Actually, like, see, people say Josh says Aiton brings hype at least. Yeah, but like hype wears off fast. Hype wears off fast.
Especially when you're a player like that who has just as much problems with being consistent and bringing it on a nightly basis, and all of a sudden you're paying him 30 million instead of 16 or 17 like Nurkic. You're on a max contract. People turned on CJ because of his contract. Yeah.
I mean, the people that turned on CJ, a lot of them want Nurkic or want Aiton, so they would never turn on Aiton no matter what, because then that'd be like admitting that they were wrong and that it was bad, in my opinion. So I think you'd get a lot of Aiton love no matter what. But I mean, I think Aiton's overrated is what it comes down to. I mean, I see why people like him. It's just he's fed a lot by Chris Paul. The majority of his buckets are assisted in like open layups, dunks, that sort of thing. Analytically, he doesn't grade out even as a better finisher than Nurkic, or like a more talented finisher than Nurkic. He's not a better passer than Nurkic. He's not a better rebounder than Nurkic. I trust Nurkic more to hit a three, but I don't really trust either of them. I mean, I don't like defensively. I think he's better than Nurkic, but that's about it, and it's not enough to justify even maybe replacing Nurkic with him, let alone the price tag is going to be twice as much. Let alone, I mean, is Ayton great at setting screens? Because that's a really underrated part of Nurkic's game. Everybody loves to hate on Nurkic, but he's one of the best screen setters in the league. And when you have a Damian Lillard and Anthony Simons who are really good coming off screens, it's really valuable to have somebody that can create a bunch of space for them by taking out their defender. And Dame has had a lot of success with a pick and roll with him and Nurkic, and Nurkic gets him open threes because he sets such good screens. That's an underrated part of Nurkic's game too. So I just don't like the idea of that, man.
Splash God says the Suns had a plus 9.2 net rating this season with CP3, Booker off, and Ayton on. I mean, they had good ratings with pretty much any player off or on. Yeah. They had some of the most impressive off-on numbers for a team in a long time. I don't know.
Yep. Glad you guys get excited about something. I mean, that's what we have to get excited about is the Tinder bot.
No one's calling Nurk a Hall of Famer or a top 3 center either. It's just I don't think the gap between the two is massive enough to do it. Would you rather have Mitchell Robinson on the MLE or DeAndre Ayton in this sign and trade?
Mitchell Robinson on the MLE.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think people. I don't know. I watched a lot Ayton because I would watch Suns games and watch Valley Pod, you know, my friends over at Suns Valley Podcast that do live play-by-play for Suns games. And, you know, I'd always enjoy putting on the Suns game and listening to those guys while watching the Suns game. And so I probably watched the Suns more than any other team other than the Blazers, of course. I don't know. I see why people would like him. I don't want DeAndre Ayton on a max contract. I think it's telling that his own team doesn't want him on a max contract. People get on Nurkic for being soft or finesse, but Ayton is wants to be a power forward. Like, I mean, apparently Ayton also spends, like, will stay up all night playing video games and, like, not get any sleep. That's, like, an issue with him.
I mean, that might come with maturity, but
It's just, he has, like, a lot of question marks. And if you're going to pay a guy a max, you have to be pretty certain on it. I am not certain about DeAndre Ayton.
but if Aiton's so good, I'm not buying that. It's just because the owner's cheap. They wasted a first round, number one overall pick on him, and they have a championship window right now, and they're just going to let him walk or trade him for lesser assets if he's as good as some of these people in chat are trying to claim he is. I don't buy that that's the scenario. I feel like there's a lot of question marks with him that people are trying to ignore just because this drives me crazy because the Aaron Gordons and the DeAndre Aytons of the world, right? They're high draft picks that are super athletic and have length and athleticism and finish. And dude, they'd be so good if you just got them in the right team, right? Well, Aiden was on the right team, and that team's not willing to maybe pay him and are willing to trade him at this point. Like, and then those same people are like, yeah, get Gary Payton II. He's an awesome defender, even though he's 6'2", It's like, I don't know. It's just, I hate contradictions, and I don't know. I don't. The implications too of trading Nurk out for an Ayton when that was a position we were okay at. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people would celebrate it, but
I mean, I'm like, you can say, you can criticize Nurkic for maybe being a little too soft at times, a little too finesse, and you can criticize Nurkic and Ayton both for that. But if you're gonna have a setter that's like that, I'd rather pay him 15 mil instead of 30 mil. That's a huge difference. So I don't know. And that's the thing. If it was Nurkic for Ayton straight up, I'm fine with it. When it comes down to you're giving up the MLE and Josh Hart and taking back maybe a Gary Payton II, I don't like that trade. Like, I could be talked into, like, not hating Nurkic for Ayton even with Ayton at the higher price tag. But Splash God, there's actually advanced metrics to be able to gauge, like, the shot quality of those shots. Ayton shot 80% at the rim because he just caught a bunch of lobs from Chris Paul. Like, he benefited a lot playing off Chris Paul. His finishing was not that impressive, considering, like, how high quality the attempts he got around the rim were. So Basketball Index has player profile and, like, a lot of in-depth, really good, probably the best analytics you can find. A lot of them synergy based. Yeah, I mean, I don't like you're telling me you could maybe get Otto Porter Jr. for the MLE right now. I'd rather have Nurkic, Hart, and Otto Porter Jr. than Ayton and Gary Payton II. That's just how I look at it. That's just my opinion. It's fine if you disagree, but I'm not thrilled with that idea.
Patrick, even if we traded Keon and Bledsoe, that still doesn't alleviate the guard depth. And we talked about the possibility of them trading guards already, not exclusive to someone else bringing it up.
Net Dev says Ayton actually dunks at the rim. What's funny is I've constantly heard Gabe, a Suns fan who watches every Suns game, complain about how Ayton doesn't take the ball strong enough to the rim, how Ayton doesn't dunk enough. I mean, I just think people are a little too hard on Nurkic, and then I think people have too high of an opinion of Ayton. and all these complaints about Nurkic, after a while, people would start saying them about Ayton and start saying, "Why did we pay him 30 mil?" I just feel like that's how things would go.
Sodomy Bay says they take Nurk over at 15 over Ayton for 30 million, but my issue is how many games can we get out of him? How many games does he average a season? Well, that's why, in my opinion, right now the focus should be getting getting a quality backup center, like an Isaiah Hartenstein would have been perfect in case he does miss time. But yeah,
please, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say to
that. Yeah, please don't mention other channels and what they're saying.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Just we'd prefer otherwise, because for specific reasons. We're not friends with everybody out there. Let's just say that. I don't know. I mean, like, we don't even know what the deal is. Charlie says, "Think y'all overreacting." I mean, how am I overreacting? I'm very calm right now. I'm just saying why I don't like it. Like, that's the thing. If I say I don't like it, that's not overreacting, even if you disagree. I'm not sitting here animated or anything. I'm not ranting about anything. Like, I'm just saying if that's the case, I don't like it and why. Just like I, would always do. Womp it. Yeah, we've been talking about it, man. Appreciate you. At least we finally got some news to talk about. Yeah, I guess. We still don't have a Twitter update at all from anyone.
Tim Wilson said he has confirmed that GP is a Blazer and will be announced in about 10 minutes. Okay, we'll hold you to that.
Yeah. This guy don't know Tori if you think that's overreacting, says Leslie. Yep.
That's funny.
Yep. I'll get animated, trust me. Alright, see you later, Brady.
Yeah, Crime Stop, I already went in length about that on this show, but just to expand on that, if the Suns get KD, Mikal Bridges would either have to be part of that trade or the Suns might be looking for more assets to give the Nets if Mikal Bridges is not someone that the Nets want. So if the Nets don't want Mikal Bridges, they might still have to trade him if you're the Suns to get KD and match contracts. And that way we could step in and maybe offer some assets to get him. Or in the case of him just simply being traded for KD and other stuff from Suns to the Nets, I know that Portland has called the Suns several times over the past year or so asking if there's any way they can get Mikal Bridges, and the Suns have said no chance every time. And that if he's traded to another team, though, they don't have the ability to, or they wouldn't necessarily be tied to him like the Suns have been. So I think it would be a lot easier to call them and offer a package they couldn't refuse for him. So okay, I checked Anthony Slater. He just says he thinks that Gary Payton's leaving, but doesn't mean anything. So in terms, someone asked earlier if Golden State could match on Gary Payton. No, they do not have his restricted bird rights, but they can offer him up to like $10 million or so in free agency due to having those early bird rights. And but that would cost them a ton of money, like $40 million in tax, I think, or something like that. So the thought is that they might be priced out of it, and if he's getting offers for $8 million or so, that probably is going to be true. Sketchy Mon, we have Ingles left to the Bucks. Sorry, man.
Aiden, I just don't understand it as is with this roster because he's shorter than Anthony Simons with the same standing reach as Anthony Simons. So, I mean, what, you're going to play Hart more at the 3 and Nas more at the 4? Both of them are a little bit undersized for those positions. And then Sharp is going to play more 3. Like, you're just basically making it so that almost everyone in your rotation is smaller than who they're going up against. And I don't think that's the best idea. I think the Blazers need to go with a defensive forward, somebody with a little bit more length, somebody with a little bit more size. Mm-hmm. Now maybe this is because they're trading Hart out elsewhere, but it'd be hard for that to make sense to me where I'd like it.
Caden Millerin asks, how often does a free agent get signed and then traded? So, like, could we attach Gary Payton to a trade? No, we wouldn't. Any free agent that signs is ineligible to be traded for at least till December 15th, and in some cases January 15th. So if we sign Gary Payton to an $8 million contract, he would be ineligible to be traded till December 15th. So it would have to be other players that we were trading out to make room for him to play, most likely not Gary Payton. That would be traded.
All right. There's a chat poll because we got obviously some split opinions in chat. Which would you rather have, DeAndre Ayton plus Gary Payton II or Nurkic Hart plus the mid-level exception, which you could use on maybe like an Otto Porter Jr.? Curious to see what you guys vote here.
I agree with what PDX LOC is saying. I mean, I've been saying this for weeks on this channel. Corona is definitely hunting this player profile, a versatile front foot defender that can play with Dame and Ant. He doesn't care about size. He cares about the play style. Completely agree that that's what he's apparently searching for. Disagree with Cronin's mindset that that's what's going to help this team get over the top. But I mean, yeah.
I mean, you're just battling an uphill battle every night if you're undersized at every position. I mean, we've already tried that, but we weren't as undersized as this team would be. So, like, it's like somehow people that had a problem with how we were undersized would be okay if we were more undersized. It seems like, I don't know, man. I'm reading Twitter, so I'm not even talking about any of you in chat necessarily. What's up, Caden? Millerin became a starter level member. Thank you, Caden. Welcome to the club. Right now, 68% would take Nurkic Hart plus the MLE. 32% would take Ayton plus Payton. Look at that rhyme scheme. That's out of 244 votes.
Like Silent Wavy says. It says we need guys like Josh Hart at every position, and then we're going to trade Josh Hart to get a guy at the same position. I don't know. doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because isn't that what he said, that he wishes he could have a Josh Hart at every position or something?
Yep. And Josh Hart was phenomenal for us. Perfect for us. Played phenomenal. Shoot, Hart in Portland was probably better than Ayton's ever been, to be honest. I mean, I know it's small sample size losing team, so I'm not saying Hart's better than Ayton, but I mean, Hart was phenomenal here. I think Hart is perfect for Chauncey's system. I don't want to trade Hart unless it's like we get an OG Anunoby without giving much more up. Then, like, okay, you can talk me into it because OG Anunoby has a little bit more size, would make more sense as a starting three than Josh Hart would. But, like, I love Josh Hart being on this basketball team.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I mean, I don't think this necessarily means there's a trade
I don't
because
either.
I think, like when we were talked about for getting Thibault, I heard they were just trying to like stockpile as much defensive depth as possible for versatile lineups,
But
and
it's like
so
if you want versatile lineups, you want some size that can defend
right,
too.
yeah, yep. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm saying like I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that that's for some reason what they're going for. They think they need more wing defenders than they have already, which I mean, you can never have enough wing defenders. I just think we still have a huge hole at center and backup center and maybe even backup forward. If this also signifies to me that they think Winslow is going to be fine, which I mean that matches everything they've said about Winslow, so it makes sense. But I know you're not going to like that.
Bro, if we take Aiden to help Phoenix get KD, I'm gonna be. That's my worst fear.
Yeah.
Then we'd really have to bring Gabe on. Gabe said his Skype would be ready. Wasn't planning on it necessarily, but I mean, if Phoenix and Portland, yeah, he could tell you guys about Aiden, the Suns fan himself. He'll be the most versatile all 6'3" roster ever. Yeah. It's just funny because people were saying, you guys don't care enough about size. Guys don't care enough about size. It's like, okay, well, right now we're caring about size. Taylor, I'm not sure about that, man.
Yeah.
Gabe, nah, we don't want to see you shooting at the gym, man. Good luck with your shot, though. Right now, 2/3 taking Nurkic, Hart, MOE. A third taking Ayton, Payton. Splash God says GP2 is the best player out there to guard Steph and Ja. I mean, I think Josh Hart can do a really good job of that. And I would like to have a Derrick Jones Jr. to put some length on those guys, too. I'd rather have that than just Gary Payton II. Is Winslow starting 4 at this point, then? How do you guys feel about that? It says Colin with the $5 donut. Thank you, Colin. Jeremy Grant is the starting 4. Appreciate the $5 dono from Colin. Yeah. Jeremy Grant's more of a 4 than a 3. He's a better off-ball defender than he is on-ball. So, yeah. We got Jeremy Grant there.
Well, in Colin's defense, technically, Jeremy Grant isn't on the roster yet, so
true. Right now,
it's easy to forget.
The starting 4.
Who's your ideal? Like, let's say we don't get another 3. Who's your ideal starting 3
on the roster right now?
Mm-hmm.
Nas, best on-ball defender, with some length. Like, I think Hart might be a better on-ball defender, but Nas has more length, so I think I'd start Nas, and I like Hart as the third guard, like playing 30, 32 minutes off the bench.
And then Sharp, the backup small forward.
Yeah. Like, Grant
I don't think it really matters. You don't have to, like, designate 2 versus 3, in my opinion.
Yeah. But Grant just... So, me and Reese went back and watched, you know, like how in the bubble everybody was raving about Jeremy Grant's defense, and me and Reese wanted to go back and like see what people were seeing. We're like, okay, I want to go back and see what people were raving about. We watched about 4 games all the way through, like no commercials, and just mostly defensive possessions for the Nuggets. The one takeaway I had defensively is Jeremy Grant is horrible getting through screens.
Yeah.
And this is off of watching 4 games from the bubble all the way through, open mind, just like trying to see what people see Jeremy Grant defensively. On ball, he's like decently quick. Can get out of position at times, but I don't think it's a situation where he's like Rocco on the ball where he just gets blown by. And he has the length and the recoverability to be able to like still contest shots at the rim. So I think he's okay mashed up on the ball. It's just like when you run a screen his way, he's really bad getting through on ball screens. So that's the thing. When you put him up against a star, and star players run a lot of pick and rolls, then you're not putting him in a position for success because he just struggles getting through screens. So that's why like having a Nas to play up against those guys who I think is better getting through screens and better on the ball, and then you have Grant more as an off-ball defensive role, I think would be the best combination of those two spots.
Yeah. I think Grant is better as a help rim, like secondary rim protector, and that kind of position is better for the 4. Then it's kind of tough for a 3-man to have that to showcase those skills. So he plays a lot more on ball if he's the 3 versus the 4. So yeah.
Bailey Outerkirk, sorry if I mispronounced your name, but shout out Bailey with a $5 donut, says, what if they're trying to get Peyton or another defensive guard so they can flip Hart? I've heard he could maybe be part of a Collins trade. Thank you, Bailey, with the $5 dono. I wouldn't be a fan of that because I think Collins is a similar defensive player to Jeremy Grant where he's not great on the ball. He's good off the ball, but I think Collins is a below-average on-ball defender, and I wouldn't want to trade somebody who is a good on-ball defender and a good team defender at heart at a guard spot for Collins. Like, you'd start Collins and Grant probably, and I don't think that's a good defensive pairing. I think, like, Grant plus Nas would be better defensively, simply because you can play Nas on the ball better than Collins or Grant can defend at that spot. So if you're trading Hart to get Collins and then signing Peyton, I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of that because I think your starting lineup, if you had Dame, Simons, Grant, Collins, and Nurkic, that's probably 5 below average perimeter defenders that you have in your starting lineup, and I just don't think that's good enough defensively to work.
Yeah. For me with Collins, I think Grant's best position is the 4, and I think Collins' best position is the 4. And I don't like them. I don't like Collins playing center, and I don't like Grant playing the 3 outside of a few spot minutes. So I think you're kind of limiting your versatility if you bring in, or you give up a bunch of assets for yet another player at the 4. I'd rather just sign TJ Warren or Otto Porter Jr. right now, have a guy who can maybe play that role, but you're not giving up a ton for him, and just keep Hart and all your assets that you're giving up to get Collins. So I think those guys have potentially just as much impact on this team as a Collins splitting time at the 4 with Grant would do. So that's how I would look at it. Now, if Collins was for sure a center or Grant could for sure play the 3 in my mind, then I would be a little more okay with that. But I only like the Collins or Grant pairing if we got some sort of help elsewhere. But I was much more, if we got Collins, I wanted OG instead of Grant. And I think that he would have fit much better with either one. But refresh the Woj Twitter.
Total value of Jokic deal, 6 years and $303 million. I guess that's like the 5-year extension plus his contract this year. Yeah, 5-year, $270 million extension.
I guess he also mentioned that both Cat and Booker signed max extensions as well.
Yeah, I mean, Supermax keeping players
So
in.
all three within the last minute or so.
Yeah, Woj finally woke up from his nap apparently,
I
but
mean, that was to be expected. All those teams couldn't or
yeah,
needed to
that was
lock those
announced
things.
earlier today too. So I think Shams might have announced it earlier today for all three of those guys. Um, Chris R asked a good question. Said, "Can a defender learn how to get through screens, or is that some kind of Twitch athletic skill?" It's a little bit of Twitch athleticism. It's a little bit of strength, just being able to like fight through a screen, not die on the screen. But a lot of it is just angles and footwork and technique stuff that should be pretty learnable, but some guys just seemingly can't figure it out. I don't know if it's like they're not being coached right or what the issue is, because like taking the right angles through screens and footwork seems like something that you could pick up pretty easily. However, some guys just struggle to do it. Like CJ could never get through screens. Dame, honestly, has always kind of struggled getting through screens. And Jeremy Grant was the same way in Denver. And I looked at Denver games because people say, "Oh, he's not going to play defense in Detroit when they're tanking." So I looked at Denver games, and he struggled getting through screens. So that is something to look out for next year. I mean, I'll talk about it if it happens.
I think, Ja just signed a max extension too,
Yep.
which was completely expected. For me, I think this is one of those things where the philosophies of the coach and your main, like, impressionable defender's attitude is important. So, like, a team like Boston sees Marcus Smart fight through every pick and, like, just be like an animal getting through stuff. And that wears off on the rest of the team, right? Then, like, you want to show that you have that ability because, like, Marcus Smart's not quicker, faster than like Jaylen Brown or something, you know? So,
Mm-hmm.
like, why can't he get through a screen like that? And so I think a little bit of it is just having that attitude as a team. And I think where that attitude gets changed is a team like Portland for years was guards like CJ and Dame were just taught to accept the screen and die on it and switch automatically, or we're playing drop coverage, so we were trying to slowly go over the top so that the guy couldn't shoot a three, but we were letting him get to the mid-range and downhill and stuff like that. And if you do that for long enough, it becomes hard to then relearn how to play aggressive through that. And it's just kind of natural that you would, oh, a screen's coming, I'm going to switch, or my bigs, I know where my big's going to be, right? So I think having that mindset of a coach, and you saw that with that team I just mentioned, Boston this year, where Ime Udoka comes in, everyone seemingly is having issues with him and their style, and they're having players meetings at the beginning of the season, and they're below 530 plus games into the season. And then all of a sudden they start picking up on it and it becomes more natural. They start doing it without thinking about having to fight through the screen. They just fight through it, and they have that mindset that they're not going to get picked. Whereas I feel like, especially the last couple of years under Stotts, Dame and CJ especially, it was like you didn't even have to screen them, and you could screen them, and they couldn't fight through it. You wouldn't even have to touch them with your body. And so I feel like it definitely is a mindset and an attitude if you focus on it. There is, like you said, I mean, the quicker, the skinnier you can get through screens. Derek Jones was actually really good. He's a really skinny guy, though. So, like, how much is that him being skinny or just getting skinny, if that makes sense? But,
Yeah, like skinny but strong is like the best
right.
combination.
Yeah. And then someone who was really good at it, who's also not necessarily the most athletic guy, but on recent Blazer teams, the best player I saw at this was Trevor Ariza. And he came in and did a really good job of fighting through screens, and we didn't have to switch as much when he was guarding a player. And I mean, obviously, COVID happened and the bubble, he didn't play in the bubble, so we never know how that would have worked out. But I think it is possible, no matter what your style is or athletic ability, to be smart enough to know when a screen's coming, how to position your body to get around it, and to basically never get screened fully unless it's a blindside screen or something like that. So I do think that is a lot of coaching things.
Yep. The bot is back. Would you sign James Harden? I mean, he's going back to the Sixers, and we don't have the cap space to sign him or anything.
Yeah.
So you got Ja max contract. Everybody's hype about the bot being back.
So Jamie says, "What do you guys think of Cam Johnson and Ayton for Hart, Nurkic in a future one?" I don't like doing it for Ayton, and then I don't like what we'd have to do to get a future first to get Cam Johnson throwing in there. I mean, I wouldn't mind Cam Johnson if it wasn't super expensive, but yeah, I don't like unprotecting our picks unless it's for like a KD level player or something like that.
Yep.
Adam. I am going to try to help this stream along and take a break for a minute.
Oh yeah, because something will happen when you leave. So yeah. All right.
I'll be right back.
All right, so. Anyway, what's up, chat? It's just me and you. Anything happened while you were gone? Nothing. I mean, Gary Payton II, the Blazers apparently have made a strong offer to. And it just doesn't make sense. We've been trying to make sense out of it. Woj is just tweeting out a bunch of extension stuff. Booker and Towns' agent is Jessica Holtz, who is the first female player agent to secure a max contract and did it with 2 Supermax deals on the same day. So, congrats to her. Yeah, but it's just been dead, man. What's up, Ben? Good to see you, man. What realistic team has a shot at KD? Boston, I think, is kind of my favorite place for him. Maybe a dark horse team like Toronto if they want to make a splash. They're not afraid to, so... And then, like, Phoenix, maybe? I don't know. Phoenix, I just don't really like their trade package. Yeah, the bots are crazy. Miami doesn't have the assets unless they trade Bam. But I don't know if they'd want to trade Bam. They don't really have control of their future first. I don't know, I like the Phoenix trade package because, like, I don't think Brooklyn doesn't want Ayton on a max. Like, I don't think Ayton comes into play there. You're just talking about, like, Mikal Bridges and then future first, maybe 4 future first being the assets there. And, I mean, the first next year would be pretty low, and 2025 could be pretty low as well. Bridges is phenomenal role player, but he's still just a role player. It's just not as good as some other packages. Like, in Brooklyn said that they want Booker back if they trade it. Of course, that's just negotiating, but I don't know. Phoenix's trade package isn't super valuable to me. Can Blazers get TJ Warren if they didn't sign Brown and Payton? Yeah, they could. He's a possibility. Sounds like that's not the type of player they're going after, though. PDX LFC says you can't have 2 traded designated rookie scale contracts on one team. The Nets already have Simmons on that type of contract. Yeah, I don't... Designated rookie scale contracts. Yeah, I remember there was something like that, but that's like a area of the CBA that's fuzzy for me. Let me look that up right now. Okay. A team can have up to 2 designated rookies who received a longer rookie skill extension. I'm trying to see if there's a rule about like traded for rookie contracts. I'm just trying to check for my own reference here. Yeah. I'll believe you. I'll ask Eric when he gets back. That's interesting. Bobby Marks tweeted it earlier. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see that, but every time I see anything that I don't know, I just try and I use cbafaq.com. Has a lot of good information on it. So that's what I use. I just try and fact check everything. Callum, I don't think he'll believe me, and I don't think I would sell it good enough, unfortunately. Jeffrey, I agree. I don't understand it. DJ Vega says Bobby Marks explained it well. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's correct. Because you can only have 2 designated rookie contracts. But, like, I think I remember there's been something about if they're traded or not mattering. Definitive One says Pelicans have the assets to trade for KD. I agree. Absolutely agree. Dawson Jordan Wara, not a big fan of him. He's not much of a defender, not efficient. PDX LFC, yeah, I'm sure he's alright, man. Anyway, yeah, I don't know when we're going to end the stream tonight if nothing happens. And then, of course, if we make a signing, we'd go back live. Even if it's at, like, midnight or something crazy, still go live. Any preferred targets for the 6.5 million TPE for the Blazers? I did a video on that. Otto Porter Jr. right now would be intriguing. Derrick Jones Jr. would be okay. Harris, I slept 2 hours last night getting all this ready. I do not have the energy for a 24-hour stream. These are our longest streams of the year. We've been live 7 hours in a row. Time's kind of flown, to be honest. I'm getting kind of hungry. I should probably DoorDash something. Yeah, so... Tori, do you remember promising me a 24-hour stream if we win a title? You still down? Yeah, I would be down to win a title and do a 24-hour live stream, yes. Caleb Pendergraft, you trying to kill me, man? You trying to make me die? I think I would probably die if I had to stream for 36 hours. What you eating today, Tori? I ate a piece of pizza earlier and like a breadstick. So I'm kind of hungry. Didn't we make an offer for Gary Payton II? Yes, we did. It sounds like people don't expect him to go back to the Warriors, so I have an inkling that we are going to sign Gary Payton II, and I don't really understand it. He has the same standing reach as Anthony Simons, and he's shorter than him. I know he's like competitive and guards bigger than his measurements, but I mean, you're going to move, Nas up to the backup 4 and Hart up to the 3? So that you can play Gary Payton as your backup guard. I don't really understand that. You're just too undersized at every position. Eric, nothing's working, man. Nothing is working.
Darn it. Sorry, guys.
You tried. I respect the effort.
I stayed away for a while.
Yeah, you did. You really made a true effort. I might have to go away for a while, too, now. So it might just Maybe I should leave and let you talk to chat now. Me and them we had a good conversation. I don't even remember what we
Ah,
talked about.
jeez. I discussed you that much, Aeromancer. Like, dang, I need to leave now that Eric's back.
AZ says it worked. Eric Lull Deng is off the Lakers cap sheet.
He's been off the cap sheet for a while.
That's funny.
I remember, like, was that last summer when the Lakers tried to, like, appeal him being on their cap still
Yeah.
because they claimed he was injured or something, but it was like 4 years later.
Yeah, like you cut him and he's retired. Yeah, that's silly.
JPS, what I ate while I was gone, a banana and a few marshmallows, and I got another soda.
A banana and marshmallows?
Well, I had to grab whatever was there. I saw a banana, ate it, and then my family had made s'mores the other night, and yeah, so there were some marshmallows left over. Not really the most nutritious or anything, but yeah, I was like, just
fine and balanced meal. All right, I'll be back in like 5 minutes maybe, and we'll see. We'll see if this works, Ben. Good luck.
Yeah. So what's up, chat? Well, will the thing still update, Tori? It's still gone. Man. Do you know the rule when it comes to trading guys who have rookie extensions? There's a rule called base year compensation. So basically what happens is it counts as 50% outgoing for the team. So let's just say Ayton was traded for 30 million. So it would only count as 15 million outgoing for the Suns. So they could only take back whatever, like 125% of 15 million is, roughly 3.75. So they could take back like almost 19 million with trading him out on a max contract, but the team taking him has to match the full amount of the contract for 30 million. So it's a case where how do the teams match what's outgoing? Now, a team like the Blazers, like Tori was saying earlier, could use their trade exception to absorb someone making like 5 million, like Cam Johnson, not Cam Johnson, but a campaign. And then, so the Phoenix has more, closer to 20 million going out, and then Portland would have to still match the 30 from Ayton, but it still is tough to make the math work. So just gotta try to find a way to make 15 work for one team and 30 work for the other team. So man, I don't know if I want to see that Crime Stopper. He says that Miles Bridges' wife posted pictures of her looking really bruised on Twitter. That's not good, man. I hate that. If that truly was what happened and Miles Bridges is guilty, I hope he gets locked up for a very long time and never plays in the NBA again, because that's disgusting, man. JD is asking Tori, even though he's not here, his thoughts on Olivier Sarr. I mean, we need some backup depth, but I don't know if he's worth a roster spot right now. So Randy, Ayton would have to agree to the sign and trade, and then or to be signed with another team, and then he would have to then Portland and Phoenix would then have to negotiate the sign and trade. If he signs and Phoenix matches, they refuse to match. So let's just say we had $30 million to sign Ayton. If we did that, then the Suns either have to choose to let him go for nothing, or they match and he goes back to their team, but they can't trade him then until January 15th. So, and actually, no, that's incorrect. Matching on a restricted free agent means you can't sign or trade them for a year, and also whatever team signed him is ineligible to trade for him for a year. So that's what happened with Alan Crabb when we matched Brooklyn's offer for him. We ended up having to wait a full year till the next offseason to then trade Alan Crabb to Brooklyn for Andrew Nicholson, who's still on our books. So yeah, you can't match an offer sheet and then trade someone. You have to work out the sign and trade before they sign an offer sheet. So like if Ayton goes and signs with the Spurs right now, it would totally screw the Suns from being able to sign and trade him.
Yep. Oh man, I don't know what to do, man. I don't know if we should end it in like 15 minutes or what. Obviously, we'll go live if we have anything.
Chris Brandlin says the 3 phases of Ayton mania. Yay, we got Ayton. He's kind of inconsistent. Dang, that's a bad contract.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it would play out, in my opinion. If we give him a max. I mean, but so this is what's happening from the Suns' perspective. They know there's really only one team that can give him a max right now, and that's the Spurs. And if they were going to do it, why wouldn't they have done it, right? So now it becomes Ayton's already mad at them, so what does it matter if they make him more mad, right? So now you just wait and say, okay, sign with someone then, we'll match it. And he can go take his best offer, and that's probably going to be, like, even if it was the Pistons for like $20 million, then the Suns are thanking the Pistons for signing him for $10 million less than they would have had to give him had they given him a max last offseason. So, I think they're going to play chicken with him and either call his bluff and make him sign a qualifying offer, in which case they still have him for one more season for pretty cheap. Could still re-sign him next offseason, but he'd be an unrestricted free agent then. And I don't think, from Ayton's point of view, why would he not accept like a 4-year, $100 million contract like Ant got instead of taking a qualifying offer if he really only cares about the money? So I think it's right for them to just play this out right now and see if any team offers him a contract, and then at that point they're just bidding against themselves if no team does offer him a contract. So I think they can likely force Ayton to have to come back for a lot less than they would have. If he signs a 1-year qualifying offer, he has veto power in any trades for the entire season. So they could trade him starting in December 15th, but that Ayton would have to agree to any trade they made, because whatever team he would get traded to, they'd lose his bird rights. So then most likely Ayton would not get a max contract next summer either if he's traded. And the Suns would pretty much be the only team he could get a max contract for. And if he's a problem under that contract during the year, it might lessen his value to other teams too. So I think if you have a player that's demanding the max and being a baby, but it's not worth a max. I think the Suns are playing this exactly how they should. Maybe they should have, played it up a little better to keep a better relationship with him throughout the season. But it sounds like it's just a case of he thinks he's worth a max contract. Most teams would agree that he's not. And I would try to get him for his. I would try, if I'm the Suns, I'm trying to get the most either in a trade for him or I'm trying to get him for less than a max.
Adam McVeigh, hey guys, have we discussed Aiden to Portland yet? Bro, I saw you ask if you could talk trash about Chet since I wasn't there. That's what I saw. Don't think I didn't see that. Anyway.
Well, so All Good says, I think the relationship there is trash. Hard to see him playing for the Suns again. This is the problem, though, and Ayton knows it, and that's why he's throwing a fit. It's because if the Suns hold all the cards here, they can basically force Ayton to take a lesser contract or sign the qualifying offer. So Ayton has no leverage here, and he could refuse to play or whatever, but he's going to look even worse if he sits out a season with how good the Suns could potentially be, and like that would say a lot about his character, I think. So I think I don't know. It's just unfortunate for rookie scale deals, but when you go to a team, especially when you're the number one pick, the expectation is that you're going to be there at least 8 years, if not 9, if you sign a 5-year instead of a 4-year contract after your rookie deal. Look at Ja right now signing a max extension. So for him to be pouty about anything than that, I mean, he's showing exactly why he's not worth a max contract, in my opinion.
Yep. Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like once we sign off is when something will pop. We should set a time, though, Eric. What time do you think we should set?
11.
11? Screw it, I'm eating on stream then.
But see, at this point, so Suns being close to legit championship puts the pressure on them to get this right, can't be serious, and run it back with Ayton. I mean, I think Ayton's the type of person where if they gave him a max right now, he would be fine, and all the problems with the team would be fine, and he would not say anything from there. But he's getting bad advice from his agent. It's good to want a max or think you're a max player, but to do it in this way, I was going to say you should handle it like Miles Bridges, but that's obviously gone out the door.
Yeah.
But prior to this offseason, Miles Bridges thought he was a max contract player. What does he do? He improves several areas of his game, becomes a better shooter, works really hard on the defensive end, and probably earned a max contract. And then, of course, the offseason, he then unearned it. But I think if Ayton would have just been like, you know what, I'm going to show you guys that I'm worth a max contract instead of whined about it all season, I think that he'd be getting a max contract right now and things would be fine. But he kind of fought them all season. And now they're at a point where unless they get a Kevin Durant or something for trading him and just get, some minimal centers to help fill some gaps, what are they going to do at center if Ayton walks? Like, what are they going to do? So the Suns, from their perspective, even if they did want to move on from Ayton, are kind of stuck where they're going to have to try and make things work with that too. So I don't know. Jalen Brunson did the same thing, bet on himself. He got offered a pretty sizable extension. I think it was like 5 years, 70 to 75 million or something last offseason. And he turned himself into a $25+ million player instead. And showed out. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I think the Suns hold all the cards here because they can match any offers. So if Aiton's truly worth the max, go get it, buddy. Go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me take a couple donos. Shout out to Lubomir Neshev. 7, that's Bulgarian, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
$7 dono. Says, it's 7:30 a.m. here and just slept for 2 hours. What did I miss? Thank you guys for everything you are doing. You didn't miss much, man. It's been very, very dead. You missed a report that said that Portland has made an offer of about $8 million a year to Gary Payton II, and they're also interested in Bruce Brown. So it sounds like that's the archetype that the Portland Trail Blazers are going after. Thank you for your dono. Shout out to Dime Apia with a $5 dono. Says, thanks for the content, guys. Been dropping in since 2. Cronin has to have something in the works. I believe in him. Yeah, he's definitely doing something, man. I don't know what he's up to, but we'll wait and see. The suspense is starting to kill me a little bit. So thank you for your dono, man.
Yeah, I can't say I believe in him. I was cautiously hopeful that maybe he was doing something, but yeah.
Crime Stopper, I wish Rip City 3-on-3 would come back so we could do that, but they aren't having one this year either for some reason, so unfortunately.
Oh, did they announce that?
Yeah, they said they're taking a hiatus this year.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, they said that like over a month ago, so yeah, very disappointed in that.
Ben's will actually, now that the weather's gotten nicer and it's not raining all the time, I'm gonna try to organize some meetups at some parks or something soon. Or then hopefully later this summer we can get into some gyms or something if it's too hot.
Yeah, gyms are the play. Anyway,
Monopo Man, I don't think Ant could be traded to Brooklyn still. I think if he agreed to sign with us, that's the end of discussions. So we'd have to both back out, but yeah. Tom Fisher's going to be in town next week, wants the ball, by the way.
Yeah. Might be able to do something. The off-season should be done by then. That would be amazing. Man, I can't believe we're almost done with the off-season. It feels like we're just never going to be done, though, at this point with this with this free agency period. Shout out Mike Aldridge, $5 dono, says, great coverage tonight. Thank you guys for sticking it through. Thank you, Mike Aldridge, for your support. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for supporting us and joining us. We're all going through this together in the suspense. I know it's probably killing some of you guys just like it's killing us. Just want to see what we're up to.
So XCDep says, where'd it go? If Suns move on from Ayton, Phoenix is going to offer Nurk. Maybe that's what we're waiting on. They don't have cap space to sign Nurk if Ayton walks. Or if they if they refuse to match a contract on Ayton, they're still over the cap. So they would have to. I mean, they might be able to offer the full mid-level exception in that case. But we're talking $10.5 million starting point at the most they could offer. So how is that going to be? I just find that hard to believe that we're not offering more than $10.5 million right now, and that Nurk would turn our 3-year, $50 million offer or whatever down in favor of signing with them for $10.5 million. I just don't think that makes sense from our perspective right now.
Yep. Somebody asked if this is the longest live stream we've ever had. It indeed is. In 2019, for free agency, we went... Where is it at here? 7 hours and 26 minutes. Okay, right now we're at 7 hours and 34 minutes. In 2020, for free agency, we went 7 hours and 21 minutes. In 2021, last year, we went 6 hours and 47 minutes.
What the heck is going on in chat right now?
I don't know.
What happened?
Yeah, Shaggy Squid, you're going to have to explain that one, man.
Oh man, yeah. So, I mean, it's not a secret that we've, had a battle with him and Jack Ramsey's and stuff, but man, never want to see that. Hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Uh, thoughts and prayers. Hope he's okay and it gets better. Man, that really sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, dang. Just got some great news this week too for him. Personally, getting his own radio show in Portland here, so hopefully he's okay.
Yep. Damn. That's. Yeah. Yeah, prayers up to him. I'm not really religious, so but prayers up to him if that's what you do. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. That sucks.
Hope he gets better soon, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I don't know. See, I don't know what to say, man. Like, I would say like prayers up. Everybody in chat saying prayers up. I'm not a religious person, so I don't know what to say. Like prayers up just sounds weird, man.
I'm
Like,
not
just hope
either,
he's
but
okay.
still, yeah.
Just hope dude's all right, man. I mean, we've been outspoken towards each other, but you never wish anything like that on anyone. So hopefully dude's all right.
We're all Blazer fans. So.
Yep, exactly. So.
Shout out to Carter. I don't think I can say his last name there. But love you guys. Wanted to support because I've been reiterating your opinions as my own for years now. Thanks for the awesome coverage. We'll be in chat more often. Thank you so much, Carter. I really appreciate it. And yeah, feel free to pass off our opinions as your own to less knowledgeable basketball fans. So yeah, thanks for the nice words.
Yep. Appreciate you, Carter. Always cool to hear people comment that, like, say they lurk in chat and don't talk much. It's always cool to hear from people that watch us consistently but don't talk much. So, appreciate the dono. Thank you for the support. Continue to use anything we say however you want to.
Got another lurker.
I recognize Sneggy Mo.
Or maybe it's Snaggy.
Beavis.
That's very true, Beavis. You are both a lurker and a creeper.
Elias, $2 donor says, I watch every video and never talk. Yeah, I know there's a lot. I just...
Well, Elias donates a lot. Or used to, at least.
Yeah, I think, unless there's, like, multiple Eliases. Yeah. But, appreciate you, Elias, and Michael V, and Brady. Yeah, yeah, you're good, Brady. I thought you were talking about us. I know you're not now. I realize you're talking about them, so it's all good, man.
Yep. Thank you, Brady.
Appreciate you, man.
Kieran says, I always watch your streams after the fact, so I never comment.
Well, it's cool that you're here live. That's the thing. Man. I always wonder, because we'll have like 200 viewers, but we'll have 30 people in chat, and I'm always just wondering about the other like 170 people.
Yeah.
It's always cool to hear from people, man. It's a giant community, so.
It's always funny, too. I don't mean this as a slight towards you, Jared McNeil, but I literally just answered that question like 5 minutes ago, and then you come in and ask the same thing.
Yeah.
So once you agree on a contract, you can't be signed and traded. Now, there is maybe some sort of wiggle room with the way the moratorium's set up, because officially contracts aren't until the 6th, But usually when it turns into a sign and trade versus an outright signing would be like, let's say last year, the Spurs did this with several teams, but they signed Zach Collins, right? So the Spurs also signed like a Doug McDermott, and they turned that into a sign and trade. So they got like a second round or gave up a second round pick or something, but they saved their cap space for something else or whatever, however you want to do it. But like, so sometimes a regular signing turns into a sign and trade because it just so happens two teams sign each other's free agents or whatever happens to make it easier to do a sign and trade. Like I said earlier, GMs are becoming more creative to find loopholes through sign and trades or different guaranteed parts of contracts and things like that to trade. But for the most part, when you agree to a deal with your own free agent and he's staying with you, it wouldn't then make sense to have to go back to him. And then, because we've talked about this a lot, to do a sign and trade, Anthony Simons would have had to go to Brooklyn first and talk to them about a sign and trade, and then agree to want to sign with them, and then go back to Portland and say, I want to sign with Brooklyn. Can we work out a trade here? Whereas if he signed with Portland, we can't approach him and say, hey, do you want to sign with Brooklyn instead? And so he would have to back out of the deal and then want to sign with Brooklyn. Now it could maybe be passed along to his agent or whatever under the table from someone outside the organization, calling him, like college recruits get that kind of information, especially with the transfer portal now. It's like, wink, wink, if you come to USC, you'll get a huge NIL deal or whatever. But for the most part, I don't see any way Ant's going to back out of this deal to then try and negotiate a similar contract as part of a sign and trade with Brooklyn. He wouldn't even know that Brooklyn is interested in him or whatever. So for all intents and purposes, I think that it's pretty much official that Anthony Simons is on the Portland Trailblazers and will not be traded before January 15th.
Yep. People are starved for news and maybe drunk as hell. Absolutely. I should be drunk. That's what this
Thirsty
stream should
Thursday.
become. Yeah.
I should have gotten some alcohol while
I got a Mike's Harder lemonade that's room temperature. That just sounds miserable, though.
What did you call it? Mike's Harder lemonade?
It's Harder lemonade. It's not...
Oh,
am I allowed to show an alcohol can on stream?
I wouldn't, but I get you. Yeah, so it
Google
just has more alcohol.
Harder lemonade. Yeah, it's for the I don't know. I'm running out of words. It's too late into the stream for me to think of what to say right now. Yeah, see, that's what I was expecting, Brady. That's why I said Harder lemonade. Yeah. Shotgun it. It's like 7.5 fluid ounces. I don't know. It's a big can. It's not just like one of those little cans, man. I couldn't start. I haven't drank in over a year, so.
Shout out to JD for this question. Thoughts on John Nash offering restricted free agent Trenton Hassel a contract offer sheet? Yeah, I was so thankful that Minnesota matched that. So good. Yeah. Still no Nurk signing.
Man. Is there any rumor on him or anything?
No. Not that I've seen, but I haven't really been paying attention. Let me see if I got... Fortunately, yeah, don't know. Like we talked about earlier, though, there's not many clutch free agents that have signed so far. All the big ones are still unsigned, including Levine as well. So, I mean, I thought he'd probably go back to Chicago, but What's he waiting on?
Yeah.
What was your dono, Antonio? Your dono from 4 hours ago?
Did we miss it?
Uh,
Oh, did we miss your dono from 5? Oh, did we not read that, Antonio? He said at 5:09 p.m. he had a $5 dono. If we didn't read it off, if one of us didn't read it off, because I might have read it off, and honestly, I probably forget by now. Thank you, Antonio, for the $5 dono at 5:09 p.m. Pacific time. Says, take a shot every half hour that goes by that Nurk hasn't signed. We would not be alive by tomorrow. Thank you, Antonio, for trying to kill us, because I don't think he's signing it until tomorrow, to be honest with you. So we're talking about like 48 shots, maybe? Because that's like 24 hours. That would not be good, man. Appreciate your dono, but I don't appreciate your suggestion. I'm tempted to make the stream go 8 hours just because we've never had an 8-hour stream. Mm-hmm. Let's just make it go at least 8 hours.
Sounds good to me. I'm good for whatever. I'm not. I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
Except for work, and I don't want to. I want to avoid that.
Yeah. Yeah. Momo, I agree, because I saw that, and yeah, I no longer have him as a top 10 available player, because, yeah, it's bad.
Now that things have shaken out, what's your ideal way things could shake out here?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Just MLE for Otto Porter Jr. and then, like, re-sign Nurkic on a decent contract and then sign, like, a solid backup center for the minimum.
Or a Olynyk in a trade.
Or a Olynyk in a trade. Or, it's just, like, hard with the MLE plus Nurkic plus, we're hard capped at 157 mil then, so.
I mean, maybe you could get Otto for the tax MLE.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Otto Porter Jr. is my favorite target right now. I've always liked Otto Porter Jr.
Definitive One says, someone told me we might be waiting on another deal to go over the cap to sign Nurk. I figured you guys would have said it, but is that a possibility? No, that has no bearing. We own all the rights to sign Nurk to whatever we want, and we're, with his cap hold, already over the cap, and especially after agreeing to a deal with Anthony Simons, we're already over the cap anyway. So yeah, it has no clue. No, or that has no bearing on what's happening with Nurk.
Yep.
And even if it was, we'd still have 6 days to make that official, the other trade official, to then sequence it to go off in front of Nurk, so that wouldn't even matter anyway.
Yeah, you can, like, change the order how you do things, like, because you can't even officially do anything until the 6th, so you can, like, call it in different orders than it actually got agreed to, basically.
Yeah, for me, I agree that Otto Porter Jr. wouldn't be bad. I also like TJ Warren as kind of a high risk, high reward type move. Still like Jalen Smith as a backup center. So yeah, get someone like that. Maybe someone with some upside, or like I said, Otto Porter Jr. is fine too.
You still got Danilo Gallinari out there, but he's not it defensively. So
yeah. So yeah, just get one of those guys, and then re-sign Nurk, and then if unless Jalen Smith was that one guy, you try to get a backup center for cheap. But yeah, I think at this point we're just hoping that Nurk comes back and that we sign someone decent. But from all accounts, it looks like we are targeting more backup guards that play defense. So I don't know. Yeah, Rolo is definitely a possibility. I see people mention that in chat. Is Robin Lopez a viable backup? I mean, I don't know if he is a viable backup or someone that we should want to get as our backup center. I mean, he's fine. He's serviceable. I don't think he's like excellent moving his feet on defense, but he's a dependable like finisher around the hoop and um, at least tries on defense. But I don't know if you're like totally set at backup center if you get him as your backup center, maybe third string. But yeah, but that's the only other like kind of guy I've even seen tied to the Blazers other than small guards. All good says if we sign all the guards, no guards for the rest of the league. Checkmate.
That's big brain. Big brain plan. Ish Wainwright's now on the graphic.
Harden, Levine, Ayton.
Yeah.
I've heard nothing about Sexton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot different if Nurk was the restricted free agent and we're just waiting to match offers like what happened 4 years ago. And then we kind of flirted with signing DeMarcus Cousins, but they had the same agent, remember? And uh, like we'd agreed with Cousins, and then his agent came in and blocked it or something, and then we ended up just re-signing Nurk or something because he knew that Nurk wouldn't get as good of a deal elsewhere, but Cousins possibly could. So yeah.
Thank God he blocked that, honestly.
Yeah. He was coming off that injury at the time, and I mean, he played okay for the Warriors. Wasn't that the season he played for the Warriors? I know it took a while for him to come back, but
Yeah.
he put up okay numbers in limited minutes. But
I mean, he put up okay numbers last year. Like, per 36, he's like 21, 10, and 4 or 5 assists, so...
Carter says, would there be a benefit to not spending the MLE? Yeah, technically they don't have to. You could save it for a bigger offer or a multi-year offer to a buyout or a free agent later in the season. Like I suggested to do with Ingles, is buy him out and then re-sign him for cheap on a 2-year deal or something using our mid-level exception. But you can definitely not use it. I'm assuming if there's trades or we use Bledsoe's contract to get, let's just say we complete the Jeremy Grant trade, we use Bledsoe to get Nerlens Noel, and then we'd have we re-sign Nurk. That's I think 13 players on the roster. So I mean, we could assign someone to the minimum, or even 4 or 5 million. It doesn't have to be all the techs or all the mid-level exception, and then we can basically just not be a hard cap team. And I think that might be the way to go if we're trying to make a big splash elsewhere.
Yep. Brian Tadovich said he's been watching the entire stream and he's scared to leave now. Shout out to you if you've been watching us this entire stream. If you've been with us for 7 hours, we're at like 7 hours 54 minutes. We're almost at 8 hours, and then we'll probably sign off. We will go live if anything happens, a signing, a trade, something Blazer related. We will go live. Okay, we're definitely gonna have a stream tomorrow at some point. I don't know, what your schedule is looking like tomorrow, but I'll go live or something, we will have a stream tomorrow if anything breaks. If not, we'll probably stream at some point, maybe if another signing breaks. It looks like this might be a multi-day affair in terms of free agency stream. Like last year, it was just one day. This year could be a multi-day affair, man.
I just have an appointment at 10 o'clock. Other than that, I'm pretty free the rest of the day. I can kind of work my schedule around whenever we need to go live. So.
Yep, and I'll just have my ringer on, and you can call me because I'll probably be sleeping in, catching up on sleep, but maybe not if we do something. So, gotta love those Eric phone calls where like, oh, the Clippers one, oh, we just made a stupid ass trade.
The
He's
Clippers,
just like, oh no, what do we do? And I didn't expect it to be that bad.
The Clippers one, you didn't respond for like 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, psychologically, I didn't want to.
The CJ one, you answered right away, and you were like, "Why do we do it at 7 in the morning?"
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, if we do something at 7 in the morning today, tomorrow.
I had a shout out to my guy Wheezy. I was like, because usually Reese texts me whenever the Blazers make a move, but he's gone right now, so. I know Wheezy's usually up early, so I asked him to text me this morning if anything happened, and nothing happened, so he didn't have to. But yeah, might have him do that again.
Brian's tapping out. All right, Brian, thank you for
later, Brian. Thanks for sticking with us.
Marathon. We could have ran like 2 marathons by now. That's crazy. This is a real marathon.
You might have. I'd still be working on my first one, probably.
Yeah.
Realistically, we should stream till 7 a.m. if we're dedicated.
I mean,
I got you, Taylor. You and me. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All night.
If only we had like a third or fourth co-host, man. We need to find like a third member of our broadcast, a fourth member, and just like, dude, I will put them live and then go to sleep and then wake up and take them off the live. We could go all day, all night.
So Taylor Packer also said it's frustrating me because Nurk's deal should have already been worked out today. This contract should have been signed right when Ants came through. Fully agree, and that lines up with everything that's been said about like why we sat Nurk out, why we tanked, that the deal was already in place. Nurk's been posting memes and images and clowning people on social media like it's a foregone conclusion that he's back as well. Makes no sense to me, so I'm not sure what's going on. Charles Hanson asks, how would you feel about Aldridge as a backup? Tori would love it.
No, I would love it, but
I'd be okay with it. He would be okay with it.
Fine with it, for a minimum, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point, there's any number of minimum contracts like Aldridge, Serge Ibaka, any of those type of players for a minimum, I think are good. But yeah, not like championship level contention if we have a backup that's kind of old and slow. But yeah, for the most part, I think that it would be fine. DeMarcus Cousins in that boat as well. Yeah. Sign Kai Soto.
Yeah.
Change the name of the stream type Blazers. Sign Kai Soto.
Yeah.
No, just kidding.
We got a view spike during the draft, but I don't know if it'd work.
Yeah. We should just like have the stream going. You can go to sleep and then we can watch you or listen for that text from me or a call from me saying you need to wake back up.
Leave my mic on while I'm sleeping? Oh,
well, no.
That's weird. I'm gonna have like twice as many people in here then.
But then we'll have like within seconds of the story breaking, we can just we can be right there.
Yep.
Okay. Good comment, Yo Jimbo.
Just replay the intro the whole time.
So apparently a guy, let me make sure I get this right. A guy who averaged 29.9 points, 7.4 rebounds, 6.4 assists on 51.8% field goal shooting, 38% from three, 91% from the free throw line, with a true shooting percentage of a whopping 63.4% after while scoring 30 points a game, is apparently washed, according to Yojimbo Life Row.
Why do people think KD is washed? He was phenomenal last season. I don't get it, man.
If you want to argue at his age, it's not worth giving up a ton
8 hours. Go.
Sure, yeah.
But
yeah.
I could get on.
Yeah. Come in and say, hey, I wouldn't give up Sharp and Ant and or whatever, you know, I wouldn't give up 4 firsts for him, whatever. But don't say he's washed.
If that's washed, then he must be the best player ever in his prime.
Dang, Elias, that's tough, man.
What'd he do?
He said I was washed. He deleted it, but gosh.
Sadly true.
Is that what's going on? Is that why you don't talk in chat? You don't like me? You only like Tori? I'm sorry, man.
Finally, someone that doesn't like you and likes me. Let's go. Elias, welcome to the right side of the broadcast.
Welcome as the only member of that club.
Yeah, it's just me and you, buddy. Let's go.
My basketball game is for sure washed. Yeah,
he is washed. He doesn't even rant anymore, says Beavis. Where's your rant, man? We did a whole 8-hour stream. You didn't rant once.
Well, for one, we haven't signed anyone other than the one person I love, so that's not worthy of ranting. Two,
yeah, but we have almost signed somebody that makes 0 sense, and you didn't rant about it. Disappointed.
Well, I've already said that we were going to do that, so we're going to trade or sign for someone of that realm, so it makes sense. I've already been. I mean, if I just heard that news, like, without hearing this other stuff, I would have been like, what the heck? Yeah, so, I don't know. I would have ranted. You guys would have seen the most epic rant of all time if, we traded the 7th pick for Jeremy Grant, but we actually got pretty good value in that trade. So there isn't really much to rant about since the trade deadline, and I don't want to just keep rehashing the same rant. It's better if I have something new to rant about. So I am kind of frustrated that we didn't re-sign Nurk today, but
my gut feeling is like they planned on re-signing Nurkic, but then like this KD stuff happened, right? And it was a situation where like Brooklyn doesn't want Ayton or can't, trade for Ayton, whatever. And all of a sudden Ayton's gettable at a cheaper salary point, and it's like we can trade like Hart plus like Bledsoe and only his guaranteed portion, and can get Ayton like at less than a max, and Cronin is just like, you know what, let's do it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what my gut says. I don't know.
It's possible. At the same time, Kyle Neely, that was a fake Chris Haynes that got like thousands of people. So, no, that he did not sign a 4-year, $80 million contract. You were ball sacked on that one.
That's why you watch us.
This would make sense if Nurk leaves, but I don't think, even if they had a slightly better chance of getting Ayton, I don't see why they would back out of a deal they agreed to months ago. And this is exactly why, for the people telling me that there's no way Jeremy Grant's going to accept a 2-year, $45 million extension, teams back out of stuff all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just did that so the Blazers couldn't back out of a bigger trade. But yeah, I find it hard to believe we just all of a sudden be like, day of free agency. Sorry, Nurk. That contract we've agreed upon since February. Yeah, we're just not going to.
Yeah, that'd be very shady. But yeah, I mean,
especially with how,
it,
because at the trade deadline they specifically mentioned how much like character matters and doing the right things by players matters. So then to turn around the first chance you get at a free agency and to do something like that, I would say that's that would be pretty shady of them, and that would undo a lot of the goodwill that they did for trading CJ and Norm to places they really wanted to go to.
Charles, that wouldn't affect anything. You can order the deals, however, because none of them can become official until July 6th, and signing Nurkic now wouldn't take anything away.
Besides, his cap hold is theoretically more than he's going to sign for, but even if he signed for $20 million, it's not that much different than his cap hold, so it doesn't really affect any kind of order or anything.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, just stay tuned with us, and when we're live, just watch our Twitter feeds. I don't understand how people get tricked. We got the Twitter feeds right here. That's why you watch us, so you know these Twitter feeds are real. I don't put up any fake Twitter feeds, so definitely, check back here for live. We'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what time, but we'll be live tomorrow. Follow our Twitter page, link in the description box below, and turn on notifications for that. We tweet out when we go live, and then you can join our Discord, link in the description box below, and we tag everybody in our Discord server when we drop anything or go live or whatever. So, are you ready to kind of call this a stream for now?
What is Sherwin asking about the context for?
What was the context?
I don't know what he's asking, if he's talking to me or someone in chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tyler James asks, is there any more rumors of Sharp post-draft? I know Eric said he had left the gym. Well, there's apparently a podcast dropping soon, or might have already dropped, which I saw a clip of from Chris B. Haynes, who said that the Blazers are absolutely planning on playing Sharp, and that Dame was fully on board with drafting Sharp and all that stuff. So kind of already stuff we already knew, but it was nice to hear confirmation that they were definitely planning on giving him a shot at playing time this year.
Yep. That was for Trevin. Okay. That was for Trevin. So.
Okay.
The Portland got anybody. They kept Anthony Simons. That was literally it. But, like, if we randomly, sign Gary Payton in an hour, I'll be live again. So,
and for the record, there's no rules to what time you can sign someone.
Mm-hmm.
So deals could get done at 2 a.m. But I mean, a lot of times the Woj and Shams aren't around to report them. But yeah, like, so, and players don't have to sign by a certain date. They can wait until the season starts to not sign. I don't know. Like, it doesn't have to come to a resolution at any point. Now, usually within the first few days of free agency, by the time the moratorium ends on the 6th, 5 days later, it's usually pretty wrapped up and there's not a lot of big names left. It's usually just kind of, random signings here and there every once in a while. But for the most part, you had a flurry of signs today. There's still a lot of big names out there, so I expect a flurry of signings tomorrow. And then I don't think there's going to be much more action after that.
Yep. Gabe says hit the like almost at 100. We're at 429 likes, Gabe, but thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be live whenever anything happens. Just stay tuned with us. We'll have you covered. As I said, there's multiple ways to stay tuned with when we go live. Discord, link in description. Our Twitter accounts, the Blazers Uprise Twitter account, link in description. And yeah, we will catch you guys whenever something happens next. We'll have a stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know when. Anything else, Eric, for this marathon stream?
Just appreciate everyone, even if you're not still with us. But to the 580 so people who are still with us, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. And just one more time, best wishes to Danny Morang. I hope he's okay and gets better soon. But thank you everyone for watching and have a good night.
Yep, I echo those sentiments. Yep, we'll catch you guys whenever anything happens with Portland, man. Big Lull to end this stream. It'll be interesting to see what happens next. It seems like Cronin has something up his sleeve. We will break it down whenever it indeed happens. So get some rest, and we'll catch you guys probably tomorrow. Until then, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.